Welcome to the GunChannels.com lobby chat. What's up, Nathan?
Two in the chat and one in the pink. Is my mic working?
Yeah, it's working.
Unfortunately, right?
Yeah, I just got to run, get ready for work. So.
Are we live?
Yep, we're live.
I didn't see we were live when I said that. Crap.
New stone guy.
Dude, seriously, I was just making a private joke to you. My apologies, everyone who's watching this. Golly Wally, what a way to start. What's been going on, man?
No, not much.
Sorry, yelling at my 5-year-old.
I just gotta go get ready for work. So
Water and something else.
No, you. Okay, he says he's hungry. I told him to have a cheese stick. He said, I just had ice cream. I said, okay, have a cheese stick. He goes, well, how about water? And I went, that's a great idea, have water. And he goes, water and something else. I just love the logic of a 5-year-old, how it jumps around, hippity hoppity. We have any specific topics for this evening?
not that I know of.
We got other people jumping in here. Let me go get on gun channels and tell people to jump in.
Okay, man. Have a good one.
What'd you say?
Cheese sticks and
Pink, what'd you say?
I said have a good one. I gotta go get ready for work. So
Oh, you're just leaving?
yeah.
Great. Actually, it might be the best chat ever if it's just me talking to myself, right? What'd you get to eat, son?
yogurt.
You got a yogurt?
Yes.
Did you get water?
Not yet.
Are you gonna get water?
Yeah.
Okay, go get water.
Okay, then.
Yeah, buddy. So this is Nathan's Armory with the Nathan's Armory chat by myself because Pink has decided to get ready for work and no one else is getting in the chat. So we're going to have my son sing in the background while he eats his yogurt and drinks his water as entertainment. See, he's having a good time. It's a party.
I bit my yogurt once in my water.
Do you need me to open your yogurt, kiddo? All right.
Too cold. I bit in my water.
Oh, you're not having a go-gurt? You're having... Dude, this is Greek vanilla yogurt. If you eat this, you're not going to finish it. This is just vanilla yogurt. It doesn't have any fruit or anything in it. You need a go-gurt or one of those monkey yogurts.
Okay.
You want me to find you a monkey yogurt if we got it? Or go-gurt? Okay.
It's not called yogurt. I mean, it is.
These Greek yogurts are very overdone. Right?
That's called a yogurt.
I know, but here, check this out. Oh, here we go. We got a monkey yogurt.
I like green stuff in this water.
You did.
Yeah, I
That's
like.
awesome, buddy.
I like.
Here, You don't want this color? Okay, I'm gonna open it for you.
I like putting stuff in water.
Don't. Okay, you listen to me very carefully. You do not put yogurt in water. You drink your yogurt and you drink your water separately. Go see your bub, okay? All right. Oh. This is the sort of concerns I have, is what to feed the children after they've eaten 3 meals. They've had dinner. They've had the snack before dinner. They've had dessert. And then they're hungry again less than an hour later. You know? I don't know. I'm pretty sure they're going to metamorphosize into some type of crazy monster at some point from eating this much, but I'm just waiting on it to happen. Oh, really? I see how it is. People in gun channels won't get in the chat, but they'll listen to me feed my kid yogurt and then comment it in gun channels. For shame. For shame. Connor, what's your favorite color?
Green and blue.
Green and blue? Why are those your favorite colors?
Because
Why?
they're like green and blue.
Do you like them together, like on the same shirt?
Yeah.
Okay. But do you like them apart?
Yes.
Okay. What if I got you a green and blue kilt to wear, like the Scottish Highlanders? Would that be awesome?
Well, I want green grass and blue clouds and the sun on my shirt.
Okay. Yeah, that's totally not a Scottish kilt design, but all right. I'll see what I can do. Okay. So it doesn't want a Scottish green and blue kilt, but would like green grass, blue sky, and a yellow sun. So there you go. So since this is the Nathan's Armory show, I'm going to tell you a few things about what we do here in my house. When our children get mouthy, we threaten them with what is called sassy juice. And I'm going to go and show you what sassy juice is right now.
Are you going to give me it?
You're a bit sassy right now. So you don't get no sassy juice, son. You're safe for the moment. You better watch your mouth. You'll get it. You will. Here we go. No, wait, that's the wrong one.
That's vinegar.
Aha, I found the sassy juice. Okay. So in my house, sassy juice is Heinz apple cider vinegar, the brown stuff. The stuff you get like malt vinegar at Long John Silver's to put on your fish. And what we do is we put it in a cup or we put it in a little medicine syringe. And if you get too mouthy, you get a mouthful of sassy juice. Yummy. Are you sure you don't need sassy juice?
No.
Are you sure you don't need sassy juice?
No.
You're not sure you don't need sassy juice?
No.
You don't want sassy juice?
No.
Okay,
Look,
just check.
Daddy,
What?
if you give Logan sassy juice, then Logan likes sassy juice, so don't give him a sassy juice.
I won't. You're right. Your brother in the past 6 months has developed an immunity to sassy juice and now likes it. My oldest son has been eating salt and vinegar chips enough that he now can take malted vinegar in the mouth and it doesn't bother him. So, but the little one is still very susceptible. Does not want the sassy juice. By the way, Many people commonly feel that drinking apple cider vinegar, basically a shot glass of it a day, is very therapeutic and good for the digestive and the immunity system. So it's kind of one of those new age, like, wow, this is great for you type things, which is total BS, but the kids hate the taste of it. So there you go. It's for their own good, health-wise and sassy mouth-wise. I would like to share with the group, after looking at a few chat comments, that my wife used to be a fan of taking a bar of soap and sticking it in the kid's mouth, old school style. But I began to complain because my bars of soap started getting teeth marks in them all the time. And there's nothing worse than trying to wash with soap that has teeth marks in it. It's very uncomfortable. And she also was very ruthless. When she got really mad, she would just grab the liquid soap and just liquid soap right in the mouth. It was horrible. The kids would cry and blow bubbles. So we finally found Sassy Juice, much more effective and much better. And instead of soap in the mouth, a little apple cider vinegar goes a long way. And it's good for them too. So you're doing them a favor, right? What else do we do around here? Okay, so as far as parenting advice, for those of you who have or are going to have children soon, I would share this with you. There's only one piece of fatherly newborn knowledge that I actually possess, because I don't remember the rest of it. So whenever you have a baby, babies can't stay awake if they can't wiggle, period. Like babies, like they cry, they wiggle, they slam their arms around, they wiggle their legs. So what you do is you swaddle them, okay? So you always hear about baby Jesus swaddled, blah, blah, blah. Well, the reason people swaddle kids since the dawn of time is because when they can't move, they go to sleep, and they stay asleep longer when they can't wiggle around. Go look on YouTube. You can find stop action footage of a kid in his crib, and he rolls over, spins around. I think his head rotates around 3 times, and he barfs while he sleeps over a couple hour period. I mean, they just like constantly moving. So what you got to do is you got to swaddle them. Now, they teach you how to do that in the hospital with special blankets, how to swaddle the kids. It's crap. The kids escape it. You might as well tie them up with a bunch of bandanas and duct tape them. You ain't going to get them under control. Then they make swaddling blankets with the Velcro. My kids, man, Velcro just ain't strong enough, man. They just busted out of those things like it was a joke. So we found this one blanket. It's called the Miracle Blanket. And it's a blanket where basically it's got a little kangaroo pouch for the feet. It's a blanket they lay on, and there's 2 little fold-over pieces that go over the top of the biceps and under the back on both sides. And so what that does is that goes over the biceps, under the back, and the weight of their back on top of it holds it, so their arms are basically pinned to their sides. And then it has another piece that wraps around them 3 times. It looks like a big tortilla when you're done with it. Now, it's very soft, it's very comfortable, it keeps them very warm, but it also keeps them from wiggling loose, and there's no buttons or Velcro or any of that extra junk. It's just designed in a really good way to hold them in. And when you get the baby held in this way, they can't get their arms loose, and their feet just can wiggle a little bit, but not too much. And it really cuts down on their movement. So if you swaddle them in the Miracle Blanket, which, by the way, is available at Target, I believe, and it's also available at Toys R Us and Babies R Us, it limits their movement enough that within 5 minutes of wrapping them up, if they're tired, they'll go right to sleep. And if your kid sleeps 4 hours through the night, you wrap them up, they'll sleep 6 hours through the night, or maybe even longer. So my only piece of advice to people who have newborn children, I'm talking under 9 months old, is spend $25, buy this blanket. You will be so happy after you try not using the blanket. You'll find that it's just totally awesome for the first 6 months of the kid's life. And they'll sleep longer, you'll be happier, the kid will be happier, everyone will just be happier. So, what other advice do I have? Just going to randomly talk about things till somebody gets their dumbass into this chat to chat with me. And I may be putting my kids to bed here in a minute. It's only 7:30. They normally go to bed at 8:30. So I've been making holsters today. And I'm making a 3-inch holster for my Kimber 3-inch. And I'm making it standard style with thumb brake. Not that I really want a thumb brake, but I got to thinking about it. If the point of carrying my Kimber and looking nice is so that people see it and they're not intimidated and they like the look of it, I thought doing it with a thumb brake might be worth it, because simply put, it's mainly for show at that point. Now, I could still grab it, thumb brake, pop the safety off and fire it. It's still a defensive gun, but it's mainly for the point of advertising my holster, so people see it and go, wow, that's a nice looking holster, and I can pass out cards. So the one I'm building for my Kimber is going to be a thumb brake, 3-inch holster. I think I'm probably going to do it in, natural, neutral color. Something like this. And I'm probably going to put like Moulin La Vie on the side, just because that's my favorite. I could do Don't Tread on Me, but I don't want to get political. Moulin La Vie is people will see that and be like, what's that? It's a conversation starter for people who don't know. They're going to sit there and see that Spartan helmet and see Moulin La Vie. Nobody's going to know what it knows unless they already know or in the know. And they're going to be like, wow, that's a nice holster. What's that Spartan helmet doing on it? The other thing I'm kind of considering doing is I have somewhere if I dig around, I have a concho. And I'm thinking about sticking a concho right down here on this section with a little star on it. And the reason I'm thinking about maybe doing that, and I may do it with that one, or I may do it with my, with like a holster like this. It just depends on if I have the real estate to put the concho on. But the reason I'm kind of thinking about putting a concho on it is if people see it, a tiny little star doesn't mean anything. That does not mean that you're impersonating a police officer. But a tiny little star on the side of your holster is very Western in Texas. It's very nice looking. And if the cop ever stopped you, you'd be like, oh, well, I'm a concealed carrier or an open carrier, and I have the little star on there because I thought it was neat looking, and I'm a hardcore Texan, born and raised. So, they're getting in the shower. Okay, so this is the thought process. But then there are people out there that are the stupid people, the people who are just the sheeple, and the people who are the activists. They will see a gun on my hip, and they'll see a tiny star on it and go, oh, he must be a cop. A star the size of a quarter when they look at it. Oh, their brain will go, he's a cop, but no big deal. So it serves two purposes. One is it's fashion. A second one is I'm not impersonating a police officer, but to really stupid, opinionated, liberal people, they might just leave me alone at that point. So that's my thought process on it. I think it looks cool too. So I think I'm going to roll that way, where actually I think on my 1911 holster with a thumb brake, I don't think I'm going to be able to put a concho on it, but I'm seriously considering getting a M&P compact, and on this type of a holster, I would put a concho down here in this space because there's room for it, and I think it would look very nice. And then the other thing about 1911 holsters is the reason the thumb brake's nice on those is because the hammer's back, and when people see the thumb brake, they're not worried about it. When people see a 1911 in a straight holster with no thumb brake over it, they're like, that thing's got the hammer cocked. That's not right. My mother once saw my gun on me with the hammer cocked back when I showed it to someone. She goes, that hammer's cocked back. And I was like, yeah, it's made to do it that way. Because, of course, my mother, who doesn't know anything about guns except shooting shotguns, has no idea how a pistol works, has no idea that a 1911 is different than your standard pistol. So, again, I'm thinking the thumb brake on my 1911 might be the way to go, just for both advertisement purposes, but also just for fashion and other things. So anyway, that's my thought process so far. And now now you can watch me on film dig through a box of crap trying to find a concho. So, boy, that's going to be fun. Exciting. I wonder if this is how Danable feels when he does his shows by himself all the time. It's ridiculous. What are you people doing? You're able to sit there and comment. Is this like a social experiment on me? Like, how long will Nathan talk to himself? Is he really crazy? Crap. You know, now that I think about it, I think I may have put that concho in storage somewhere. Oh. Let's see. Oh, where can my concho be? Oh, where could it go? Not there. Where the hell did I put that thing? Bag of holster, bag of scraps. Oh, wait, here we go. Hold on. I have found something here. Oh! All right, this is my bag of leather crap. Full of stuff I thought that I probably wouldn't need anytime soon, so I just stuck it over in a bag. That's what we call garbage. That is rivets. That is lace, not the sexy kind, the leathery kind. That is rivets. That is a bunch of random stuff. That is a crappy little belt buckle. And that is a concho. Good Lord. Boy, that must be a record. I found something I hadn't seen in a few months in my leather working material that I was able to locate in under 10 minutes. So, this is my favorite little concho because it has a nice Texas star design on it. A little bit of brass, a little bit of silver, showing the Lone Star State. All right, let's see what that looks like. Oh yeah, that's sexy. It's a nice little concho there. That's a little Texas-y pride. Let's see what that would look like on an actual holster here. Question is, how the hell do I get it to stay on? I don't know. All right, I'm just going to hold it with my finger. So it would be kind of like that on a holster. So it's not real big, about the size of a quarter down on there. You know, I think it'll look good. All right, well, I'm going to work on holsters and mute myself till someone actually arrives that I can talk to. So
Welcome back.
Hey, what's up, Scott?
How about just figured I'd jump in since you were alone in there with my account. So
Well, as much as I talk about to myself, everyone seems to comment on gun channels, but nobody can bother to get in the chat and actually have a real discussion.
I figured they'd be jumping in and still talking about parrots.
Parrots?
Yeah, I saw reports on Facebook today that one of the guys that one of the terrorists that they killed was one of the what do you call them, refugees that got into Greece.
Well, one of the guys who I heard was killed was a 30-year-old French person, French male. So it wasn't only, that they've not only gotten people into the country, but they've got people in the country who are suicidal for them,
They need inside help too. So
to an extent. I mean, you can have the inside help that is the people that you've already got in your mosques there that are already established and know how things work and can shield you. But getting an actual national on your side, that's kind of interesting to me, but it doesn't surprise me too much. I mean, they're always recruiting people in European countries. Just they rarely actually get someone who's from a non-Islamic country to go along with them. Hey, what's up, Matt?
What's going on?
Dude, I thought this was just the Nathan's Armory show for a minute there. I'm glad you joined.
Yeah, is my microphone working?
It is. You sound perfect.
Good. Just checking.
Here, I try.
Oh, dude, look at this. People are coming out of the woodwork. It's awesome.
So what are you doing? Making me another holster?
Yeah, this one's gonna say Mrs. Never Enough Ammo, and it's gonna be pink, but it's for you. It's not for your wife. It's for you.
Oh, I see. All right. I like pink, but she doesn't, so that's good.
Okay, that works out.
We're good there. I just got the belt today.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Oh, it's nice, man. It's perfect.
Hold on. First question. Does it fit?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's even big, so I got plenty of room. So if I want to start drinking beer and eating brownies all day, I'll be good to go for a while.
Yeah, that was part of my master plan.
Yeah, so
the first one.
Yeah. So yeah, and you actually spelled the name right, which is always a plus.
I got it on the second try.
Oh yeah, no, it's nice, man. Very, very nice. I think this one's nicer than the first one.
Well, I put a little extra work in that, and practice, helps and such.
Yeah. Oh, it's nice, man. It's a beautiful belt, man.
But,
Perfect. Now I got my setup, so I'll do a video here in the next couple days.
I'm still working on the ball gag. How big around is your head again?
If you go all the way around, it's about 34.5 inches.
All right.
So, yeah, just keep that in mind.
I'm glad you know that off the top of your head.
Yeah. Well, you got to be prepared for these types of situations. So, you never know.
That one I'm going to deliver in person.
Oh, I know you are.
Nathan, do you make holsters for cult detectives?
For what?
No,
Cult detectives.
just fat people.
Like, would you make a holster that would fit a cult detective?
What's a cult detective? Person who tries to find cults that are lost?
It's a 38 special freaking snubby revolver. It shoots 6 instead of 5, unlike the J-frame. I'll just say that it's not a J-frame.
I have not expanded yet into revolvers. Not that I'm against it. It's just haven't had a lot of requests. So I'm not opposed to that.
No,
The
all right.
question is this thing exotic enough that I'll make one and never make one again?
No, I think the detective is. You could probably. Well, yeah. The way because of the style of holsters you're doing, I think you can get a blue gun that would work with that and would work with some of the other snub nose Smith and Wessons and
Yeah,
different ones out there, because you're not doing an exact mold. So
No, I'm not.
You're
I'm
doing
not.
a general.
It's a little loose, and here's the thing: is being leather, it's malleable to a certain extent.
Yeah, it's going to start to form around the gun with the types with what you're doing. So
The
I think
question
you
is,
could. I
a
think
leather
if you
holster made for a J-frame would probably fit it just fine, right?
probably yeah. So I mean, you could probably just pick yourself up just a couple of blue guns or whatever you're using and
Blue
and a
guns.
couple, yeah, and just and have something, and then it'd be the right size, and then if he sends it to you, then you just kind of work your gun in there, and it's gonna fit tight when you get it, and then you just keep the gun in there and keep it working in there, and it will take shape around the gun.
And I will say this about my holsters is they're finished on the outside, but the inside is not totally sealed. So if you were to get them wet on the internal part, you could remold them in theory, but probably just better to let it naturally, like Matt did. Just spray it with oil and let it naturally form.
Yeah, I just sprayed the inside with the same gun oil I use with the rim oil, and let it soak in and pop the gun in there, and it just fits like a fucking glove, man. Although now I'm starting to think I'm it's for the Glock 17, or it'll fit a 19 or 26 or whatever. A little extra room on those other two, but now I'm thinking I might want to open carry the Glock 21. So I'm thinking about just spraying the shit out of it and I've fit that Glock 21 in there before. It'll fit. It's a tighter fit, but
I'm surprised because, trust me, I was making a holster for a Glock 30, and I have a Glock 21 here to make a holster out of, and I tried to put it in there once or twice, and it didn't fit, so I just stuck the Glock 19 in, and it was no problem. So
I crammed it in there once, but here's the thing. I had to actually put my thumb on the back of the slide so that it wouldn't rack the slide as I was pushing it in. I bet you, I don't think I'm going to. I may just have to get another holster from you or something, but
I'll give you a discount.
all right. But because I was thinking I was looking at it, and I've got that Gen 2 Glock 21 that I customized, and I did all that shit too, and made it all purdy, and it's got the little Texas logo on it and all that shit. I was like, that'd be a good gun to open carry. So that'll be another one.
Yep.
That'll be another one. Maybe I'll get this one in a different color. Maybe I'll go. What are all the colors are you doing? I was watching that video you did the other day, and I know you showed some of the stuff.
So
I actually watched your holster making video, by the way.
oh well, I'm sorry.
All like 14 minutes of it or whatever the hell it was.
It's a video I want to link in on my website so people can see how I make them. It's not just like, here's a great video. I only make 5-minute or shorter videos typically.
Yeah.
Got brown, got the neat's foot oil, which is what I sent you.
Yeah.
I also have mahogany.
So I think it was the mahogany that would, if I remember, it's got kind of a red tint to it, right?
There we go. So
Yeah. I'm just trying to think what a Glock 17 with a OD green slide is going to look good in.
it would look good in brown.
Brown.
It would look good in the neat's foot oil. It would look good in
Black, maybe.
this shade of like light brown. It would look good in tan. It would look good in.
Yeah.
I don't think I can get oil dye that is green. I could be wrong. Give me a second. No, just you laugh. It's
Oh,
possible.
I wouldn't be surprised.
You go look.
I just send me a natural one and I'll just spray paint it.
No. No.
I knew somebody who did that once. I about laughed my ass off. They spray painted a leather holster.
You might as well
Actually,
hide it somewhere public.
It actually held up much better than I thought it would. It still eventually all went to shit, but I was surprised. I think I'm going to wear this belt and holster setup even before we get open carry. I'm just going to have to wear an extra long shirt. Because I'm thinking that that opening day for the new Star Wars movie, you know, if I was a goat fucker and I wanted to shoot up a movie theater, that'd probably be the one I'd pick. I'm just saying.
Right.
Just throwing it out there. With everything going on right now, can't be too prepared.
So, real quick, I'm going to read off the choices in leather dyes that I have. It's USMC black, chocolate, dark brown, medium brown, light brown, tan, British tan, mahogany, ox blood, and red.
Did they show you like examples of what those colors would do to the leather?
You can go to Phoebing's website and see what colors that they offer.
I have no idea. Is that a PH or an F?
It is Fiebings. Phoebings.
Phoebings.com.
Yeah. And they're the people that make, like, if you see someone who makes a saddle, it's been dyed with Phoebings.
Okay.
They're the ones who make the oil-based leather dye. A lot of other people make dyes, but they're water-based.
Yeah.
Oil-based is the way to go on leather.
Colors. Let's see the colors.
So anyway, and to run down and buy one of these little bottles of it, I get them for $4 a bottle, so no big deal.
Well, now it's not showing me colors, damn it.
I've not been on their website recently. If you go to Tandy, well, no, they probably won't show it to you either. Crap.
Yeah. Oh, I'll fucking figure it out. I ain't gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna sit there and have this discussion on a live chat. We got to talk about some interesting shit.
Oh, well.
I don't know what, but
saying making holsters is not interesting.
No, I'm saying me deciding what dye I want on my next holster is not interesting. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, fair enough. And me It was a riveting 13 minutes, wasn't it? A riveting.
Indeed, 'twas.
Okay.
Truly, it
Just wanted to
was.
make sure. Didn't want to sell myself short. Excuse me a moment.
Will you pick?
Uh-oh. It's
What?
the little ones. I actually got lucky. I got a Saturday night, and it's basically just me and my son, and he's just in his room watching TV and playing video games. Good Lord. I never get a Saturday to myself.
I get Saturdays myself quite often, actually.
You got kids?
No.
Well, that's why. So I have fucking 4 of them.
Dang.
So 4 kids and a wife, so very rarely am I left alone on a Saturday night. But all the girls are out. My son's doing his own thing. I actually have a chance to jump on here on a Saturday night. So I assume over the last 24 hours, every single live chat on here has been about what happened in Paris.
Pretty much.
That's what I figured. I've been working, so I haven't really gotten a chance to jump on here, but I assumed that's what was going on, so I don't want to get into too much of that shit, because I'm sure it's been hashed and rehashed 27,000 times over. At least one would think. So what else is new? What else has been going on?
Not too much. Been, been looking for a holster for or a Colt Detective. Just see
Yeah.
if they're out there.
There's got to be some good. I you know, there's good holsters out there.
Yeah.
For it. Most of them are going to be leather.
Right.
Um, I don't know. I like Nathan's stuff. I'm happy with it. There's one he sent me.
What are you're happy with the
Nobody's talking to
happy
you.
with free?
I'm not.
Hey, I heard happy with free.
No, I said I'm happy with the holster. Shit.
It was free.
Well, it was free. Yeah, absolutely, and that makes it even nicer.
The nice holster, nice.
But hey, here's the thing though. Do you realize how many free holsters I've gotten?
Okay, fair
On my
enough.
time on YouTube. I'm just saying.
Fair enough.
The fact that I'm talking about it means I actually do like it because I've had many free holsters, and I think I have maybe 3, possibly 4 holster videos after 6 years on YouTube. So it's very rare that I actually really like one of the holsters that somebody sends me. So you impressed me. Plus, I'm a fan of leather, man. I'm just a fan of leather, and everybody's moved to Kydex, and I get it. I've got Kydex holsters. You know, unless I'm carrying my my LCR, then everything else I carry is going to be in a Kydex holster or something. And the Kydex is great. It's durable. It's, you know, your gun snaps in. It's secure. There's a lot of advantages to it, but there's just something about a damn leather holster that's just nice. It's just nice. Even on a new gun, I hear a lot of people, no, if you got a Glock or a Smith & Wesson M&P, you gotta have it in a Kydex holster. Why? That's stupid. I hear people say, oh, if you got a revolver, sure, get a leather holster. If you got a 1911, get a leather holster. Well, why can't I have a leather holster for my damn Glock? There's no reason not to.
You know what's rare? When he looks at your Kydex holster and goes, wow, that's a really nice piece of Kydex. Where'd you get that?
Yeah.
It's only if it's something fancy about it, like a Blackhawk with a light bill.
Well, or either that, or if it's you know the Kydex with the different patterns or the graphics or something on it, then that's kind of cool. And you know, there's those instances where somebody will take notice, I guess. You know, I mean, I will say I do know some guys that'll look at a Kydex holster and go, oh, that's a nice one. Where'd you get it? But it's just it's rare, and it certainly doesn't happen as often as it does with leather holsters. So, and not to knock Kydex at all. I got plenty of Kydex holsters, but
Hey, get off that box. Damn cat.
Sounds like someone's got some target practice. Cork would kick my butt saying that if he was in the chat.
I don't know what are the guys in the chat actually talking about? Somebody's saying that somebody's watching something.
Oh, you're just watching the Democratic debate.
There's a Democrat debate tonight.
Yes, sir.
What
I
channel?
don't know why, but there is.
On a Saturday night. They sure don't want anybody to watch their debates, do they? They don't want anybody to see how horrible they are, I guess.
Yeah.
What channel is it on?
I think MSN or something like that.
Is it MSN?
They just watching it online, man.
I'm going to go check it out. I'm not going to go check it out. I'm going to sit here and look at it on my computer while we're talking. Just see, let's see. MSN.
Look, if your mic starts talking in Hillary's voice, I'm going to mute you.
No, I got a headset on. I don't see anything on MSNBC.
Okay, Matt, got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
I'm building a paddle holster for my 3-inch 1911, and I already have the design to do a thumb brake, so I'm going to do a thumb brake on it.
Yeah.
I'm not pro brake, but since the point of this holster is to advertise my holsters when people see it on me, I think having a thumb brake on it might be advantageous for that purpose. What do you think?
Yeah. I like the idea of a thumb brake just for open carry, honestly. It's not, I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter. It's not like
Well,
you.
it does. I had my mother once when I carried my 3-inch 1911 see me show it to someone, and she goes, "Oh, the hammer's back on that." And I went, "It's okay, Mom. It's designed to be that way." And I
Yeah.
tried to explain one carry to her, which totally. She was just like, she thought it looked like a cowboy pistol with the hammer back, and it was ready to go off in an instant. So I get that. My mom thought that. She's been around guns. She's not nervous around guns, but she had a reaction to it. So I'm
Yeah.
thinking thumb brake on 11 is the way to go.
Yeah, no, I
Just-
would definitely, I'd definitely say that I mean, for the purpose of just advertising, there's probably more people that'll want a thumb brake on the holster than not. So you might as well.
I've been getting a lot of that feedback on the 1911s. A lot of people want thumb
Yeah.
brakes.
Okay, I found it. The Democratic debate, part 1.
Yeah, part 1 apparently.
Oh,
How many
that's all
fucking parts is this gonna be? Good lord.
52.
Maybe.
I'm just thinking how many weeks there are on the year.
Hmm.
Okay, so while he's getting in on that, I was actually reading today a little bit about how AKs get into Paris, and as opposed to them just coming with them from Africa through shipping channels and getting into Paris, the way that most of the black market AKs arrive in Paris, according to this article I read, was simply this: that over in the former Soviet republics and the Soviet Union, they have replaced the AK with the AK-74. So there are a ton of AK-47s that are now boxed up and in storage.
Yeah.
And magically, these generals and rich high-end officials somehow seem to have them lost, and they get a lot of money, and they get on trucks, and they get moved across through trucks and other means, and
Yeah.
smuggled in every European country on the mainland continent. Because, again, it's really easy to take a chunk of metal and wood and drive it somewhere if you don't have to go through heavy-duty border custom things. They have so much free trade there. You just stick it on a big truck underneath a bunch of other machinery in crates, and it smells like metal and wood and oil, just like all the other machinery things.
Yeah.
Dogs ain't going to catch drugs. And I'm sure in those countries, they're like our states. They're different countries, but they're a lot like our states. And with the European trade route and stuff, it's like, man,
Oh yeah, they don't, in between each other. I mean, we talk-
you're going to get
yeah, I mean, going from Germany to France to, whatever. It is a very different. It's almost like I'm gonna go on, go shopping over here for the day. And I'm just gonna hop across the border real quick. So it's a different than what we would think anyway.
right. And again, they have porous borders, the same as we do, but even more so. And those items can just be moved across those countries. And again, there's one reason we don't have AK-47s readily available, fully automatic ones here in the United States. It's because we have enough other firearms that we just don't want to pay for it. That's my honest opinion. I mean, if we didn't have access to other firearms and they knew they could ship thousands of AKs and up across the Mexican border and sell them to us, they would do that. But there's just not a high demand because we have enough firearms of our own, and criminals like to carry pistols in this country.
Yeah.
But if they were cut off from all guns, Kalashnikovs would flow into this country like water with as much money as we have. Yeah. Why sell your Kalashnikov in Paris for $1,200 US when you can sell it in the U.S. for $2,000 to a drug dealer because he can't get a pistol. You know? I would say the main reason that this country, even though we have the number of firearms that we have, the number of deaths aren't that high, is not only for multiple factors, but because most gun criminal actions are with pistols, not with rifles. Because pistols are concealable. Period. And I guarantee you, it's probably easier to get a Kalashnikov in Europe, a fully automatic one. It's probably the same price as getting a pistol, to be honest with you. Anyone else have thoughts on that?
Please feel free to share. Anyone. Sorry, I'm like half paying attention to Martin O'Malley being a jackass. It's
No,
so
fair.
hard to watch that shit. It's just so hard to watch. This is why they put it on a Saturday night. They know nobody's going to watch it. They know nobody wants to watch it, but they have to give them a place to do this stuff so that everybody can get their sound bites for Monday morning. You know, all the news programming can have their sound bites and they can cherry pick what they want to show. So they have to have the debate. So it's got to be there, but you know, they don't want anybody to actually watch it live.
Well, do you think it's also part of network power? I mean, you certainly wouldn't want a debate during Monday Night Football, right?
Well,
Right.
no. Yes,
Yeah.
but I mean, the other thing is, if people gave two shits about the Democratic debates, okay, they would be on a fucking Wednesday night like the GOP debates are, because people give a shit about those debates right now. Because everybody that's running, because everything that's going on, those debates are getting ratings. And so we've had him on. Okay, we had CNN, we had Fox, we had CNN, we had CNBC, and we had Fox Business. We had those 4 debates already in the last month and a half, and they're always like on a Wednesday night or a Tuesday night, and prime time. And CBS is putting it on fucking Saturday night on this one. Why? Because they know nobody wants to watch it. They're not going to get any ratings anyway, so they're not going to interrupt any of their other broadcasting for this crap. They're just not going to do it. You know what I mean? So it's just not. It's not even. And they're not going to compete. Nobody's going to watch this. I mean, the GOP debates, they compete. People watch the hell out of those. People were not watching other stuff so that they could watch the debates live. So it's but nobody gives a crap about Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders, and all they're doing is just standing up there. Basically, the moderators are just stroking them off, letting them just say what they want to say. The only good shit that's coming in right now is people tweeting. They got this kind of live feed of people tweeting, and basically on that feed, people are actually calling out the candidates, for the bullshit they're saying. But the moderator's not doing shit. They're Bernie Sanders is kind of ragging on Hillary Clinton because she voted for the Iraq War, but, I don't know. And all they're doing is talking about how everybody else should be taking care of the fucking ISIS problem. Not one of them has said anything about the fact that the same people who are doing this crap, who committed the attacks over there, are probably already over here. I don't know, whatever.
I just wonder if they're going to use this attack as more rules and regulations on us now.
I don't think they can. I don't think they can, really. This is not a gun issue, and they know it. They can't.
Yeah.
There's no way for that argument to. The two just simply don't connect. What I think they're going to just keep doing is try to just sweep it under the rug and ignore it. Remember,
Hold on, wait. I just want to throw my 2 cents in. America, 127 French people got shot by terrorists. We should have gun control. Nobody cares.
Right.
127 French people died by eating French fries. We would still go to McDonald's the next day. I mean, it does not matter to us in America. Seriously, as a country, we could care less.
Well, and it should though. It should because the people that did
Yeah, I'm
this.
just saying, but the American population could care.
I know. Well, and I think it's going to get some attention. I don't know how much, but I hope it gets enough national attention and they don't just fucking forget in 2 days. But
No, it deserves
the
because
the point is, I mean, the people that did this, the groups that got together and did this, their ultimate goal, the pinnacle for them, is to pull something off like that here in the United States. That's like their gold standard. That's what they want. That's their peak. That's what their highest achievement would be at this point.
what they're doing right now is they went and watched the movie The Siege and went, wow, that's a great instructional video, and they pulled it off in Paris. Now they're going to think they can pull that off in New York.
Yeah.
Where it happened. They're going to literally ramp up and decide, okay, we've hit Paris multiple times, we've had success, we got to take this now to the next level, and that's to the USA.
Absolutely.
They're going to do that.
Yeah, they are. And if they're smart, if they're even half smart about it, they can do it. I don't, you know, I mean, it's. Let's be honest. I mean, there's just certain conversations you just unfortunately can't have because you can't sit there and, you know, put shit out there without somebody getting a knock on their fucking door sometimes. But I mean, let's be honest. If somebody really wanted to pull off something like that, I mean, you have groups of, you know, 10 people or less. It could easily be done if somebody was determined to do it. You know, I mean, the only thing that has managed in the past to stop this stuff is the fact that these people are stupid and they get, you know, they come over here and they advertise that they're basically a fucking Islamist, and so they go to the local, you know, mosque that's being monitored by the FBI and they start emailing and texting people, you know, who are known terrorists, and they call freaking Syria 10 times a week, and they do stupid shit that gets them watched.
No, I would disagree with you on that fact, because if you look at what the last successful organization did was they raised up multiple groups in Europe, funded them, sent them here with a mission, kept them underground, and had them accomplish it. Now what that takes is it takes an ass load of money. It takes a lot of money to send people over here, to get them the visas, to get them into the country, to get them set up, to get them prepared, to get them trained. They spent millions of dollars on 9/11 to get that.
Yeah, but they don't have to do that anymore because those people are already here. They've already proven they can.
If they send people to our soil, it's very difficult because they have to get English speaking. They have to get people trained right.
Oh yeah, I don't think if anything happens here, it's going to be people that came from over there. It's going to be people who were already here who they have turned.
Yeah, and
if it happens, that's how it's going to happen. They're going to use people who are already here, who are already U.S. citizens, who speak English, who were probably born and raised here, and they've been, you know.
But the born and raised Americans, to convert them is too difficult. It's too difficult to convert them without it getting on our radar, to be honest with you. I'm serious.
Well, it depends on the circumstance. I mean, if you're going to assume that every and training is a completely different issue. There's a lot of logistical issues you have to think about. That if you just want, I mean, look at some of the stuff they've tried to pull off, but they were unable to do so because people were stupid and you know, did things to get themselves caught. Like
all of them were single action people, though.
I understand that, but it doesn't.
All single action people.
Oh, I know, I understand that, but what I'm saying is it doesn't have to be that way. It's people that got stupid and went off and decided they were going to pull something off on their own. What I'm saying is they have not done it yet, but they can. If somebody was smart, it could be done. It could be done very easily. Now, the training issue, maybe that's something that you don't do. Maybe you just give somebody a gun and say, look, we know you're not trained, but there's 10 of you, and you're going to roll into this mall, and you're just going to kill everybody you see.
Okay,
that's what you're going to do.
Okay, so Matt,
mm-hmm.
I just have to. I want to share this.
Okay.
Is Step one is you have to bring them in, get them conditioned to the point that they're willing to give their own lives away for the cause. Okay? That's the trouble with doing it over the internet and get a lot of people. Hold on.
No, it's true. Yeah, and there's because then there's a trail, and then they start watching you. Because that's the biggest part of it to overcome is how do you do it in a way to where you're not, making phone calls and you're not going to certain websites and you're not going to certain mosques and you're not posting certain things on Facebook, and it's all these ways that they track them now. That's what gets them caught. If you are smart enough, you can avoid that. There are many, many ways to avoid that if they truly wanted to. And eventually somebody's going to get smart enough and do that. Eventually somebody's going to figure out the different ways that they can go about communicating and they can go about organizing without posting shit on the internet or using a fucking phone. I mean, we've successfully managed to, have all over the world incidents where people, used guerrilla warfare tactics without the use of the internet and cell phones, for, hundreds of years, long before we had these things in the last 15, 20 years. So it is possible to do. It's just something that, as of yet, has not been done. But eventually somebody's going to get smart enough and they're going to figure it out. And then somebody's going to go back to some old school way of doing shit. And we're going to have a problem unless people smarten the fuck up and realize what's happening and why it's happening. Stop importing people from other countries that we don't know what their deal is. I don't know. I'm sure because I'm sure I'm just repeating shit that's been talked about on these chats over the last 24 hours, so I'm going to back it off, but I'm just throwing it out there. Oh well. All right, I'll be right back. Y'all feel free to talk amongst yourselves.
All right. I might join that I hate guns chat about that. Might join G-Webs. That's what I'm trying to say. Muslim.
Sorry, I'm back. What's up?
What's up?
Okay, so training a terrorist requires multiple aspects of the training. One is you have to have them in a situation where you can train them religiously to follow the faith. You have to be able to demoralize your enemy, and you have to be able to incorporate that killing them is good and that there's a benefit to you. Same thing we do in basic boot camp. It takes at least 3 months of hardcore training with superior people above you training you to do this before you'll go in and strap a bomb to yourself and blow yourself the hell up. Same as we do with our 18-year-olds that we send up a beach to get shot. So, doing it over the internet is not that easy. You've got to train people you trust and get them into the country. It ain't easy. Now, when you have 1 million Syrian refugees flowing into all of Europe, guess what? You can sneak 1 or 2 in easy. Because it's just the kid of some Syrian refugee that's come into your country who smiles at you. Know what I mean?
I got you, Nathan.
I'm just saying, it's Germany, France, every country is having Syrian refugees flow in there and are taking them in, and ISIS can sneak in bad apples underneath that.
Nathan, most of those refugees are not from Syria. They are from Iraq and Iran. The Syrians, they are not that much Syrians.
Okay.
The
Hold on.
The other guys are using this opposition, and they are coming to there. For example, for my country, the most are from Iraq, and then there are a lot of from Somali and Afghanistan and Albania, and Albania is part of European Union, so it's those guys doesn't get any.
Hold on. The only country you mentioned not on one of recent war lists was Albania. From Afghanistan, people from Iran, people from Syria. These are all places we've dropped bombs on recently or had some type of negative influence.
Yes.
God bless you. God bless you for letting them in, but good Lord, these are from countries that are your enemies.
Yes.
The people.
Those Albanians, there is no war going on the Albania, and Albania is at Europe. Though there is that money thing. So because they don't make any money at Albania, and if you get citizens of any Nordic countries, then you don't need to work anymore because the government pays all your houses and etc. So that's why they are coming to here, but they don't get that permission to stay here. But anyway, they don't get the permission to stay, but they are still here, and it's very expensive, and it takes few years to kick those people out, so they get at least 1 or 2 year free care.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to tell you something. I have customers who ran a restaurant who were from Albania, and I have some other customers from Albania, and a couple of them are okay, but the vast majority of these Albanians that run these restaurants come in are just a massive pain in the ass. Okay, I'm talking about alcoholic, smoking all the time, going up in Star and gambling, and then coming in to talk to me about how they shouldn't have been charged overdraft charges. And I'm like, you're a drunk gambling alcoholic. What can I do here for you? You know, I mean, it just, and they yell and they smoke and they stink, and it's awful. But again, that's my experience with Albanians. Now, you know, the dad was okay, but the sons were just balls out crazy lunatics. And I've known a few other Albanian customers who they're just way, like, you're like, are you on drugs or on speed? But they're not. It's just them, just the way they are.
It's that cultural thing, because most of those East European countries, they had the thing with Soviet Union, so they are coming from the other planet. I try to be politically correct right now, but they are coming from different kind of culture, and the major part, I think, is the Soviet Union and what it made.
No, I know about that. I got a good buddy. He's got a wife. She's always suspicious about stuff. And if the KGB lived their life and my life for 40 years, I'd be suspicious too. But the Albanians ain't just suspicious, they're nuts that I've met. And just some cultures that are just a little more nuts than others. Russians are pretty kind of laid back, except for they're just suspicious of the government and other things.
Yes, there are cultural differences between the different countries. But anyway, the most of those how English is so hard. Refugees, which are coming to Europe, the minority are from Syria. The war is going at the Syria, but the most of the people are coming from different countries like Iraq, and some of those refugees are ex-soldiers, and there has been some kind of groups are doing what government should do. So some people are checking the past of those guys, like from Facebook, and some of those soldiers have been posted some photos to Facebook with all their uniforms and dead bodies and etc. And now they are coming to here and saying that they are that they need a asylum. They need a place to hide because they had made some war crimes. They are not saying that they have made some war crimes, but they want a place to be where they can be safe because they have made some things out there, and if they are here and they are and the war crimes are true, we cannot ship those guys back to the Iraq or Iran because they will their sentence won't be a death. So we know that we have war criminals which have made a lot of bad things in our country, but we have to keep those because we cannot ship them back because then they will die. So they are living here and they don't need to work or do anything else because the government gives the money. That's Europe.
Okay, sorry about that. I was just having to stamp out something on a pattern. I'm gonna let it dry.
How that moisture is coming.
They're coming good. I just wish I had more orders, but I think there's a way. I think you have to like pay Google like blood money to have them stick you up higher on their search engine.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had some inquiries from just people who watch videos and have seen my videos and other people's, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I really like it," but they don't pull the trigger and buy them. So, I guess what I need to do is reach out to people who just are like Googling, "I want a leather holster."
Yeah.
You know, because I mean, certainly mine are good. They're about the same price as a little bit. Actually, some of them are a little less than you buy in the store. For the quality you get, they're better actually.
Yeah. I've got a question to ask the lobby. Just kind of get off sidetrack from the whole Paris, France thing.
No, ask it.
I went to my local range today and qualified on the outdoor range, and I don't know if you guys have ranges where you guys are at. Do you guys have, you know, we have an indoor range, we have an outdoor range, and it's kind of a strict range, probably one of the more stricter ranges that I've been to. You know, they make you qualify on the indoor range, then they make you qualify in the outdoor range with rifles. You know, you got to put 10 shots at the prone, 10 shots at sitting or kneeling, 10 shots standing from 100 yards. They want to make sure all rounds are on target. They basically want to make sure, you know, because they've had instances with people who have shot over the berm, and houses are maybe a mile away, but they've had, you know, incidences where rounds have hit people's houses, or so they're very, very, very strict, and they've been close to being closed down by the town. And one of the more strict ranges that I've been to. But what do you guys run into as far as what are your local ranges that you guys shoot at? What are their rules and regulations to become members? Are they that safety cartridges as the one that I just described?
So, okay, so I'm going to begin by saying that the range I'm a member of down in Haltom City, Texas, they have a lot of very old members. I'm talking about the board is all in their 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
And most of the people there who are members are in their 60s and 70s. So they have a rule that if you have a semi-automatic rifle or pistol, you can only put 5 bullets in it.
Yeah.
And their theory is if the sear breaks on a rifle, then it can't go full auto and shoot through the roof. And they're old and think, why would you need to shoot more than 5 shots at one time?
Yeah.
On the flip side of that, if it's a competition, they throw the rule out the window. If you're shooting the falling steel plates, you can put 6 in because there's 6 plates instead of the 5 bullet rule. And I'm sitting here looking and going, what? And they have a rule down on the 200-yard range. We actually have a 200-yard range that you can't shoot powder on the 200 range or a 45-70 because some idiot with a black powder and another with a 45-70 shot the piece because he was trying to arc a bullet in. And I got busted on that one day shooting my ultimate muzzle loader, and I was like, what do you mean I can't shoot this thing on this range? They go, that's black powder. I went, yeah. And they're like, well, you can't shoot black powder on the 200-yard. And I went, I've got a 3-inch group at 200 yards with an open sight.
Yeah.
And they're like, it's against the rules. And I'm like, what? And then I asked them why. I said, why would that be against the rule? And they go, because some guy with a black powder was there and shooting the 200-yard range.
Yeah.
And it seems like all their rules are in place from something that happened in the past 40 years that somebody did. It was stupid. They set rules up for the stupidity people.
It sounds like the place that I go, you know.
So the offset on that is if there is a group coming in or a competition or something, they just follow their rules and throw all their rules out the window.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so their rules become moot if they're running a match.
Yeah.
But the rules are stricter than the match otherwise. Which, again, a bunch of 60, 70-year-old guys who just shoot World War II guns at the 100-yard range, they don't give a shit.
That's pretty much like the club that
it's very Flood-esque of them.
You know, they're all in the competition. They're all, you know, very, very competition orientated, and
Quick question. So, at my range, it actually kind of makes sense because they use steel baffling now. They spent a lot of money putting up steel baffling.
Yeah,
but
No.
At an outdoor range I used to go to, they said you can't shoot steel core bullets on our range.
Yeah.
And I looked at them and went, I'm shooting through a giant berm of dirt that is 30 feet thick.
Right.
Why couldn't I shoot steel core bullets like, the MP5s or whatever, the penetrators? And they go, well, our insurance won't let us. And I'm trying to figure that out, the logic behind an outside range with a dirt dam
Yeah.
not letting you shoot that.
It doesn't make sense. Yeah, I mean,
It doesn't
30 feet of dirt will stop anything. Yeah.
Maybe they're more likely to start fires or something. I don't know.
No,
And
they're
like
not.
dirt, but it's like it's dirt. It's like I don't know, dude.
Doesn't
No,
matter.
there's no chance of fire. It's not that they said that you can't shoot tracers. They said you
Oh,
can't.
so you can shoot tracers, okay.
Yeah, they said you can't shoot steel core. They didn't say anything about tracers.
Yeah, with a lot of ranges that I go to, they don't like the steel core ammo. It's like, why? I don't understand that. I mean, in the indoor range, I could see, because the backstop.
Hold on, they claim it's insurance reasons, but I have a feeling that they just want to reclaim dirt with copper lead.
Yeah.
Like
More
when
likely.
I think it's a cost thing. When they suck the dirt out and they put new dirt in, they get to refine that and sell it off, and it cuts the profit if the sealing cores. So they just steal it all because they want to make money. Which again, I would respect that. If the guy at the range went, "You're not allowed to shoot steel core ammunition here," why not? Well, insurance reasons. No, because we don't let you because we reclaim the copper and the lead. I'd be like, okay. At that same range, they let me pick up all the spare casings I wanted because I made friends with the range officers.
Right.
And they're like, yeah, pick it up. I was like, yeah, this guy shot this, and can I pick that up? Oh, yeah, sure. Or this guy said I could pick this up. And I just picked up after a couple months, I picked all up I wanted.
And y'all got some weird rules at your ranges. Basically, our ranges down here is just don't point your gun at anybody and don't shoot anybody. It's essentially like
That's
keep your guns loaded.
That
if your
seems
gun's-
pretty draconian.
Yeah,
I mean, if your gun's loaded, just kind of please keep it pointed down range. That's essentially what
that's
our ranges
Sounds
down
like
here are. We had a range once that tried to tell people, and I remember it was the last time I ever went there, and I was picking up brass and just from what I had been shooting, it was an indoor range. I just wanted to go try out a pistol, and a guy came in, and he had come in earlier and said no rapid firing, because I was doing just a little drill, and I was just shooting 3 rounds very quickly in a little drill, and apparently that was rapid firing, and then he came in and said, yeah, you can't pick up the brass. He said, once it hits the floor, it's ours. And I literally looked him straight at. I was like, no, fuck you. I'm picking up my brass. I paid for it.
stuff,
I'm like, you go fuck yourself. Oh, once it hits the floor, it's ours. No, fuck you, dude. That's not how shit works in real life, bro.
If I drop $20 on the ground, it's not your $20. It's still
yeah,
like
no
$20.
shit. Man. It's like, yeah, no, that don't work like that. You can go eat a bag of dicks if you're gonna try and tell me I can't pick up my own brass. So I never went there again, and they ended up closing. But yeah, I don't know. It's a gun range. I mean, there's no.
But I mean, they're out there. I'm thinking about taking my membership elsewhere and doing another range that's a lot more better, a lot more laid back.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to have some rules because you got new people coming, so you want the new people to be able to say, look, these are the things we want you guys to pay attention to, because there are going to inevitably be people in there that are buying their first gun and trying out their first gun, and you want them to understand some of the basic rules of gun safety, especially at a range when they're surrounded by other people.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's fine. But the crazy shit, 5 rounds in your gun, what the fuck is that?
They're making guys qualify 100 yards at 100 yards just to qualify just to shoot rifle outdoors. That is so crazy. I mean,
yeah,
it's kind of insane. Yeah.
I mean, the NRA standards, sitting, standing, kneeling. I'm like, come on, that's just That's
Well,
just
that's the thing.
above
You're
and
not. You should be. You should have a. If you're going to run a range, you should be, especially nowadays, you should be encouraging new people to want to go there, and
Yeah.
to not have to abide by stupid rules, especially when a lot of these rules are, made. The only people that are going to understand why it's a rule are people who've been shooting for a while, and just stick to the basics. Say, look, keep your gun pointed down range. If something happens to it, malfunction, anything like that, you need help with it, ask for help. We'll take care of you. Just make sure that you don't walk out onto the range at any time unless you come and ask somebody that works there, and they can clear the range for you. Just basic, simple stuff. Don't point your gun at anybody here in the range, please.
Yeah.
Not even when it's unloaded, just for the hell of it.
That's one
And
down.
real basic stuff that anybody can understand, that even new gun owners can look at and go, okay, yeah, that makes sense, awesome.
Absolutely.
And basic stuff, and then you I don't know, you put the assumption that people aren't idiots. I mean, we've been dealing with guns for a long time in this country without needing rules and shit. I mean, I don't know. If some of it just goes a little too far, and I don't want to knock all the ranges that do have rules. I'm sure they have rules. They think they need them for whatever reason, and that's their thing.
Yeah, I mean,
They're their own entity that they can do whatever they want when they're there. Short of tell me I can't pick up my own damn brass, because go fuck yourself if you try to tell me that. But it's their range. They can do what they want. That's fine. But it's not the type of range I would go to, because I think that's just stupid, and excessive, and it's
Okay, so Matt, just one quick question. On the range you're currently at, with live fire, if someone is brown and wearing a sombrero and runs down range, do you have to stop firing? Is that the
well, if the range master sees him, yeah. Otherwise, no. See, here's the thing. I go to two different ranges.
This is South Texas open season.
I go to two different ranges. One of them, it would absolutely be load it up and start firing, and that's the one where literally the berm is on the river. The berm is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, if you go, there's a couple pistol ranges, a shotgun range, and a rifle range. The rifle range is 300 yards. At the end of that 300 yards is a berm. On the other side of that berm is the Rio Grande River.
Oh, shit.
So if you shoot high, you're shooting into Mexico.
And who gives a shit if it...
And I have shot high many times before on accident. That's one range. Now the other range is not in anything like that. So yeah, they'd probably say something if good old Krusty Sanchez was running across the range. But yeah, it just depends on which range you go to. So.
Were you thinking about moving to Idaho, Matt? At one point, I know you.
Yeah. We still are.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's probably a year and a half, 2 years away, but.
Oh, nice.
But,
that'll be a big change.
Yeah, well, I mean, I used to live in Colorado. I used to live in a little mountain town in Colorado.
Okay.
And I was born and raised in North Texas. I was born and raised in Dallas. But I ended up going up to Colorado for about a year when I was 19 and loved it. Loved the mountains, loved the snow. And as we've gotten, me and my wife are getting older, it's like, I just fucking want to go someplace where there's seasons. There's no seasons in South Texas. It's just always swamp ass.
Yeah.
Like literally, man, I'm looking at my phone right now. It's 80 degrees outside. It is 8:55 at night, and it's 79 degrees outside in November. It's ridiculous. I mean, I grew up in Dallas. It wasn't even like this in Dallas. Granted, Texas is huge. So Dallas is.
Hold on. I'm in Dallas. It's 58 right now.
Yeah, see, that's at least some nice cool weather. And that's what I was used to growing up. Dallas actually has seasons, and they occasionally get snow and stuff like that. Nothing down here, man.
Yeah,
I've been here for
Colorado.
I've been here for 13 years, and it just sucks. It fucking sucks. I'm ready to go. My wife's ready to go. So we started.
Gotta be hotter than hell down there in the summer.
Oh fuck yeah, dude! It's ridiculous. And it's not even that it's hot. It actually gets hotter in Dallas than it gets here. Like I remember summers in Dallas where it was 113 degrees. Down here, 101, 102. But
it's like that long.
It's all humidity. It's all humidity. You literally sweat driving in a car with air conditioning. Not because you're hot, but because it's so fucking humid. I mean, it's bad, man. So anyway, we decided we wanted to go somewhere else, so we started doing some research and checking out just different stuff, everything from taxes to gun laws to whatever at different states. And when it came down to it, the best fucking state around appears to be Idaho. You know, that's even it's all southern Idaho and northern Utah where all the preppers are heading right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the combination of what we're used to in Texas, where there isn't a state income tax, there is lots of good freedom for gun laws, there's lots of hunting rights and things like that. You're looking at that location, those areas.
How's the job market up that way?
It's about the same as it is in Texas, from what I understand, because of the fact that a lot of people, it started to boom there because there's a lot of people moving there for that reason, and they actually have shit tons. I was looking it up the other day. They have ass tons of ammo manufacturers that have moved to Idaho. Just I'd never even, you know, and a lot of new gun manufacturers, accessory manufacturers, ammo manufacturers, gun shops, survivalist shops, just like cool shit that, you know, I'm into. A lot of new businesses are opening up in Idaho because it's very favorable to people who, you know, like that type of shit, you know, people who are pro-gun, pro-freedom, prepper types. So it seems to be yeah. If for the research we did, I mean it was pretty much it was the best place to go. I mean it's arguably better than Texas. I mean, you know, and I love Texas, but yeah, I mean they've had open carry for a while.
I was looking at Idaho. It looks like it's right on. Southern Idaho is right in line with Wyoming on the map. You know.
Oh yeah.
So,
yeah, it's.
I've been to Wyoming, and Wyoming is literally a no man's land. I think.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's. And even Idaho. I was looking at Idaho. I think the total population of Idaho is less than. I live in what's called the Rio Grande Valley area of Texas, right? And they call it the Rio Grande Valley, right? And it's basically just like 3 counties and several towns, several cities. There's less people in Idaho than there is in this part of Texas. This very small 3-county area of Texas. More people here than all of Idaho. And this is not a major metropolitan area of Texas.
Okay, so here it is. Wyoming has 500,000 or 584,000 people, and Idaho has 1.6 million people, and they're about the same size. So a lot more people in Idaho than Wyoming.
Yeah. Wyoming is just it's a ghost town from what I understand.
Well, most of your population in Idaho is probably Boise, Idaho, and the Boise area. You know. Because I know the Boise area is grown quite a bit, but I mean that's probably most of the population of the state is right in that area.
Well, you know what? For an elk hunter like me, I'm looking at the map on it, and Idaho's got a hell of a lot of mountain.
Oh hell yeah! I like to go hiking and backpacking too. I would love to go back out west again. I've been out west plenty of times, and I would love to live out there.
It looks like a pretty good place, man. So
I dare say, looking at the mountainous activity, like just where the Rockies are, that Wyoming has some mountainous area up in the upper left, and Idaho has twice the amount of mountain in it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, the whole center of Idaho
is a mountain.
It's just all fucking mountain ranges. I mean, it runs right up the center and goes all the way up into Canada. And then basically You've got a little bit on the west side, pretty much all the way north, all the way down south. You've got some towns that are sprinkled across the west side of the state, and then on the east side of the state, you got a couple towns right there close to Wyoming, and then most of the area is all down south. You've got Boise over there in the kind of the southwest side, and some other towns around there, Idaho Falls, and some other places that kind of stretch along the southern side of the southern end. We were looking at places that were close to Boise just for the sake of jobs and just being close to a decent sized city. I mean I like the mountains and all that, but I also want to be able to fucking go to the movies and buy some groceries and shit. But
few and far between in Idaho. I mean, it's pretty desolate going across there.
yeah, I mean that's the thing. So I wanted we were looking at places that were in and around Boise area, and even that. I mean, you think about it, Boise's the largest city in Idaho, sorry, but it's still fucking tiny compared to what most of us are used to when it comes to a city.
Yeah,
it's not
too. It's all, a lot of it's all new development.
Yeah. So it's not. I mean, it's still in and of itself. It's kind of
Yeah, I mean, looking at
Hold on. I'm going to say where Matt lives in South Texas, I doubt it would be much different.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's probably pretty similar as far as now. Obviously, less population because the whole state has less population than just my part of Texas. But I'm thinking the way it's laid out would be fairly similar because I mean we have. We are no major metropolitan area compared to Dallas and Austin and San Antonio and Houston, but we have everything you need. We have malls, we have movie theaters, we have 5,000 Walmarts and tons of grocery stores and, all the Starbucks and everything you would think of, right? So we've got it here. It's not like we're in some podunk town. It's just we don't have like fucking skyscrapers and shit around here, and we don't, what I mean? It's not that type of city area. So I'm figuring that that area is probably pretty similar, at least from everything I've seen. So just less people, which is fine with me, man. I don't know, man. I'm just ready to go somewhere where it can snow and I can go hunting. Yeah. Texas is great, but man, and Nathan, you know what I'm talking about here. Hunting in Texas is expensive. And the reason it is expensive is because, and this is a good thing for people and a good thing for, just in general, but it's bad for when you want to go hunting. Texas is, 93 to 95% privately owned land. Very little Texas state.
In the woods and go hunting.
Yeah, there's very little state or federally owned land. So when you want to go hunting, you have to pay somebody to go hunting on their land. If I want to go hog hunting for a weekend, it can cost me up to $2,500.
Oh, frig that.
Yeah. So see, that's the problem with hunting in Texas, and I like hunting. And I've been lucky most of my life to be able to go, go with friends who have leases and that type of stuff. Yeah,
family members, things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've been lucky, but but that was mostly when I lived in Dallas. Now that I've been living down here for a while, I haven't been hunting, nearly as often. I mean, I started getting back into it a couple of years ago because a buddy of mine got a lease, and so I got lucky there. But it's just so fucking expensive to go hunting.
I didn't think it was that tough in Texas.
Oh, no, I mean, and Nathan, back me up here, man. It's expensive.
Okay, so my brother lives in Houston, and when he had a deer lease to go hunt down on, he paid, I think, $1,500 a year for his deer lease that had cattle on it.
Yeah.
That they're running cattle. He's just hunting some farm. $1,500 was the average going rate.
I can go hunting,
That's normal. That's normal. You can't find a lease under $1,000 a year here.
Don't have to ask anybody.
But here's the thing about it. Do they cap it? Because like down here, my buddy got a lease and he's paying. Crap. What is it? He was splitting it with another guy and they're each paying $900. So for a lease, and I can't remember how many acres it is. But the owner got a contract, capped it. He can only get so many does, and he can shoot all the hogs he wants, but of course, not enough fucking hogs, so it doesn't really make it worth it. And he can only show. I can't remember I can't remember what it was, what the layout is, but every year he can only shoot so much. You know, and it's less than your, you know, what you're allowed to shoot anyway. You know, when you get your hunting license, so it's like you're paying. And when he averaged it out, he was paying a ridiculous amount of money per deer. It was like it didn't make any sense. He's like, and this is somebody who hunts for he like me. He hunts for meat. I go hunting. I want meat. I'm not just going out there. I'm not just going out there to kill something. Okay. So I want it to be worth it. And when you average it out, it's like it's not worth it. I can go to the fucking grocery store and buy beef.
Absolutely.
Cheaper
For that
than,
price, you can
cheaper
buy a
than
lot.
what I'm paying for.
When you're spending $500 for a 100-pound deer, it's not worth
Yeah,
it. A
that's
100-pound
not-
deer yields only 40 pounds of meat.
Yeah, absolutely.
You might as well buy beef.
It's a shame because
Yeah.
you guys had all
Yeah.
kinds of places, cool places to go for deer in Texas. I mean, you guys got plenty of deer down there. I mean,
Oh yeah, we got plenty of deer. You just got to pay to go
Yeah.
shoot it.
And
that's
it's at a premium.
Yeah.
It all lives on private land.
Yep. And that's one of the attractive things about Idaho is it does have a lot of state land where you can just you go get your license and you can just go hunting.
probably a lot of federal land too, and I
Yeah. And so there's places you can do that, and so again you're comparing it's nice. I mean, Texas has the freedom where the state doesn't come in and take land from people and shit, and that's cool, but it sucks when you want to go hunting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you're like, shit, I gotta pay somebody however much they want to charge, and I can get better deals if I go up north, but then I have to drive 9 hours north to go hunting, and then that's all, that's a couple $100 in gas and time and all this shit. So I mean, it's expensive to hunt in Texas. That's basically what it boils down to. I want to go somewhere where it is not expensive to go hunting.
$25 for everything here. It's for your tag. It's your hunting, fishing, deer, turkey, everything.
I pay. What is it, Nathan? I haven't even gone and got my license yet this year. What is it? It's 20. 26 for the hunting, and then the fishing is like 60.
Oh,
Well, hold on.
Well, no, that's the combo. That's the combo. So it's 60 something
That's
if you get the hunting and the fishing, but then the fishing is like 40 by itself. I can't remember.
Hold on. For me, with archery, it was $30, I think. $7 archery tag, $30 total.
Yeah. And a buddy of mine, him and his family own about 2,500 acres, about 25 minutes from me.
Well, that's got to be nice.
Yeah, I go there.
Where's this?
Northwest Arkansas.
Oh, nice.
In
my-
Ozarks.
That's good whitetail country there.
Yeah, and the thing is I hunt for meat, and everyone there hunts for like it has to be a big 10 point or above before they even will take a shot at it, and a lot of them won't take a shot at it unless it's at least 12.
Is Northwest Arkansas, is that by the Ozarks?
Yeah, in the Ozark Mountains, yep.
Okay.
Yep. And I'm just there for the meat, so I take the does and they take the bucks, and we're not competing, so they let me hunt and do whatever I want.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, I mean that's like for me. That's why I go hunting. That's it. I want a big fat hog or good deer. I want the meat. I'm not worried about hanging a fucking head on my wall. If you get a big one, cool. That's cool, but for me that's not the point.
And
so.
for me, if I see a big buck, I let it go because that's what the other guys, the people that actually own the land, hunt for. And last year, buddy, he pulled a 250-pound hog off his land.
Ooh, that's
Yeah.
nice. Although down here in Texas, we got ass tons of hogs. Again,
We're getting them
you
up
gotta
here
pay
too.
to go hunt them, but
Here it's, if you see them on the side of the road, you can pop them.
yeah, I've heard it's spreading up. It's been spreading up north for a while now. I mean, it was for a while there. I mean, it was primarily Texas, Louisiana, down around in this area where they were getting really bad. And I've been hearing they've been migrating north quite a bit over the last 5 years or so.
They have there's back where I'm from, an hour south of St. Louis. There's a family there that owns probably about 4,500 acres up in northern Missouri, and they big old deer and farming and all that stuff, and they're starting to get them up there at the very northern tip of Missouri. So yeah, they're really migrating pretty far north.
Yeah,
and up there, they
shit up, man.
Sorry for interrupt, but the Democrats are talking about gun control now.
Oh, hang on, gotta switch over. All right, hang on.
Go to the I hate guns chat.
Okay.
Oh wow.
The straw man proposal.
Yeah. They're talking about background checks and.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, were y'all aware you could just go to a gun show and magically bypass the background check stuff?
Of course.
There's some type of magic about their gun shows that lets these people with all these guns just sell them to other people. No frilly-nilly rules or any regulations or any of that shit. It's almost as bad as the damn internet. If I bought a gun on the internet today, I'm sure I could get it mailed to someone and kill them with it without ever even receiving it if I paid enough. I just hate the way that they portray all this crap. Bullshit.
Looking those websites about gun-friendly states, Iowa is not top ones.
That doesn't mean anything. Because what some places put out as gun-friendly states just means certain rules about guns and this and that. Trust me, Idaho has no problem. They have open carry. They let you hunt. You can have guns in Iowa. They got no problem with it. Or, sorry, Idaho. Not Iowa. Idaho. Actually, Iowa's probably not too far. Mika, is the number one state on your list you're looking at California? You're looking at the wrong list if it is.
Oh God, they do this shit all the time.
That's bullshit.
They always have to say that 85% of gun owners agree we should have more strict gun laws. That's bullshit. That's wrong. That's completely 100% across the board wrong. 85% of gun owners do not agree with that. They make this number up. This number comes from nowhere. They pulled it out of their collective asses. What the fuck? They keep saying this. Obama says it.
All their politicians, they love to lie.
It's not true. There's no poll. There is no study. There's no nothing, period, across the board that says anything even close to that. It's complete bullshit.
Agreed.
What the fuck? They always say that shit.
It's propaganda. If they say it enough, the American people who are sheeple will believe it.
Oh, Lord, it is so fucking frustrating. Uh-oh. What's going on over at the I Hate Guns chat? Somebody was bitching about it. What happened? Somebody get pissed off at somebody else? Oh God, it's just I want to strangle these people. Every time I see Hillary Clinton,
Oh, she makes me sick.
I just want to reach through the computer screen and strangle her. That's not a threat, by the way, NSA. I'm just saying.
I'll be glad when she gets.
That's funny though, because there was that whole thing where Hillary. I say that because there was what was this, a few days ago? There was somebody that came up to Hillary Clinton on when she was doing one of her speeches or whatever it was, and said to her, every time I see Carly Fiorina on TV, I just want to reach out and strangle her. And Hillary Clinton just starts laughing. She thinks that's the funniest fucking thing that somebody wants to strangle Carly Fiorina. But at the same time, it's the Republicans who are fucking don't give a shit about women, right? It's Democrats are all pro-woman, but it's funny if somebody wants to strangle one of them on the other side.
Oh, absolutely.
That's just hilarious right there.
Sorry, what were you guys talking about?
Yo, mama. I'm sorry, what?
She's a fat ass. What? Nah, I was listening to the.
No, we were just talking about how full of shit Hillary Clinton is.
Well, duh.
Yeah.
That's pretty much a given. So, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say here. I was gonna show you guys this some gun porn here. I got my my SOE, shotgun card in, and I was pissed off at first because I ordered this thing, and I immediately got an email after I ordered it, paid for it, and everything, that said, "Thank you for your order. We're gonna get ready to send you a badass product and all this shit." Right? And it said some orders may take up to 12 weeks to fucking. I was about to fucking lose my damn mind. 12 weeks. It doesn't say that anywhere on their website when you're ordering. And then all of a sudden,
actually, it does.
Well, I didn't see it, and then all of a sudden on it, they sent me an email, a confirmation email saying it may take up to 12, but then I was getting pissed off, and then the next day they said we just sent you a package. I was like, all right, cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that a skills compartment in your pistol grip?
What? No, no. I mean, I think you can pop that shit open. I haven't ever messed with it. This is just a standard Blackhawk Knox stock.
Ah, dang.
I gotta get rid of this one. I think I'm gonna get a Magpul just because of the tang safety on the Mossberg. I had been using this stock on my my Maverick, which has been my go-to self-defense or home defense shotgun for about 5 years now, since I got that thing and I chopped the barrel and did a bunch of work to it. But I don't. This pistol grip just doesn't work with the tang safety. It's just not. It's not conducive to a tang safety. So it looks nice. I like the look of it, but it doesn't fit well. So I decided I was going to go ahead and swap it out whenever I get a chance. Put a Magpul on it, try it out, see if I like it. But
Mika with his bayonet on the shotgun.
I finally picked up a red dot from my AR-15 today after 2 years of shooting it with this Magpul flip-up set. I finally broke down and bought one.
Yeah,
I wish I had got one sooner.
That's on my list.
Mika, that's the 590, right? Can he hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
590.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Oh, nice.
I went shooting today, and can you see something a little bit of a miss?
Nice gun.
Nice CZ.
Yeah.
See something? What? I don't notice anything.
I don't notice anything either.
Oh shit! Yeah, you're missing something there, ain't you?
Oh Lord! Wait, what?
Oh Jesus!
What What did you do? Are those polymer sights?
Hold up.
No, that's metal.
What the? Is it MIM?
Yeah, well, it's definitely not machined. I mean, it's
What did you do? Did you try to rack it on your belt?
no. I was shooting it, and it just popped off and hit me in the chest.
Oh shit!
Oh Jesus.
These are aftermarket sights on this. I was
you can't even send it back to the factory.
Yeah, no. Well, I was going to, like, in the spring, I was going to get it milled right here and get a
RMR?
No, I was going to get it milled out here and get a adjustable rear sight on it. So this one will be just like my other one, which I was also going to do the same thing. And so I'm just going to have to do it a few months before I was planning on doing it.
Now,
Because
correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't that take? Don't those use the same sights? Can't you use the same sights you use on the M&Ps with those?
I am not sure.
I thought somebody had told me that you could put M&P sights on those things, at least the rear sight. I have no idea. I have not tried it, but
I definitely know the front sight is not.
Yeah, no,
compatible.
the rear sight. I have no idea. I have not tried it.
No idea.
Somebody told me they were very similar and that you could swap them out. I don't know. I'm not saying try it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no. I'm probably gonna send this off to Automatic Accuracy down in Little Rock and have them mill it out because their adjustable rear sights don't fit in this dovetail.
Yeah.
From the factory, so I'm gonna have to take and get it milled out a little bit, and they do it for like $130, so it won't be too bad.
With GGs, their rear sight, there are different type for different models. There are at least 10 different rear sights. The front sight is universal, but the rear sight is not.
Yep. This has a Dawson front sight. Yes, I'm muzzling myself. Yes, it is empty and real tight. So.
Sharp looking good.
Yeah. I was just firing it, and all of a sudden, like, something caught me in the chest, and I was like, "What the hell? What kind of red dot's that?"
This is a Bushnell.
All right.
$120. I went to a local shooting range / gun shop. Picked up the red dot today.
The TRS?
The Bushnell for $120. Yeah,
TRS 25.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got one of those on my little where is it? Hang on, I got it right here. On my pistol here, my AR pistol. It's this one here, same one. That's got the.
Yep.
Yeah, these things are badass, man.
I love this thing, man.
I got this one at Walmart on clearance. It was $49. They had put it on clearance. Wow. The only thing I had to do was get a different riser. The riser that came with the Bushnell was shit and didn't let me co-witness my iron.
I had to purchase a riser for mine.
What I found when I got online, I looked around
some riser.
See, I got and what I found this on the AR forums is what everybody was using this is a UTG see-through riser.
Oh, okay.
And it cost $10 Amazon Prime free shipping.
Oh, nice.
And it works perfectly. A little Loctite, and this sumbitch doesn't move. And it perfectly co-witnesses with the red dot, which I like. I know some people do the 1/3 co-witness. I like it to completely line up.
I do.
Same here. Like,
get it down. I want to be able to use my my iron.
And this little sumbitch right here, man. This is a nice little setup. I just got the Magpul M-Bus on there because they're cheap, but they work.
How those backup sites
they work? They work good. Now, if I'm
is there a hole in the riser?
Yeah, this is
Can you shoot the camera?
The riser. See, you got the see-through.
Oh, there's hole. There's hole in the riser.
If you were going to use this riser with different sights, like maybe on an AK-47, like you wanted to put a riser on an AK and you wanted to be able to see your sights through here, you could do that.
But but then your cheek weld's going to be so far off for
Yeah, so
for a
it's
while.
like I said, I only got it because it's the exact right height to co-witness the iron sights on. I don't give a shit about the see-through portion of it. I'm never going to use that.
Right.
But it's the perfect height for.
It just cuts weight.
Yeah. So it works well. I like this setup. I mean, if I'm going with something like like my go-to AR, then I would, I use the Maytech rear sights.
Oh, okay.
I like those better for my rifle. Just because this is, I mean, if I'm going to grab something, it ain't going to be the pistol. It's going to be this one. And so I like that sight better. But for the pistol and for, what I might use it for, the Magpuls work really well. I like them. And I've used them before on other ARs, so I have never had a problem with them. But, for a shit at the fan rifle, I'd rather have a Maytech backup sight. Just
For my main gun, I have Magpul Pro sights, and then for my backup rifle, I have those polymer ones.
Yeah, the Magpul Pros are nice. The only issue I had with the last one I had, the last set of Magpuls that I had, and in fact, was it on that upper? No, I think it was on a different upper. It wasn't that upper. And I haven't had that problem with this one, but I did a video on it, and a lot of people said they've had the same problem with the Magpuls, is that the rear sight, I had to drift that son of a bitch so far over to the left to get it to line up and be dead on that it was like it looked funky. Now this one I haven't had any problems with. This one dead on lines up perfectly. But for some reason that first set I got that I was using on a different upper, I had issues with that. I don't know why. And then when I did a video about it, talking about it, I had a bunch of people saying that they had the exact same problem. So
I have a question. What are your thoughts on the vertical grips for the AR-15? I had one mounted to this, and I ended up taking it off because
I don't like vertical grips. I'll be honest with you. I don't even really like the AFGs. I've tried it out. I completely took the AFG off. This AFG.
Took my vertical grip off.
Yeah, I don't like. I tried a vertical grip once, and it's just I don't even. It's just hanging off the front end.
I find it better to hold it on.
Yeah, I don't use it. It's just it's not. I don't like it. I tried the AFG for a while, and it makes kind of a little bit of sense on this pistol in some situations, but I don't know what I naturally I shoot like this.
Yeah.
I don't do that forward grip on my rifles or on the ARs. I do on the AK. On the AK, it feels natural to me to reach up. Yeah. On an AR, I pull it in like this, and I don't know why. It's just how I shoot. It's how I shoot the ARs better.
I see a lot of guys that shoot like this, holding the grip like that. It does feel better than having your arm way out here.
Yeah, and I know a lot of guys who they've got their their AR out and they're way up here. They're they get those they put the extra long rails on there so that they can grab that son of a bitch all the way up towards the front of the barrel. And that works great. I mean, that's what works for you. That's fine. But when I'm shooting this rifle, I'm pulling that son of a bitch up in here, and that's just how it's natural for me to hold it. It's it's how I shoot best. Now, when I've got my AK, when I'm running my AK, for some reason, I grab it right up there on the grip. But
see, whenever I run my AR, I'm one of those guys that have the 15-inch rail on it, and for longer shots, I like to get my forward arm out there. But if I'm in close combat, I use that magwell, and on the AK, I'm almost always on the magwell.
That's the way to keep the rifle nowadays.
Yeah.
Yeah. What we're talking about, if you're shooting competition, to grab down, to hold it, to pull it to your position, and to grab it like that to control the muzzle recoil.
Yep.
This is for a competition shoot where you're shooting, just level to completely control the recoil, period. And in combat, I've had points where in playing airsoft where you can't hold it like that. You have to hold the magwell or hold a handle on the front, and broom handle, and shoot around the corner.
Yeah.
And again, if it's right in front of you, hell yeah.
I guess the
hold,
The vertical grips definitely serve a purpose, but I just don't know what role they really serve. Maybe in more of a tactical environment.
I've got a couple of buddies who have been in the military, and they love the vertical grip up front. They absolutely love it. They say that's how they shoot.
Well,
I don't know.
well,
Maybe it's a training thing. Well, and maybe it's just a training thing, and that's how they're used to running them. I don't know, but
I mean, it looks cool on the rifle. It does make it look cool, but I mean, it just when you get out there shooting, if you're not used to it, like I'm not used to shooting with a vertical grip, and when I went shooting with a vertical grip, it just felt awkward.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, everybody's got their own style, whatever works best for them. So.
How that back sight works with that? Can you use those metal sights?
For what?
The metal sight.
I'm looking Sean's rifle, and there is the front is the regular, and
I've got the A2 front post. Yeah, but I can co-witness that with the red dot, because I get my the flip up sight right here.
Yes, but how that works? Are you looking
when I'm looking through when I'm looking through the through the optic, I can see my front. I can see the front post. I can line it up with the
yes, but you are watching front, through the glass.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That was my problem. Last year when we had local shooting competition, it was at winter time, and there was snow, and there was snow at the glass. So the glass was not working, and my sights was going through the glass. So there was no point. I could not use the glass or not the backup sights because.
Sean, how fast can you take off that optic?
How fast can I take it off?
Yeah, how fast can you drop that optic? If it got damaged or got fogged up, how fast can you drop the optic?
I can't take it off. I have to take it off with an Allen wrench. I mean, how fast can I take it off the rifle?
Yeah.
So if there is a snow at your glass, those backup sights are worthless.
Pretty much.
Here's the thing about it. If you're going to do that, you either get a quick detach or get something like on this one here. And I've got it on the pistol, but I don't have it on the rifle, where I've just got, I don't need an Allen key. I've got this. I just unscrew it. It takes about, 3 to 4 seconds. I can unscrew this, loosen it up, and pop it off.
It's better than nothing.
Very quickly. But the one that's on my rifle, I'll tell you right now, the one I've got on the rifle, which is the Spark, the Vortex Spark, that one I'm actually using the base that came with the Spark, which perfectly co-witnesses, and that one, just like the one you've got, takes an Allen wrench.
Yes.
So the best thing to do there would be to swap out that base. If that's something you're concerned. Now, for me personally, I'm not worried about snow down here in South Texas, so I don't have to worry about having to take it off, and I can see directly through this no matter what.
Right.
So I don't have to worry about it. But if I was in a situation or lived in an area where that was a concern, then I would swap this out for a quick detach mount or something like that, so that I could take it off. So.
In case the glass breaks on there and I can't see through it.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, because I mean, if you're really thinking about it, without a quick disconnect quick disconnect mount, the only reason to have backups is because your battery goes dead.
Yeah, the battery goes dead.
Okay, my reason on mine grabbing the backup side is if I have to in emergency grab it and charge in someplace in Texas. And my batteries are dead, I pop up backup side.
Right. Like mine.
I'm not worried about optic in between them.
The one bad thing I do not like about these Magpul Pros is there's no flip up feature on it, unlike the MBUS ones.
They're not
These
spring-loaded or anything.
No,
You have
they're
to-
not.
you have to- yeah. Well, and that's the same way on like my Maytech sites. They're you just pop them up, pop them down. There's no they're not spring-loaded or anything, but
But you know, for me with backup sites, having that spring load would be awesome because if you're going, you're shooting and your optics takes a round or just goes out, being able to deploy those while you're still on the shoulder is helpful.
It is helpful, but it's not the end of the world.
Oh no, it's not. But
Now I see guys who mount their optic, way forward or way in the back. Does it matter the placement of it, or is it just preference?
that's personal preference. I keep mine right at the front of the receiver here on mine, just right about there. I don't get it up on the rail. I know guys who ride them on the rails and stuff, which is great. If you're going to do that, if that's where you like to place it, that works if you've got, a free float rail or something. Just you don't want to knocking your stuff around, which would work for this one because my pistol's got a free float Midwest Industries rail on it, and so it would work if I want. But that's as far up as I'm comfortable putting it. I want a decent distance between the sight and here.
Yeah.
But I don't want it all the way up. And I know I've seen guys run their shit like it's an AK halfway up on the fucking on a carbine linked rail. I'm like, nah, hell no.
do you know why they do that?
No,
Because
I don't.
well, think about this. If you put something like your finger, if it's sitting right here, you could, that takes up a lot of your view. But if you move it further away, it takes up less of your view. Same with that round optical lens.
Yeah, and
farther
I
away.
can see that. For me, right there, as far forward on the actual, receiver as possible, without getting on your rail. That's what works for me. But I know guys that run their red dot. I know guys that run their red dot right here in front of their rear sight.
Wow, yeah.
So
I want to be able to see it. See past it.
I had the guy at the gun shop when I got it, when I bought it. I was like, you mind mounting this on real quick before I go inside the window range? He's like, yeah, no problem. He's like, you mounted it right here. I'm like, it seemed like the right distance, and it worked fine.
Yeah, as long as it works for you, man, that's all that matters. So
I'm going to say this to him: is that placement is just right? That's standard. That works well.
Yeah. Whenever I get one, it's going to be as far forward, kind of like right where Matt's is.
Yeah.
And then on my AK, I'm going to have it, of course, up front.
There are trade-offs.
The rail that I have,
There are trade-offs for distance versus being able to see around it. So it depends on the scenario you're running. If you're going long range, throw it out in front. If you're going close range, bring it back.
I wonder if I can get rid of these Allen keys on the base plate. Maybe get some quick disconnect screws where I can twist them out. I wonder if they sell those individually.
Oh, I guarantee you that anything you want, they will sell you.
Yeah, there's somebody out there that'll sell it. I would honestly, with what you've got with that Bushnell, I would just get one of these. This is a $10 UTG on Amazon.
Oh, okay.
And it fucking works, man. I don't have any problems with this whatsoever. I forget what height it is. They sell it. I got the. Well, I tell you, I got the part number right here if you want it, because it's on the side of the damn thing. But they sell them in 3 different heights. It's like a low, a mid, and a tall.
Yeah.
But I think that's a mid.
I think it's a mid.
Mine.
Yeah, I think it's a mid, but it's got the. It's got the fucking screw right there. You can just grab it and twist it, give it about 3 turns, and that thing will pop right off. The only thing I would say is make sure. The only thing I would say is make sure you use Loctite. So that way, when you're screwing it on, it's not, you're not going to have any issues. And for anybody out there, hopefully everybody's using Loctite on their fucking optics. But some people, I know a lot of people who don't know that. They buy an AR and they don't put Loctite on anything when they're putting that optic on there, and they start shooting that red dot, and they'll go get a nice expensive red dot and wonder why. Well, it's not shooting right. Well, because if you grab it and the damn thing's rattling around on top of the fucking rail, well, did you Loctite it down, son of a bitch? Come on.
Nope.
So
they Loctite it down, it's probably goes right back to 0.
Yep. So always use the Loctite on these things. But yeah, this rail again is cheap as shit, $10 on Amazon, and it works perfectly with the Bushnell on an AR. So That's what I would recommend.
There's some parts you can buy just chunks of aluminum or steel, and they work. Period.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say go bargain basement on everything, but there's some things you can just.
Oh no.
buy a
Well,
chunk.
and that's the thing. Like UTG, I would not buy any of their optics, or I wouldn't buy. There's a lot of UTG's crap I would definitely not buy. But this is, I mean, it's again just like you said. It's just a little chunk of aluminum that works. I mean, that's all it is. I've used.
I never buy any UTG optic mat, but I do buy their sling holders. They're big chunks of metal. When I look at them in the pictures.
Oh, I used to run a.
Okay, that'll work.
Yeah, I used to run a UTG rail on one of my AKs.
The rails aren't bad either.
They work. The only thing I'll say is they're heavy. The rails are heavy.
And they work.
Yeah, but they work. I mean, compared to like compared to a lot of the other rails out there, but they work. If you're just talking about a chunk of aluminum that they milled out, their shit works just like everybody else's does. So
it's just going to be a thicker, heavier aluminum. That's it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So
And again, when you're going on the UTG optic, they don't lasers. Certainly not. I've had a lot of fails on those. And the sights are just heavy.
I would not. Yeah, I wouldn't use any of their sights. I wouldn't use
or optics.
no sights, no optics. Yeah.
We're talking, Matt, about that RS10 S3 mount that you can get for the optics. I just got one of those from Amazon for $10.
Yeah, this is the RS08 S3. Yep.
I got one similar to that, man. It is pretty. I saw the reviews were all 4 or 5 stars.
Yeah, everybody loves them, man. They work.
Bad mounting that.
There you go.
Edge. We weren't complaining about that mount.
No, I didn't say you were.
Okay.
Yeah, no, they work, man. And that's all you need. You need it to work.
Yeah, I just got it because when do a review on an upper soon, I needed something for that primary arms optic I had, and I just got it in today. Free shipping with Prime.
You gotta love Amazon Prime, man. If you like buying shit online, you should have. If you like buying shit online and you like watching TV shows and movies for free, you should have Amazon Prime. It's what are we up to? It's like $80-$90 a year.
It's $90 a year, but think about it. If you order something, it's going to cost you $5 to $7 to ship, and you do that once a month. Boom, you got your money back.
Absolutely, you make up your money on shipping. Plus, with the Prime shipping, it's not just that you get it free; it's that you get it in 2 days.
Pretty much,
and that's amazing. And then on top of that, I can pop onto Amazon Prime and watch all kinds of movies and TV shows and all kinds of shit anytime I want. And even if it's something that maybe because it's newer, you still have to pay for it, you pay less with Amazon Prime than you would if you didn't have it. So it's just across the board, it's great. I love it. We use the shit out of it. So
I just got a dryer element, heating element for my dryer. Finally fixed my fucking dryer. So the wife's happy, not because of that. But yeah, man, it was really cool to get it shipped real quick and get it installed.
Did y'all call it just a wet spinner while you did the drying element?
No.
You're like, if we spin it enough, it'll get to dry eventually, right?
No, I was bothering my sister and my mom for their dryers. And finally appeased them as well by not going to their house and occupying their dryer.
You didn't put up a clothesline in your backyard, Edge? Really?
That fucking dog that I got, he dug up the other dog. What are you going to do to clothes? He dug up the dog I buried in the backyard, and he's going to do to my clothes. Going to put on my clothesline. I'm like seeing a dog come home and he's fucking gnawing on a damn jawbone.
Yeah, whenever I get red dots, I think I'm gonna go with these primary arms that I put inside the internal.
How hard is it to find batteries for these things? These are weird. The batteries for the red dots, are they
2032s, you can find those anywhere. Those are simple.
Okay.
Those you can find at not Radio Shack anymore. You can find those at Walgreens, any grocery store. It's that, like the Spark, Vortex Spark, that one uses that other battery that has like, that one's a little more tougher to find. You typically order those, like you said, on Amazon.
Okay.
Is that the 1, 2, 3?
No, that fucking...
That 1, 2, 3 is the Surefire battery. The
CR2354. It's like two of them glued together.
Gotcha.
And the CR2032s, is that what they're called? The thin watch battery ones?
Yeah. Those are easy to find.
I got 50 of those for $10 a couple years ago on Amazon.
I just got back in from that shoot, man. It's pretty cool. Firearms Festival.
Yeah.
Didn't do it 2 days after all. I wanted to come home. I was like, I'm tired. 10,000 paces, man. That's what my phone said. He's like, yeah, you set a new record. Your fat ass did 10,000 paces today. I'm like, oh, cool.
Oh, really? That's not that many.
So my question was, were you walking around a festival or were you shooting 10,000 paces?
I was shooting 2,000 paces. I got to meet Jaeger when I first walked in there. He was there. He left early.
I saw that.
Yeah, it's pretty. He's in a good mood. So he's funny. It's funny. He's like, you gotta speak louder. I'm like, yeah, you got a point. that's something that I just don't like being loud, and so it's something I had. Murphy kept telling me, man, you gotta get loud. You gotta get loud. And we did some pretty good interviews with a lot of the vendors there. Some pretty neat stuff we saw. A lot more people, a lot more vendors there as far as accessories and products that they're offering, gun related and whatnot. And it was pretty neat. I think we covered the bulk of it in one day. The weather was shitty all around. It was kind of weird. The weather was like raining cats and dogs all around everywhere but that shoot. Like it was like almost like a freaking hurricane with an eye only, over the shoot for the most part. Everywhere else it was bad. There's some bad storms. But it turned out pretty good. I have some really good videos I'll be putting out soon about it. Got to shoot the MP5 auto. I've never shot a full auto before. That was pretty fun. With the silencer on it. I was surprised I didn't see more YouTubers. That was the disappointing part. I was hoping to see, because Colin Yor, or whatever the hell his name is, he did a plug for it, and some people were expecting to see him there, but he never showed up. And if he's not going to be on Saturday, he's not probably going to be there on Sunday. It's unlikely. And Demolition Rancher, hoping to see him there too, and didn't see him. Be cool to see more YouTubers out there next year. So is that debate over?
No, it's still going.
It goes for another about 10 minutes.
Have they already started trash talking guns?
Here's the thing: the Bernie Sanders is basically he's getting the most talk. I mean, the debate started out, Clinton was getting like 70%.
Yeah, well, it's a Clinton show.
Now she's down to 40, and Sanders is basically, her and Sanders are tied. So over the course of the debate, more people have warmed up to him than anybody else.
Well, I mean, he screwed up big time in the last debate. He was trying to do the popular, trying to get, run with the energy, and he did that where he basically said, "Oh, who gives a hell about? Don't do the country gives about her emails." I'm like, you just gave her a pass, Dick. That was the one you're supposed to, pull the daggers out to get ahead of her and make her look like a buffoon, and you just said it's okay, don't bother me. Now you got to, about face and frickin', go after her on that shit and do it tastefully, because you already gave her a pass.
All right. Hey, Matt, what light do you have on your AR?
Well, right now, nothing.
Fluorescent.
I gotta get a mount for it.
I have one of these Enforce. It's a polymer body, but it's like 600 lumen. It's freaking kicks ass.
I like that Magpul mount.
Well, I have a Magpul mount, but it sits way out here.
Mm-hmm.
It's like out here, and this one is just right there to the 45-degree angle on the rail.
Well, yeah, I guess you would want it closer. If the stick's that far out, it's going to be a pain in the ass. If you got a tight gun safe, you're limited on space.
Well, it's not like that, but having it, well, it's hard to show here, but here, I'll turn my camera. Having it, I do that, real forward grip a lot, and I'm putting my thumb, it just sits right there on the button to push it. With a Magpul one, you have to come way out here to get it. It's kind of really weird.
Yeah.
Nice silencer, Mika.
I have on my first AR, I have a Streamlight TLR1, one of the older ones on there on the right side of the pistol, on the right side of the rifle. Because it was getting too close to the grip on the left side. And it's fine because my fingers, the way I grab the rifle with the AFG on it, my index finger's right there to trigger the buttons.
Yeah, same here. I have the button right there, and then with the flip of the switch, right here, I can go from momentary to full on burn. And then I also have a little flip right here during the day if I want to put my thumb on it and not have to worry about it hitting it. It's a polymer block for it, so that's kind of cool. And it wasn't that much. It was like maybe $50-$60.
I got to see that guy or that group, Ranger group, you see on Instagram.
Ranger Up?
It was a Ranger Proof. They're on Instagram. I don't know if you follow them. They always have real cool shit that they were doing pictures on, and they had their gear, a lot of neat stuff, really cool stuff, and really nice knives. They don't make them; they just put their logo on them. But they have some really kick-ass knives. What you got there? Mika?
Oh, if anybody's into 8mm Mauser rifles, AIM Surplus just got a shipment of surplus Yugos, M48s that they're selling, and their top of the line's under $400, or right at $400.
Aren't they a pain in the ass to get ammo for?
It's just 8mm. Yeah, I mean it's not as available, but you can still get it.
You just have to order it online.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But there's plenty of places that carry it.
There's new production, there's steel production, there's everything. I mean,
although I will say I am of the mind, and this is what I do with everything, I don't buy anything that I have to exclusively order ammo for it online. That's just my deal.
My 74s, I had to, but whenever I did it, I bought a shit ton. So I have like 10,000 rounds for it. So that's one thing. Is whenever I do need to buy online, I buy online, and I buy massive bulk.
You can buy a Bright online too.
Yeah, I don't do that.
You're missing out.
Well, I would, but the upkeep's too much.
Find the right guy,
Let's see. The lowest on SG ammo is 48 cents a round. So that's even on stripper clips. 54 grain full metal jacket, 8mm Mauser, 680 round crate for $329.
And Matt, did you go full pelon?
The what?
Did you go full pelon? You go bald? You shave your head off?
Well, mostly, yeah.
Oh, I
I
thought
shave
so.
my head all the fucking time, bro.
Ah, I was
Dude,
learning.
there's shit there. I just shave it so fucking short.
Broadcast.
Oh,
You got to keep that shit. You got to keep that shit shorn, man. If the zombies attack, I don't want one of them motherfuckers being able to grab my hair.
maybe they just want
That's just prepping right there, man.
so what are you gonna do about the beard then? You tug on
No,
that all day?
they ain't grabbing my face. I got more hair on my fucking face than I do on my damn head.
Ah.
Shit's like fucking shorn. Look at that, man. I could fucking light a fire with the friction on that shit right there. That shit's so fucking short you can't even fucking see it. No, I just fucking gave myself a haircut yesterday, so that's why it's as short as it is right now. But
Let's avoid the manscaping.
I hit a fucking point when I was about, I don't know, 35, where I just stopped giving a fuck about my hair, and I just didn't want to fuck with it anymore, so I just started shaving it. It just at a certain point you're like, who gives a shit? I spent from like age 14 to age 30 fucking with my hair and worrying about what it looked like and always having to fuck with mirrors and have a comb or something in my pocket. And at a certain point I was just like, fuck this shit. This is ridiculous. I don't give a fuck. I'm too old for this shit now. I don't care.
So when you turn
sixth grade, I buzzed my head and I haven't looked back since.
So when you turn 30,
I was one of those guys.
Fuck it, I don't give a shit.
Dude, I was one of those guys back when I was 18, 19 years old, dude. Back in the 90s, I had the fucking faded bleach blonde hair with the fucking bangs that were so fucking long. I could pull that shit back into a ponytail.
Man had the rat tail in the 90s. He's rocking the rat tail.
I was.
We need pictures, Matt. We need pictures.
Man, those things don't exist. They're not digital. I don't know where those fucking pictures are.
They're in a restroom stall at a truck stop.
Probably, man. Shit. And anybody that does have those pictures, I'm not calling them to ask them for it. So.
Come on.
Those are people I don't want to talk to anymore. No, I'm good, man. I say the less you got to worry about, the better. Shave that shit off.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Fuck it.
Agreed.
Like too many barbers around on the zombie apocalypse.
Yep. And learn to do your own hair, man. I've been cutting my own hair since I was probably 17.
Yeah,
it is a valuable skill to know how to do. Regardless of whatever hairstyle you have or want, figure it out and figure out how to do it yourself.
You know, I actually go to a barber here in town. It's $10 to get it shaved, but I do that because he gives $15 transfers for FFL. So
I just went to a barber recently because I'm like, well, let me go check it out just for shits and grins. A $25 haircut and a $15 shave. And I was like, God damn, $50. Like, I splurged, but never again.
My experience, you go to a barber the same way that we hang out in gun channels. You go there to get a haircut, but you hang out, and especially if you have to wait, that means there's people there and you bullshit, and it's like it's a place to gather and figure out. It's like a bar like this.
Well, dude, that place I went to, they give you beer while you wait. So it's like $25 for a haircut, but they're giving me, freaking China box while I was waiting. Like, all right, cool.
How much does a beer cost? $2, $3? So you guys start chopping those off the top of the price.
There you go. Yeah.
Refrigerator.
G-Web's question. I want ever since I left the chat, or ever since I stopped watching, did they ever talk about guns again?
No.
There was a minute where they did talk about guns and they related it to Paris. So yes, they did talk about it. DB probably didn't see it, but it happened, so that happened.
Right.
But no, they didn't talk about it anymore. Actually, no. I don't know when you quit listening, so I don't know. But they talked about guns for a while. Then they talked about got back to guns, and then they talked about some other shit, and then they got back to guns. So whenever like Hillary or the other idiots fucking don't like the question they were given, they'll just answer it about guns or something else instead. And
yes.
So they just keep doing that. So there was a couple of questions she didn't want to answer about whatever. So she made it sound like
right.
With the last debate, they were doing that doubling down on I'm the real fucking anti-gun guy. I got a shittier.
Did you watch the last debate?
Yeah. They're doubling down on I have a shittier record with the NRA. No, I have a shittier record. And blah, 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 blah. And then Jim Webb was all pissed off because he was the only guy who was like saying hey I like guns. I'm down with guns. He was actually making the argument about you take away guns, then you're only going to make the criminals more powerful. Only person saying that, but he's out.
Is that a double 1911 thing?
This?
Yeah.
No, it's a CZ. That's the CZ with the broke rear.
How'd you break that then?
Just firing. It
Well,
can't pop back and caught me in the chest.
You just send that gun to me and I'll take care of it for you, buddy, right?
Yeah, it's kind of, you can kind of see it. Looks like a MIM part.
You don't need that aggravation. You send me that gun.
So, I mean, there's not much metal holding it on. So, just snapped today. And the thing is that this is my backup gun, so I'm glad it snapped in practice.
Is that your competition gun?
It's my backup competition gun.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. No, I was going to ask you, do you know that guy, John Burnett from NPR? You ever heard of him?
Who are you asking?
You. Remember you were asking on Instagram?
I hang out with that guy all the time. What are you talking about?
You guys are like, damn, I got this round. I got this round. No, you were asking, and I was wondering, I listen to NPR every now and then. I mean, I'm bored.
You know when his interview is going to air?
I don't know. Murphy's curious. We were trying to find him after that. We're trying to track him down so he could ask him, because he was trying to go Murphy a little bit into saying, what would you do if you were in Paris and when those killings were happening? If you had your CHL, what would you do? And he's trying to goad him a little into saying something stupid. And he was like, well, no. I mean, it just depends on the situation. And I wasn't there. But I'd use my my best sense here. But he gave him some answer. I was close to him from afar, but he basically told me, I'd evaluate the situation and make a decision then. I wouldn't sit there and tell you now, armchair quarterback shit. And but it was a pretty good interview. They interviewed him for like 8 minutes, so I told him if they thought you sucked or thought you were stupid, they probably would have cut you off after like 60 seconds. So I'm gonna have to look it up.
Yeah, so I went out shooting today, of course, and broke this damn gun. And I took 4 guns out. I took my competition gun, this gun, just to see if because this one doesn't have short reset in it. It can come back that far before it goes. And I wanted to see if that affects me and shoot it while I shoot fast or at accurate distance and stuff, to see if I need to upgrade that or not, which I don't need to. Well, then I also took my nightstand gun and my concealed carry out. Well, in the past couple months, I went from 1-eye shooting to 2-eye shooting, and I realized that whenever I went to 2 eyes open, I had the regular 3-dot sight on this, and I can't pick up my front sight, so I'm gonna have to go and swap out my sights to get a flat black rear sight and something more visible on the front.
You can't just stick a marker on the dots on the back?
Do what?
Hit those dots on the back with a Sharpie or something?
I could. Yeah, I may do that and see how it goes. Yeah.
Is that an M&P?
Yes.
Nice. What model?
This is the 9C.
Oh,
and then
sweet.
And then my nightstand gun is a MP9 Pro with a 4.25 and the night sights on it. So I really don't want to take a Sharpie to that because they are tritium night sights.
Have you seen the new PPQ from Walther in 45? It holds 13 rounds plus. Is it 12 plus 1? That's 12 plus 1. Really nice trigger on it. We got to check that one out today. It's really nice, man.
Yeah, the PBQs seem to have nice triggers.
Oh, the reset's ridiculous on it, man. Factory, it's just fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I got to check out that F&H C 9C, the compact. That's a fucking sweet little gun too, man. Shoots real nice.
Did they have prices, or was it like just showing them to you?
When you're there, the concept of the shoot is you go and you shoot the guns that they have there from the vendors that are there, and then or the manufacturers, and then at the end you can go to that area where they sell the guns and you can get that gun you shot. For the most part, you're not going to walk out of full auto or anything, but and get it at a discount at a little discount they give you there. But yeah, so
is that the
yes, no, it's a FFL and everything there. They have a tent where they have like 4 tables there, some custom shit. I got a bunch of pictures I got to upload. It was just kind of hard to do it on the spot. We were all over the place, up and down, walking around.
Not if you got Instagram.
Well, yeah, it's just to stop. Yeah. They'll be up tomorrow. I'll be putting a bunch of them tomorrow.
You're not going tomorrow?
We came back, man. Murphy wanted to, he's been to some of the stuff before, not this particular event, and he's like, I think we covered it, man. Because realistically, we were there from 10 in the morning. We left around 3 o'clock. I think it was open till 5. But around 5 o'clock right now in Texas, South Texas, it gets pretty dark. Around 5:30, it starts to get to the point where it's getting pretty dark. So we're like, I agreed with him, like, yeah, I think we covered it today. And then we were talking after we went to Georgetown to go eat lunch at I forget the place, I don't remember it now. But we were talking about it, and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna head out. And I was like, well, if he's gonna head out, I don't got anybody else to help me shoot any more interesting stuff. All the interviews we did. So I was like, I just don't know what more I can do, but just hope to meet somebody or catch some fellow YouTubers, which I didn't see anybody there today outside of a couple people I know locally.
So you had the entire Texas, only one a year annual shoot, and you were the only YouTuber there, and you left, and you're going to bitch about Hank Strange?
I wasn't the only YouTuber, but yeah, I mean, we were there. We got some pretty good interviews. I was surprised how they came out. Murphy did a great job with the camera. But I was going to go around literally tomorrow and just walk around and then have to drive. Shit in Austin traffic sucks fucking nuts. It sucked even coming back this evening. But to go tomorrow would have been a little redundant, and again, I would be shooting most of it by myself. I wouldn't have anybody holding a camera.
Mika, is that recoil spring that you're talking about?
I've barely been able to do like 2,500 videos without anybody else holding the camera. It is tough.
Mm-hmm.
But he did 2,500 of them, and you didn't do. I'm just messing with you.
No, I mean, it just like, dude, I was like, okay, if I stay at the hotel, I'm gonna be there and have to get my ass. I would have got up and I would have been there and hung out with Mayor Fugly Cool was there. I saw him. He's our local San Antonio guy. He's a YouTuber, and he was interested in doing some more videos. But we had walked the place. We had met everybody. Outside of really what I was interested, one of the things I really wanted to meet is some of the other people that are bigger channels. I was hoping to meet Demolition Ranch. He didn't go. Colonior, or whatever his name is, he didn't go even though he plugged it. He told everybody to go. Maybe meet some people and hang out with them. We get along. Maybe go have dinner and see what happens after that. And
the hand job. I hear you.
I wanted to, but I was being discreet.
Hey, you got a lot of YouTube, or I know you from YouTube. Want to go out to eat and see where it goes from there?
That's right. You've done this before, obviously. So.
Yeah, that's my line. You stole it.
Hey, I mentioned Gun Channel to several people, and I was talking to them like, cool, let's eat. Every second matter, it's cool.
Did you mention your own stuff?
Oh, yeah. Well, when I met people there, I'm like, hey, they started talking to me. I'm like, dude, you're doing great. Can we get this on video? And I'm like, okay. So start over, all right. And they said, Ed 4006 at the 2015 Texas Arms Festival with so-and-so. We met this really good, this real nice person from this Texas Firearms Foundation. I don't remember the name right on top of my head, but they do kind of like what Sean does, but here in Texas for open carry. They want to do constitutional carry in Texas, and they're really working on that.
You mean Open Carry Texas? OCT?
No, this is another. I just watched the video right now. It's a really nice girl. She is really well spoken. Did a great interview. She's enthusiastic. She's passionate about it.
That sounds like OCT to me.
No, I don't think it was them. I'll figure it out. I have it there. I was just kind of scanning the videos before I joined the chat. And I met a guy, one dude who he was promoting his online gunsmithing courses that you can take that are accredited courses, like college courses. If you want to get into gunsmithing, and they have to take GI Bill, other assistance that you can get as well. Pretty neat stuff. Get a nice little interview with that guy. Several other ones.
Meek is just showing off CZ gun porn to me, and I freaking hate him for it.
We also interviewed this one guy who's opening a gun range in Austin. It's like this complete chic, exclusive gun range. It's like, shit, what is it? I think it's like $2,000 a year to join, and another seven. But this is like all indoors, elite. I mean, there's a shitload of money in Austin. I mean, a lot of people got a lot of money there, and that's what he's catering to.
I'm gonna take care of Reese, and I'm gonna make an elite channel of elite part of gun channels that'll cost $2,000 a month.
Round Rock is the state's largest range. Edge.
Well, that's the one we were at, the Texas. It was in Liberty Hills. It's the largest gun range in Texas. It's Best of the West gun range.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the indoor one that they're opening. It's going to be the largest in the state. It's going to be in Round Rock.
I think that was it, because like I said, I don't remember the numbers, but it was expensive. And like Murphy kept telling me, who the hell's going to pay all that money? I go, there's a lot of money here in this area. And on top of that, it wasn't just $2,000 a year. It was like another $750 a year for maintenance cost or something like that. You had to pay, and the guy did his little spiel on why you should go to his gun range, and he's going to remember you, he's going to take care of you, little back rub and everything. He's going to make you feel good.
See, that's the guy you should have taken to dinner then.
There you go. I'm like, what makes your gun range better than anybody else's in these private clubs? There's plenty of them out here. Well, let me tell you, is somebody going to remember you when you come in? They don't know what you shoot. They don't know, you got a task staff. They don't know blah blah. All right, well, that's why I'm going to pay $2,000, huh? There you go. That was a good interview. Yeah, it's amazing how that whole area, in these little tiny towns, you can just smell the money wherever you go. I mean, the businesses in the area, the way it's all decked out. I never really went to Austin as a kid that much, but going there now, man, it's just wow.
But you live in San Antonio, so you already know what big cities is like, right?
San Antonio's a different animal than Austin. I mean, San Antonio's still Texas. Austin is just like.
Does San Antonio even have high rises?
Oh yeah. We have a bigger skyscrapers than they do in downtown. But San Antonio's starting to get into the whole condo stuff, where to come live downtown, these skyscraper condos that we're building, kind of seeing. Austin's had that for a while because they've had the money, and the people they can afford to. These corporate executives that live there for many years, they've been working on that. Plenty of good food.
Absolutely. My goddaughter lives in Round Rock, so every time I go, that's pretty much one of the areas. I'm either hanging out there, Houston, or Galveston, and I was super stoked when I saw this new indoor range supposed to be open, and I didn't hear anything about this $2,000 a year membership, though. So I'm going to have to check it out next time I'm there.
We went to the Monument Cafe. You ever been there?
Nope.
It's in Georgetown. When Murphy was like dead set on going there. All right, fuck it, we'll go there. And then we went to this place called, what some surf and turf last night. It was pretty good as well. Right there, we were in Cedar Park, is where our hotel was at.
Oh, right on. There's another range outside Cedar Park called Eagle Peak Shooting Range.
Yeah.
I've been there once or twice. It's low key, but like for the rifle and pistol, they want you using either hollow points or soft points. They don't want full metal jackets, which kind of sucks. But their clay throwers, they have a whole separate section for throwing clays. It's pretty good fun.
Yeah, it was nice. I mean, that's a really the only thing that's fucking had a tow road to get to the range this morning, and there's there's no place to throw coins. They just fucking bill you now. It's like, oh, I got a picture of your license, we'll bill you. So
You don't have an easy pass?
I don't go to Austin that much to have one, but my father's gonna love that one because I borrowed his truck to go out there. It's 4x4, so he's gonna love it when he gets the bill.
They're gonna send it to him in the mail, that's for sure. But that easy pass is usually statewide. I mean, like I said, when I'm going between there and Houston and shit like that, man, it's like you kind of gotta have one. You barely have to slow down to 45 to use the easy pass. It's great.
So with a rental, you can just drive on toll roads, no fee?
I think it'll just get billed to your rental car, and then, of course, they'll just put that right on your credit card.
See, I don't think that's good. I don't want fucking Skynet doing that. What the hell? When did that happen?
What do you mean?
Last time I went on a toll road, you had to throw money in it, and then there was those passes, like you're saying, where they have like some kind of radar card in your card.
Well,
most of them still do. You know what I mean, G? Most of them still do.
Yeah, what's up
So they're called smart passes. They're called smart passes. A lot of them are in the are mounted inside the dash of the rental cars, or they just take the picture of the rental car license plate and it goes back to the rental, and then they,
Yeah, but
that ability to take a picture and know where the car's from and who gets billed, and then bill them. Fuck that.
Yep.
Well, I think the reason they did that is because like if you've ever been, like when I went to Florida and you're like fucking, you accidentally get off the toll road and you don't have exact change or you get in the wrong lane. And you're stuck.
Dude. And you know what you do? You got a cash tray full of coins. That's what you do.
Well, that's if you get in the one that accepts exact change. If you get in the ones I was in Florida one time and you got in the Sun Pass lane. I'm like, what the fuck you doing? I'm like 5 people. I couldn't turn back. There's like 5 people. Just go through it. I'm like, yeah, whatever, dude. You know, fucking bill sent to me.
Oh, sometimes they used to have cops on the side of some of them. So literally, if they were blowing through and not getting charged, sometimes they were getting pulled over for it. I don't think that they do that anymore because of risk.
That and the Sun Pass. Yeah, that Sun Pass. Not only does it charge you, because I travel down there with work quite a bit. Not only does it charge you the fee, but it's $30 to use the Sun Pass.
Hmm.
So not only does it, you have that $1.75 for the toll roads, but you also have a $30 charge on top of that just to drive through it.
These ones in Tech, or the one I went through, I think it's like $2. It's a couple of bucks. It's not like all this money. That's why they're like, they tell you like when you get on, this is a toll road, and that's something where it tells you you're going to get billed. They'll send you the bill in the mail. I forget how they have a quick sign that kind of lets you know that. I read it when I was driving. Yeah, but that's what all these, fucking big metropolitan cities, not even big, Austin's not that big, but, it's all fucking, that's the new shit. There you go. I wonder what it's like if you live in that area, too, and you're just like, you know what, you move there and you got to use that fucking, like, that was 183 I was on that has a toll road, and I was like, what the fuck, if you don't want to pay, how do you get around that shit?
There are ways around it, but you have to go through the city. At least that's how it is down in Florida.
By helicopter?
Yeah. But we already have one. I'll just fill it up this time.
But then you're going to pay the fuel tax for roads that you're not even going to be using.
Mm.
See you, Matt.
See you, Matt.
Take care, Matt.
Later, guys.
Hey,
See y'all Monday.
Good talking to you, brother.
So we were over there watching the Democrats, and I think it was a pretty good one, honestly. They They got in big fights, and I think that I would have been more scared if Hillary walked away with it, but I don't think she did at all. I think that third guy who's useless, like, got in there and went from 15 to 25%, so he fucked up both of them, and then they evened out their lead. The socialist evened up his lead with her, with all the socialist rants. So I'm loving that. I mean, that's evening it up, really. I think. I don't know when their next one is.
Well, did CBS say during some point that they're also going to do the Republican next debate? Was that what they said at the end?
Oh, I didn't hear that part, I guess.
I thought I liked it.
This one.
Man, some of those moderators, they did fucking throw turds at him a few times, and I thought that was great. They didn't pander. No, they didn't incite riots or nothing, but they definitely called him on some bullshit. I thought that was good.
Yeah, I can't complain either. They definitely did a worthy job of making them say shit, and like you say, not making it a show, not a farce.
Yeah, I thought, now, you know, let's just say they didn't sway my vote, but I definitely, you know, they came across on how, you know, when they had to start to decide who's going to pay for shit. And, well, what are you going to do about this? And what are you going to do about that? You've already said you would do this. You've already said you'd do that. And a couple of them did have to go backtrack a few times. And I definitely think that jump that the Maryland dude, that's to go up 10%. Is that what you said, G? That's huge. I mean, 10 points or whatever.
Well, and as far as like their little
their poll
on the screen, I don't know what the real number is, but at least on their poll on the screen, I figured the thing that the people that are, I mean, we watched it and none of us tweeted that shit. So
right.
A number of people that are gonna give a shit is heavily Democrat. So I figure it doesn't matter what we think because we don't care, or we're not voting at least. So if the Democrats get all more, I guess less of a divide, if they get more close together like that, or on not sure which ones they like, that helps us.
Definitely.
Not us meaning free people.
One of the points I was disappointed on, though, was clearly when they did the gun polls, they were clearly polling Democrats or something like that when they could say 92% of gun owners polled said this and that. And I'm like, and 82% of gun owners did this or whatever. And that's when I hashtagged, I'm not the 82% or whatever. Because, yeah, they didn't ask me, and they probably didn't.
Of gun owners.
They probably didn't want to ask me because I would have had to try and set them straight. Here's the thing. I've kind of been saying it a little bit lately. We already have universal background checks. It's the NICS system. We already have it. You know what I'm saying? I don't see why they're not getting that. Now, some states have more than that, and as states' rights go, that's what, you know, that shit gets voted in or whatever, and that you have to live with the law of your land until you do something to try and change it. Am I kind of right about that? You know, I mean, am I misunderstanding how a NICS checks work? It is a background check, isn't it? The National Instant Check System or something like that?
Number one, no. And number two, I don't know if we're going to win anything by scrutinizing how shitty it is. I don't want to.
Okay, no.
I want to remove it.
I hear you, and I definitely agree with you. But to me, I guess it just clearly shows how much these people don't really know what the fuck they're talking about, I guess is...
Oh, clearly, yeah. I definitely agree with you there. But you were saying specifically, is the NICS check like a criminal background check?
Yes, isn't it?
I mean, that's what it's touted as. They name it that, but who cares? They call it national, and not every state does it. So the first word of it is a lie. It's available nationally, but it's only used in, like, whatever, 41 states or something. So who's hosting this, Pink?
I don't know. Hope so.
I don't know. Is Foos hosting this or Pink?
I think Pink's
Pink
hosting right now.
Well, Foos didn't leave it. So the NICS is what the hell is it? It's like FBI crime stats, and then I imagine, I don't know how they keep track of the, like, people who are whatever you call, like out of jail, or whatever you call, like an ex-con, I guess. And then mental health is basically nothing. There's nothing in there about mental health. At least I've never seen anything. There's nothing that connects to a hospital anywhere. So the only way it would be mental health is if there's some fucking national list of people that are crazy, which I guess everybody's down with that. It seems like everybody thinks that there should be a list of everybody who's crazy on both sides of the fence, really. But no, NICS is a horrible fucking atrocity, which is a tough one because obviously nobody cares to pay attention to any topic. You know, we're talking about guns, but no matter what topic they talked about, you could scrutinize it and find out that they're all just talking, you know, water. There's nothing. They're just talking words. So one of the reasons I don't like the NICS in the first place with the background check is because it doesn't do nothing. But I'm never going to cry strength in it. Fuck, I don't want it at all. So I'm not going to cry strength in it. But no, that's one of the reasons it doesn't stop crime is because it's how the hell there's no way to know who criminals are, for one. So I mean, people won't agree on that. I mean, some people think there's a way to know who criminals are or track them somehow, as if that's why we don't need warrant. We don't have federal what are they called, marshals, because we never have to track down bad people. Bad people all tell us where they are all the time, and they like have a big sign on that says I'm a bad guy. So it's super easy for the federal government to be tasked with tracking them all, right? So now they don't know. There's, I think, some state things feed into it. I don't see much scrutiny of it, but I'm remembering all the things I have seen about it, and you only barely see like a glimpse of NICS, how it works, when you see like an interview with somebody talking about something else. For example, it wasn't too long ago, somebody, I think in Gun Channels, posted something about some son of a bitch in government, some lazy ass son of a bitch mooching off of us in government is talking about the 4473s. No, the NICS checks. So maybe it was at the Gun Rights Policy Conference. They were talking about NICS checks. I think it was Alan Corwin was talking about it. And he's a big advocate for removing NICS and replacing it with something else. So I'm not a big fan of Alan's theories, but he made a good point. Or I don't know, he brought up this point. I don't know if it's a good point. That he talked to somebody, or he was referencing an interview that talked with somebody, and like in reference to something else, they were at, the person in government was asked, like, well, what about the when you call the Brady bill or the NICS check in, it's supposed to only last 24 hours, and then it's supposed to be deleted. And she said, yeah, that's true. That's what we are tasked with. Like, that's the parameters of the system that was implemented in 1994, 98, 94, no, 98. So then the next question was, what is that implementation like? How does it get deleted? Like, oh, we've never actually completed that. They don't get deleted. So according to that article, which is scary as shit, they've never deleted any 4473. Not 4473. They've never deleted any NICS freaking thing. Dude, Aaron, you gotta start muting your shit, dude. We hear everything that's going on.
Well, then that totally sucks, and then that means that they've been lying to us this whole time then, pretty much, right?
Oh, I don't know if that article is true. And like I say, I'm vaguely remembering seeing it, and it must have been at the Gun Rights Policy Conference, because it must have been when so much stuff was happening. Maybe I could look at my notes and see if he mentioned something more specifically. If he didn't, then we'll try to have Alan on one of these days, and I don't know. He's fucking old man, so I don't know if he's going to like or understand what this is. Maybe we'll just tell him, we'll put a phone in front of him, put him in front of the Google Plus window, and then he'll just think he's on the phone, but he'll actually be talking to us. So we can, quiz him on that, because he's got a good recall of stuff, but I don't agree with him on everything.
It would be a good chat though if you could, I'm sure.
It'd be interesting. You're not going to agree with everything. I mean, I don't know how much you know about it, or how much stuff you've seen from Alan or whatever, but some of his ideas are kind of crazy.
Well, I'd have to say that I don't agree with everybody on everything on a daily basis. So, I mean,
nope, just got to agree with everybody, or else we don't have one. Or everything from every position a person has. Otherwise, we won't have one. We don't really want to offend anybody in the chat, any of the audience. So, best to have people on that are not gonna cause any.
Is this a butt hurt free zone?
I suppose.
I don't know about that. I've been in a few chats where those rules of engagement may have been dismissed.
Yeah, almost the opposite sometimes.
Yeah. But okay, they didn't stand on the bodies too bad. Hillary definitely threw up a couple of times. Well, I was there in 9/11, or I was the one that convinced the president to go kill bin Laden. And I hope just that the people out there could see through the veil of bullshit that she was spewing.
Even
And
if
yes,
someone won't admit it, like if they're so like up Hillary's butt that they won't admit that she's a complete fraud and a liar, at least they have to have witnessed her in front of the whole rest of the country and I guess the world, watch her be a lying conniver, right? So they have to deal with that in their own heads, and at some point that wears on you. You can't keep fooling yourself forever. I suppose a couple of people can, but I think there's less chance for her to fool everybody that long. It's the emperor wears no clothes. Pretty soon people are going to look at each other and go with that look like, what? Is she fucking crazy? And then they'll acknowledge that other people know that, and she'll have lost her, like, Nazi hold, or Nazi magic hold over everybody.
Dude, maybe I'm just naive or something, but I can't see how anybody in their right mind could ever vote for any of those three people. They're all so freaking slimy, man. What the heck?
Oh, I know a lot of people that are going to vote for at least one of the two, and most of the ones that I know that are going to vote for one of the two aren't going to vote for Hillary. I try not push the issue with them or anything like that, but I just ask, and I say, oh, so you're for Hillary, and I usually get a resounding hell no. And most of these people that I'm asking are women, so that whole spike that they said that she got when she was talking about women or whatever, her 60% of her base or whatever that appreciate her as women or whatever, I'm just like, oh, well then that means that 40% of the women in the Democratic base think you're full of shit. Or was she saying that 60% of her supporters are women?
Shit, yeah, dude, it doesn't. She was just saying stuff, man. Like it's just like that 92% crap. You can't believe anything that comes out of her freaking mouth, man. It's like verbal vomit, like.
Nobody's watching it to justify the fucking crap that comes out of their mouth. We watch it to know the thing, because I'm not going to let some newscaster tell me his version or their agenda-based, position.
Cut out a snippet in a sound bite and say, oh, well, this is what it was. No, I agree with you. And like in the chat, some people were asking, like, why are we watching this? It's like, it's not like we're promoting these candidates. It's know thy enemy, know thyself. I mean,
knowledge
that's like
is power.
Sun Tzu wrote that shit like
and this is the experience
years ago or whatever,
And this is the experience. This is the political system. You can like democracy or democratic republic, or you cannot. But then, I mean, I guess if you don't, you're free to do that. But then, how do you know? I mean, are you participating?
Right. And as I know I've said in the past, like, you don't have to vote, and you don't have to vote for either one of the candidates, or you don't have to do anything. But then I don't know that you should bitch so loud, so to speak, about or complain about the way the system is if you're not doing anything to either engage the system or change the system. Now, I can understand, and I'm not trying to say anybody out there you have to like it, or I'm not trying to say that it's your fault or anything like that, because it's not. There are other people out there trying to either sway your opinion or get you to think one way or another, or and we're all our own people. Some people will fall in line, some people won't.
Now you guys have been around for a while. This is, to me, one of the more interesting elections we've had in a long time.
I'll definitely agree with that.
I'm loving it. It's interesting, just watching them, the topics around.
It's like you got the death race for the Republicans, and then you got like what was what was the ones where they drove around on the bus with Shirley Jones? Come on, get happy.
Oh, the Partridge Family?
Yeah, you got the Partridge Family on the other side, and you got like the Death Race 2000 on the other side. Thunderdome, They hardly got after it. They did get on each other a little bit, which I thought was good, but they were mostly calling each other out on policies or not knowing what the fuck they were talking about. I thought was good. Whereas the other side, you can clearly tell that some of those Republicans do not like some of the other Republicans up there. Like literally don't like them. Not necessarily don't like their ideas or what have you. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, like Trump on Carson right now.
Well, in that last debate, they got on each other a little bit, and a couple of the other debates, you know, they definitely got on each other. But, you know, if you're trying to get on each other just to fucking argue or call each other names or what have you, that doesn't really answer any of the questions or represent any of the facts when they do that. Right.
What makes me livid, though, okay, is like, I will bet you $1 that, like, all this verbal vomit that was being spouted in this debate and all these bullshit statistics, this 92% and this 61% and fucking 69 and whatever else, the media isn't going to fact check this. They're just going to repeat this shit like you know, and there isn't going to be any kind of like de-bullshitting of their debate.
That's
even
not
though
true.
like the Republican debate will like get like examined under a little microscope. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you. I agree that that's happened in the past, and that if no one does anything, that's exactly what will happen if you allow that to be all that's happening. But we didn't have this in 2008. It's just chat room, and I know that this isn't the only chat room out there that's talking about it tonight. So it's a changing world. And
Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't.
And I did crack up
social media
from Maryland when the dude from Maryland said, "Fact check it." I literally laughed out loud because like he's calling on the media to fact check something.
Yeah, knowing they're never going to bother. Well,
knowing they might
if
not.
it's a challenge like that, I'm sure people will. But yeah, but like 2008, Obama versus McCain, that seemed like it was railroaded. We didn't have we had Obama, which came out of nowhere.
I thought
right?
it was Romney. It was Romney in 2000.
No, that's
Oh, that was
That
my
was-
bad.
that was
2012.
My bad.
So 12 was kind of a bullshit too. We didn't get a lot of choice on the Republican side, and then it was shitty choices. And then, like say, it was horrible with McCain and what's her face,
Palin.
and then Obama and Hillary. Then
But
the one
that's-
before that, Bush and Kerry. That was a boring ass one.
No.
The one before that was Bush versus Gore. I mean, that was okay, but that was fucking the year 2000 for crying out loud. That was 15 fucking years ago already. It was a totally different environment where we watched it in a different way. Then you got Clinton versus Dole and Thoreau and Nader back in '96. That one was kind of interesting because that was one of my first ones. And then of course Bush versus Clinton.
That was like a massacre too, because like the world was for the Clinton-Bush one. You had Ronnie for 2 terms. You had Bush for 1. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You had Bush for 1. So you just had like 12 years of Republican stuff, and apparently, you know, they could one-sided enough where the nation, air quotes, the nation was ready for change, and that's why like Bill was so popular. And then Bill was still popular, even though he didn't get. Well, he got impeached, but he didn't get arrested or whatever. Like, that's another one. Like, if there was no term limit on president, I'm pretty sure at that time, Bill would have got elected at least a 3rd time. Back then.
Yeah, but with the Republican, the current
Reagan,
the current climate we're in,
He would have gotten elected until he was dead, if that was.
Yes, sir.
But the current climate we're in right now with the Republican ticket, that's why, you know, that's like McCain. McCain had to wait for Bush to get done for him to get a shot. He ran against him, and they told him, have a seat, you know, support him, endorse him, you know, rally for him, and then we'll give you a shot. And he got it.
Exactly. It was like, okay, you lost last time, so you get the first run next time.
Same thing happened to Romney. Same thing happened to Romney, and Romney couldn't close the deal either. And
you
then
don't have that going on this year for sure. There's
But
nobody
that's-
that would be grandfathered in except for fucking Clinton.
But that's why I think the Republican ticket is so different this year, because it's like Rubio, when they told Rubio, why not, you know, he even said it in the last debate, I've been told, well, why don't you wait? Because I can't wait. Because I can't wait. I don't want to wait for my slot.
I think the Republican Party is finally starting to have more libertarian leanings, and I think that's a good thing. I think that's attracting a lot more people that wouldn't have voted
And I think
for,
that,
you know, like
that's an excellent point. Because I think they watching the Democrat side, they know where their money is, where their votes are, and it's with the kids, right? That's why it's all free. Well, I mentioned that works for some kids, but like you say, the other part of all the kids that actually give a shit and have ambition, they want to be libertarian. So I think I agree with you 100%. It's good to see the libertarians on the Republican side. I would not be as optimistic if they were all on the Democrat side. The only thing that would be a positive there is that they would take away Hillary's vote potentially. But we got a Sanders over there doing that.
Yeah.
So I think that they could exploit that by saying like I heard somebody suggest it, and I didn't come up with it, but I love the idea of like championing the Republicans as the party of progress and the party of tomorrow and your grandchildren and your descendants, as opposed to the 8 years of shit that we've, or the bunch of years worth of shit that we've had to deal with under the Democrats lately. And all they offer is tax the rich out of here. And what happens when you tax rich? They leave. They go other places. So then where are they going to keep getting this money? If you think about it, it's not a bottomless pool. You know, those people have the ability to leave. You can't keep them here. And if you tax them to where it's not beneficial to be here, they fucking won't be here, and then there's no way for them to tax.
Well,
If the person has ambition, and the Republicans are saying, we want to change it so that you can make a living and not have a government telling you every single thing you got to do, that could be appealing to somebody who actually has an interest in having a full life, right?
Well, one thing I don't like, I mean, yeah, I agree with you, but one thing I don't like, and we said before, and it's never going to change, I don't think, is the party system, you know, because at the end of the day, a lot of these people end up serving, you know, a lot of these bigger interests that even though you vote and you go do what you can, you support the person you want to volunteer your time, you know, both parties are being controlled by similar interests. At the end of the day, corporations and people have other agendas. And that's why the party system is really, people are frustrated with it, because what's the difference between a Republican and Democrat when they're all getting, you know, the money for the same place? You can't go against the lobbyists, because you're not going to win. You have to play ball.
Man, maybe I live under a rock or something. I don't have a whole lot of, you know, like exposure to the wide world because I live in the middle of nowhere. But like, it seems to me like I think that this youngest generation is going to finally take the country back from the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was like a younger person, everybody that was young was a liberal. You know what I'm saying? But now it seems like people are like the younger generation isn't. This youngest generation isn't as self-entitled, and they don't have all of the, you know, stuff that we were given, you know, like easily when we were younger. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's bringing them around to like being realistic about, you know, their politics now. You know what I'm saying? And that makes me very happy. I think stuff's going to rock in the future, and I'm very pumped about that.
I have noticed from talking to my niece, and she's in her early 20s, 23, 24, and people around her age group, when you talk to them, and usually if they're very Christian oriented, you know, they go to church, you know, have a deep, you know, I guess, you know, they're religious nevertheless. You know, they have a deep faith in God, and they're really strong faith. They tend to lean to be Republican or conservative, and versus despite all the stuff you hear about, you know, kids go to college and they get polluted and becoming liberals, and you know, all guilt and all this other stuff. And that's what drives them, you know, to see the liberal left-wing aspect of it all, which influences them in their lifestyle and voting. But most people that seem to have a strong faith background tend to lean more to the Republican or to conservative side of voting.
I don't know if I totally agree, because there's a lot of Southern Baptists, and there, you notice Clinton, she's not going to say shit unless her money goes. She keeps saying, not muted. She keeps saying like God-given right. And that's new. I don't know if you guys pay attention to this. She would have never said God-given right 4 years ago, 8 years ago. Now, if you go back to Clinton, he was all about it, being religious and going to churches and stuff. So, I mean, there's religious people in this country, and then they're on both sides.
I was talking about. I mean, I agree with you, but
I agree. I mean, I know that the likes to play it like the right is the conservative side because they're anti-abortion, then they like to, since the left typically hates religion, or not typically, but a lot of people on the left hate religion, then they get to do two things. They get to make a political point and whatever their social justice point, like abortion or whatever, and do a score for their political side. You know, so they can one fucking like exclamation and hit 3 different points. But I mean, that's just the media is going to keep portraying it that the Republicans are. I guess look at it this way: the Republican they'll play the Republicans as the kind of religious people that believe every single story in the Bible, like, you know, as an actual like chronological events or whatever. Where the Democrats will be the what are they? The newer Christian offsets that ignore all the stuff they feel like it, and they, you know, they just do the whatever. I don't know all the different religions, but I get the idea that the Catholics are like real staunch, and then the Christians came a little bit less staunch, and then the various versions of Christianity all went off and did their own like directions of it. And they get further and further away from the like. Well, I guess a couple of branches go back to like fundamentalist, but I guess that's the way to say it. The Republicans, they try to portray them as fundamentalists, and the left, they try to make them like repressive religion.
I think that devout Christians definitely tend to be towards a little right-leaning, but then on the other hand, you've got that whole big group of like atheist libertarians that are also right-leaning. So I don't think that religion has as much of a role in the Republican Party as it did, like, you know, 10 or 15 years ago.
Yeah, that's a great point too, and that's something, again, the media's never going to make a point in that. They're never going to say, hey, wait a minute, think about this.
Yep.
I think the bottom line is that everybody's tired of a huge government fucking everything up, no matter what their religion is. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I mean, they're definitely pandering to the people that like their, you know, the handout people with their whole like the rich people are still rich enough to pay for a lot of stuff, so we can still milk them for a lot of stuff. But I'm hoping that with this current stuff happening in Paris, if there can be a benefit of all that shit. I watched Z's video that he posted on Facebook earlier. You posted it, you linked it or whatever you did. It makes it show up so I can see it. That one from Mars. I don't know what Mars is. That thing was hard to watch. You know what I'm talking about?
I can't say that I do. Can you give us a
Well, I
link
was
in
asking
the sidebar?
I have to find it on Facebook. I'm not great. It seems like when you go to Facebook and you look for, like, you just scroll and then you leave the web page and you come back to scroll again, it changes the shit in the list. So I don't find it as easily the second time looking for it. But it was something like Mars is the name of the organization that made this video, and it's sort of like I don't know. It's just one of these Facebook videos, but it's like 20 minutes long. Z's back. What's that Mars thing? You remember that Mars video you posted or linked to on Facebook?
I will try and look it up, because usually anything that I share, I go to my own page and then I can look it up under activity log. That's like the only way that I can keep track of anything, so to speak. So like sometimes I'll just share it literally with myself.
Just so you can find it again.
Yes, but I'm looking right now.
It was like 20 minutes long, and I was like, oh, I'm not going to watch all this. I'll just see, because usually Z posts stuff that's worth checking out. And I started watching it, and it's about the wave of immigration / whatever the fuck it would be called, of these people coming, I don't know where they're coming from specifically, but swarming into Germany, basically. I guess they're coming from all over the place, like all kinds of Africa, South, Middle East, other places. But literally, like, coming in such droves. I don't know if you guys have seen this. I don't really pay attention to this stuff so much because it's Europe. But, I mean, I don't know what to call it. Way more than a parade. I mean, there was, like, thousands and thousands of people. Like, literally,
it was
like
a column.
street. If you think of, like, a 2 or 4 lane street with parking or whatever, like, and then stores on either side, like, literally the entire street, completely packed, and then, like, miles long. Like, they showed a lot of the footage from the helicopter, and you just see this, like, miles of people. It's like the most people I've ever really seen ever. It was like some march on Washington that's crazy. It's like, can't imagine where I've ever seen that many people. Maybe like at the Wailing Wall or Mecca or some shit, you know, when they go for their holy days, when those places get just wall-to-wall people for like a mile. I mean, that's what it seemed like. And these are people that were, being dropped off the boat somewhere by the Mediterranean, and then said, fuck it, we're walking to Germany or something. And then they just started walking to Germany.
Is that when they opened the doors of the boat or whatever it was?
Yeah, it was
Like,
sort of like it wasn't like a narrative or a just like here's the beginning and here's the middle and here's the end. It was just a bunch of little pieces of footage, and then the guy was talking, I think, narrating it, and the pieces of footage didn't necessarily correlate to what he was saying. It was just a bunch of pieces of footage that were eye-opening because he couldn't stage that many people. I mean, unless it was CGI or something, that was a shit ton of people, and they basically like showed him walking through like a town, and then the like carnage that was just left whenever you have that many people. I mean, the place is going to be trashed. But the worst part was the part where they would show these, what are they called? Like their priests or whatever they're called, would be like, how they stand up on top of something and shout? They'll be up there preaching to their people, like, go there and take like 4 wives and have 22 kids, and eventually we'll take over this continent through, because they don't have enough babies. Like the Germans will have 80 babies for every 100 people. And in 10 years, and then in 10 more years they'll have 70 babies for every 80 people, and then those 70 people will have 60 babies, and we're going to go over there and have mate with their wives and their daughters, and we'll have 4 or 5 wives each, and we'll have 22 kids each, and we'll own these countries without a shot being fired.
It's basically the same way that if you remember the documentary Braveheart. That was how he was going to get the Scots out of Scotland. Was he was going to breed them out with prima nocturne. Basically, now it was a different way that they were going to do it, but it was the same theory of doing it. Is that they were going to put English in there and end up having more English babies born than Scottish babies. So I found it. So it's in the internal and the external. This video that G-Webs is talking about. And yeah, like that's their non-violent plan.
Right.
That does represent their violent plan as well.
And whether or not it's everybody's plan, I don't really care. I'm the first one to say you can't paint everybody or whatever in one thing, but the concept that that's happening, like it is, happening, and there's countries that are just getting like super crime because of it. I'm just saying that they can't hide that. That is happening, and there are people that know that that's happening because even if they don't cover it on the news, it's available. So it's knowledge, and again, it's tougher for these little kids that are coming up to be completely isolated and duped into thinking that, oh, we're going to use Iceland and Norway and fucking Sweden as these examples of perfect communism. That works great, that works great when you have like 8 people that like it. Communism works great, but when you have 800,000 people and some of them don't like it, then communism has some problems. You have to kill the people that don't like it for it to work. But anyway, I'm just thinking that it's going to be tougher and tougher for them to try to snow everybody with this, like, I don't know what to call it. Like we have to. What do you call it? Political correctness, I guess. That's basically what a big chunk of that video was about. Like, these Germans are so fucking warped because they used to be Nazis, and now they are not allowed to hate anybody anymore because then they would be, Nazis again. So they're using that really easily against them to invite all these people up to just, with intent to take over, to let them in to take over. It's crazy. Now, we're not going to let them in to take over, but again, it's going to be tougher and tougher for, like, Sanders to keep spouting his communist shit about nobody's bad and everybody's same and everybody can come here and be there and we have our like responsibility to the rest of the world and shit. It's just tougher, I think, to bullshit all that anymore, or it will be harder now.
And I didn't end up sharing the post that I saw like yesterday or the other day, because it was just too rough. But I want to mention it. It was somewhere in the Middle East. And it was basically talking about refugees going to like Sweden or something like that. And literally, now, I don't know if it was photoshopped. It probably was because it was pretty anti-propaganda-ish for sure. It literally said, it had a picture of like 3 Arabic or Middle Eastern people, men, around a blonde-haired Caucasian woman. And they pretty much, 2 were holding her down and 2 were taking her pants off or whatever. And it literally said, rape, rape, rape. They won't do anything to stop you anyway. And again, it couldn't have really, because it was like, it was a billboard sign on the side of a road somewhere in the Middle East. And I know that in my mind and in my heart that it can't have been a real thing. You know what I'm saying? It can't have been real, but just the thought, like I couldn't share it. It was just too much for me to even share.
Well, I don't know what you were looking at, but I mean, I don't know. It's possible, as I don't speak Arabic or whatever it is, that they're not all saying that. But I mean, I've seen it from multiple sources where they encourage people to do whatever the fuck they want, basically, because they don't matter if you're doing it to an infidel.
Right, and that was pretty much what the road sign was saying. The billboard was saying, and yeah, it was one of the heaviest duty things I've seen in an amount of time, and I just had to assume that it was propaganda. But like you just said, I don't read Arabic. I don't know what it says. It could quite possibly say something similar.
So, of course,
Anyway.
they can force Islamic law or whatever that's called whenever they got enough people, and they're totally doing that. That's what that video shows too. Is that that dumbass who's running Germany, like, won't even hold a flag or whatever. Like, she doesn't want to be looked at as too much of a nationalist. And yeah, then they show a bunch of whatever, but in English, so you know what they're saying. Like they're whatever they call them, they're rabbis or whatever they're called, saying like. If you don't like Sharia law, then go to somewhere else, because now Sharia law is, we're here and we've voted it in or whatever. I forget.
What is it? Is it Traverse City or Grand Rapids in Michigan? Is Schmeggy in here? No, he's not in here. All right. It has the highest per capita ratio of Muslims in the country, and they have so many people there that they have just about indoctrinated Sharia law into that municipality.
Yeah,
Which that's in America. That's in Michigan. It's happening in places. So like we can always think that it's going to happen somewhere else, but shit's happening here too.
I haven't heard of anything where they're chopping off hands and killing their daughters for looking at people or that kind of thing, though.
Correct, but they have displaced Christians and a few other things, and they don't. What was it? They weren't responding to the law of the land, the state law, so to speak, because they were just trying to go under the guise of their municipality and stuff like that. And I don't remember if Michigan is one of those states where the municipality can supersede state law, like it would be in their constitution type of thing. Which I wouldn't think so, but you never know.
See this list? It says Muslims are permitted to save their lives, to reconcile a husband and wife, to persuade a woman into bed, to facilitate one on his journey. I don't know what that means.
What?
I guess
okay.
I'm just reading what Dead Horse put in the chat. Anyway, it was definitely, it was interesting watching that. I'm not going to become an expert on Europe or anything, but obviously we've got to be aware of what's going on over there. That seems like a crazy ass freaking situation to me. Is that, I imagine what similar thing must happen to France, and that's the thing that got lit on fire, the refugee camp got lit on fire yesterday?
But the thing is, they lit the fire on the inside. It wasn't like somebody walked up and threw fire at them. They started the fire. So was it supposed to be a distraction? I also just shared us one. It was where German like highway patrol or highway border patrol or something intercepted some refugees headed toward. They had Paris on their. What's the thing called? Your navigator. What the fuck is that thing called?
GPS?
Yeah, on the GPS, and they did have. I'll also try and find that one.
Oh, is that where they said an AK came out of a van? And then they were, okay, that would make sense. If they were saying like they caught that truck on the way to Paris, like they had apprehended somebody on their way to go add to that bullshit.
Right. That was what I was getting at. Yes.
So if it's not too crazy to get into that topic, and if people want to, would it take that kind of shit here, like a literally pouring in of like just uncountable numbers of people to just run around like in a, what do you call those, refugee camps or whatever, and then start doing stuff to get everybody all pissed? Or do you think we'll, I don't know, I mean, it seems like it's I don't know what to call that kind of infiltration. If it's not really a war, but it's kind of like a culture war. Or would a culture war in Europe spark an actual boots on the ground type of let's stop this shit where it's coming from? Because it was like a big bomb. As I say, 9/11 is like a thing, like an actual attack. Like it's pretty easy to understand an attack, but a subtle, slow invasion of culture like that, we obviously are not good at recognizing nor doing much to prevent it, right, when those happen. So do you think that we could learn from something happening in Europe and then do something, or do you think it'll like, I don't know, will it be more like a cancer where you're like, oh shit, it's already in here, now we can't fight it, we have to go fight ourselves to get rid of it?
Well, that's kind of the way it's starting to go with whether somebody wants immigration reform, immigration change, an end to immigration, depending on what side of one side, more than one side to that issue. Whether they're coming here legally, whether they're coming here illegally, they're still coming. So, I couldn't say what the percentage is of legal or illegal immigrants also are some of these members of the the jihad, basically. But them being here, like you said, it's the slow death or whatever. They'll keep trickling in until they have enough to attempt to accomplish whatever goals they think that they want to accomplish. I mean, that goes for any bad guy, not just these terrorist types.
Definitely, it's an interesting video. I never thought to differentiate between, because I live here in Arizona, maybe that's why. So every time I hear immigration, I think, people from South America or Central America or wherever coming up here to work or hang out or leech off of us or whatever. And none of those things really all that much bother me personally. I think you'd get rid of those by just making a flat tax on consumption, and then nobody is getting a free ride. Everybody's paying for that, no matter what your situation is, legal situation or whatever. But when you start talking about that kind of shit, where they're like trying to fuck with us, not just leech off of us or join the party, but they're trying to come in and then fuck up the party or take over the party. That's a little bit more like.
Us, yeah.
I'm still not in favor of any wall, but that's making me question a little bit more. I'm not at all afraid of anybody in South America or Central America at this point coming up here with that kind of agenda, just because they're not like that. They don't do that.
But check out though, G. Some of the illegal aliens that are coming up through that way are, because it's easier for the Middle Eastern cell terrorist basically to go to somewhere in South or Central America and then work their way up across the border this way than it is for them to fly here directly. You know what I'm kind of saying? Because then when they cross the border, they have no conspicuousy. They don't have anybody keeping an eye on them. They have no tag, basically. So, and here's the other thing. I agree with you saying I don't know that the wall will be effective, but there definitely needs to be more money put into border protection, whether it's patrolling the border or I mean, how does that not create jobs? You know what I mean? But how you were saying,
you have level that are there to keep us in. I don't like that. So I don't disagree with awareness of our perimeter, but
Right.
to have one of the largest land borders in the planet be an actual like Berlin Wall, we pretty much knocked down the Berlin Wall because it was such bullshit.
Well, and that's why I wasn't saying wall. I was saying more patrols, jobs, all those type of things. I wasn't saying wall.
Oh, well, as far as that kind of thing, that just takes somebody to come up with it. They've already done it a few times with volunteer groups, and if everybody who seriously wants the wall so fucking bad would put $5 down, then you could fund people like Haas and Jaeger to go hang out at the border full time.
And they would do it willingly.
And they would be held accountable and responsible for their own actions, and they wouldn't get tied behind the bureaucracy and shit. So I'd much rather see something like that go down and just be done at a level of interest or necessity per location than some crazy-ass federal thing that's going to just let a bunch of leeches hide in the bureaucracy of the money and the power of...
I definitely hear what you're saying with that, too, because it's not like the government to spend anything efficiently or have a minimum amount of waste involved. I'm going to agree with you 1,000% on that. So, like, you got people coming across one of the largest land borders there. I got people coming from all over the world, and, like, if you go to French... Well, I was going to say, if you go to French Polynesia, right? So you go to Tahiti or Bora Bora or whatever, it is mandatory for when you show up that you have a round-trip ticket and a certain level of money just so that they know that you're leaving. When you come to Hawaii, being that it's one of the United States of America, I know that gets forgotten sometimes out there, but, you know, we're still a part of this great nation. And I know people that may or may not have come here under the guise of vacation, and maybe they never used the round trip ticket. Now, granted, they got to hustle and do this and do that to make $1, or anytime they hear La Migra, you know, they gotta run out of the business or whatever. But the majority of ours here are mostly from Asia and you know, Asia, which is, you know, anywhere from Micronesia, Indonesia, Japan, China, Singapore. You know, I mean, not any one. I'm going to say all, and I'm also going to say like India and Vietnam and all that other stuff too. But we also do get people from Germany that come, you know, because they come here under the guise of the vacation destination, but they come from all over the world, and not all of them leave, you know. And I'm not saying that this is going to be the big push for immigration reform out here, because I know a lot of the people that vote now, their parents may have come here, or their grandparents may have come here in that fashion, and then they did what they could do to make the next generation legal, so to speak. So they're never going to really, you know, if that's the more of the majority, that something like that's never going to get voted on here in this state. I don't know, in Arizona, Texas, New Mexico, sometimes I see people getting all fired up about that. And I'd have to say, G-Webs, that there are a good amount of people in your state that don't seem to share the same thought as you, and I definitely like the way you're thinking about it.
I don't know. I live here, though, and we get put in this like anti-Hispanic thing because the left, like, you know, the media likes to portray that, and the Democratic political people here in Tucson like to portray that. But I know I've lived here for 20 years, and I don't know. I've lived in other places in the country, and I've never experienced the kind of racism that people portray. I mean, I don't see. I mean, maybe it's perhaps I'm totally blind to it. I don't think so. I can't even count how many people I know that are of other, whatever, that, you know, persecuted colors or whatever the fuck. And
yeah, but you're not racist, so sometimes, you know, you're not looking at it from the racist angle, right?
No, I agree with you 100%, but I don't know. I mean, the way it's portrayed, like, nobody wants. I don't know. I do know some old guys that want a wall, but I don't know that many people that think a wall is even
effective,
nor effective, nor like needed. Like, nobody fucking wants a wall. Plus, it's ridiculous. It's freaking miles, and it's a crazy amount of space. People have no concept. They think it's like, I don't know what people think when they think of wall. This is more like Great Wall of China than Berlin Wall. They know that.
No, really, truly, it is
not fucking
physically
possible to make a
comparable
wall,
to that.
period.
Well,
I mean, it would take a massive.
Somebody's snoring. Racism now for kids. I talk to them. My oldest kids are just graduated from high school. There's so many Hispanic people now. It's just like it's whatever. They're not being given shit because they come from or made fun of their culture, their heritage. If anything, I think the white kids now kind of feel like, well, they got to fit in with everybody else. But I remember as a kid growing up, and people would make.
That nobody feels like they have to, though.
Well, I'm not. Well, whatever, dude.
I hear you.
But what I'm saying is, like when I grew up in a middle class neighborhood, being one of the few Hispanic people, Mexican kids in the neighborhood, first thing most people always, I remember meeting people, and the first thing their parents would ask me, because I lived in a predominantly white neighborhood, the parents the first thing to ask me, and what do your parents do for a living? I thought that was like some normal way to communicate or to open a conversation with somebody in dialogue. That's the way people talk, adults, say, how you doing? And what they're trying to tell me is, what the hell are you doing in this neighborhood? We moved here because we don't want to be around people like you. And, I tell them, father was a computer operator, mom's a school teacher. And they're like, oh, okay, well, I guess, And it was a little more, you had to have a little more thicker skin, back then about it. So I'm glad, I told my kids, I'm glad you don't have to go through some of that shit. People used to
I'm sure on certain levels they still do, Edge. Come on.
I guess perhaps. I mean, but not as much. Like people like some people make the Oriental voice when they talk about or Asian voice when they talk about somebody's Chinese. They try to mock them. And I remember going hearing that shit all the time. Oh, you this that it's crap. About Mexican people and this that. It's kind of old. Especially my first name. I was like, yeah, that was a mouthful for people.
Edge. That's a mouthful?
Yes, it is. Esquina. Rincon.
You won't need your whole seat. You just need the edge.
How do you say edge in Spanish?
Depends. Some people say
Encando bon culero. I think.
Right. Esquina. Some people say you got some people say it's a corner. Other people say rincon, which also corner. It just depends on the dialect. Some people also say fondo. I think. I don't know the specific word. I had to actually look it up in our translator to see, because I've seen some people say hey, I in la esquina, that means a corner, or where the corners meet, which is technically the edge. So on. I don't know. I should look that up. I still want to do one. I want to do a video review all in Spanish and have piss off a bunch of people. Tell me how much Spanish sucks. What's up, buddy? Take a nice nap there? All right.
Zipping up a sleeping bag?
Or letting one rip.
Have a lot of chili for lunch?
Yeah. Vinyl seats, gotta love them.
He wants to join the elite ranks of me and Bob, passing on the chat.
Anything is possible, and it's always good to have a goal.
Mm.
Is it cold in New York? Yes.
Technically. Ooh.
Yes. And depending on what part of New York, if you're in upstate New York, hell yeah, there's plenty of cold and snow up there.
Fucking, no, man. Where is it? Montana?
Never lived there, but I've been through there a couple of times.
Never been through there. I've just heard the stories of people telling me, where's Fargo? Fargo's where?
North Dakota?
Yeah.
I think it's North Dakota or South Dakota. It's one of those.
I forget one of the guys was telling me. One of the guys was telling me about, living out there, and he's talking about, man, it's so fucking cold, your boogers freeze, dude. And then when you go into school and have heaters as you walk in, the shit just runs down your mouth.
Well, here's the thing that they didn't tell you. When those boogers freeze, they are then jagged and they can cut you. You can get cut by your frozen boogers.
So can you like get charged with assault with a deadly weapon if you pull one out and try to stab somebody with it?
Well, the thing is, they usually have frozen boogers too, so it's mutually assured combat or whatever they call
there
that.
you go. I didn't think
Mutually
about that.
agreed to combat. I mean, where I used to live, dude, you could literally walk out the back porch, throw a glass of hot water into the air, and watch it turn into a liquid to a solid.
Yeah, I've seen that. Some YouTube guys do that.
But I don't live there anymore because that's too fucking cold and there's too much fucking snow.
You know, I think though, like, in the wintertime you can just wear more clothes and stay warm, but dude, in the summertime you're just fucked. You know?
Yeah, naked is about the least amount of clothes you can wear.
Well, Cork tried that once, the whole water freezing thing, hot water freezing thing, and he ended up freezing himself because he was naked out back, and then the kids just thought it was a statue and left him alone for like 5 weeks.
Confused with that challenge where you dump water over your head.
Yeah.
Bucket challenge.
Scalding water. Is that the Flash?
It sure is. How's it going, bud?
Master. Hey, you finally cut your hair. Did you lose a bet? You like them Cowboys? You like them Cowboys?
No, hair was finally long enough, so I just cut her off and donated it to kids that need wigs.
Oh, right on, dude. Way to be. Way to be.
I do it every couple of years. As you can see, I'm already growing it out.
Yeah, I was gonna say you cut it a little like summertime-ish, right?
Oh yeah, I went right pigskin there.
Yeah, I thought I remembered it being pretty short and like, holy shit, Vlad.
I don't know they have Clan in Canada.
Actually, we do, but
No,
thank God I live far, far away.
I was gonna say you're gonna conjure Bob. You should talk about the Clan.
I personally think that the Klan would probably reject Bob. I don't know on what grounds, but I just don't think he's physical.
He's too long-winded and annoying.
He's too nice.
He never let him talk.
It's like they're gonna be like, we hate people, but you take it to a whole nother level. So go back again.
Man, I used
maybe
to.
that was the way. It wasn't that he couldn't pass the physical. He was just too hardcore for the Klan, even.
I used to think that the Klan was just a boogeyman and they didn't really exist anymore, but I was buying a car from this guy. I went to high school with his daughter, and he asked me if I wanted to join the Klan one time, and I was like, "You're kidding, right?" And he's like, "No." I don't know if he was serious or not, but it freaked me the fuck out, man.
Oh man, they're real. Come on now, it's a real thing.
Vidor, Texas, man, is the largest Klan chapter they got in Texas. It's right outside of Beaumont, so about 80 miles past Houston. A little pissant town called Vidor.
I'm saying Beaumont's already rough and tumble.
Yeah, that's pumpkin patch, country bumpkin area, and then you got Vidor right next to it, and you're either white or black, and there's very few Hispanic people, very few Asian, other cultures, and they have a line of dirt of pretty much known even in Beaumont. I had to be there for 2 weeks once. There was one gig I had for training. It fucking sucked. I kissed the ground. I fucking got like 50 miles out of that fucking joint, pulled over on I-10 and fucking literally kissed the ground. Or 90, whatever the hell I was on. I was on 10. I was on 10. Fuck that place. I remember telling one guy, he's from Beaumont too. He used to work with him when we were techs. And he's like, and I said, yeah, Beaumont's the armpit of Texas. And he's like, well, Laredo's the crotch. And I go, you got me there, brother. I lived there for 9 years. I'm not from there.
I don't know that I would argue with either of those observations, Edge.
Exactly. That's why I didn't argue. There's people always say, you're from Laredo, right? I lived there for 9 years, man. I'm not from there, dude. I was born in San Antonio. I moved back when I was wise enough and old enough to get my own place. And I've been here with now, 16 years. Come back again. So, fuck off. I have some fond memories of Laredo, don't get me wrong. Nothing like carrying your own kilos to school. That's it. Shit. So, Flash, what's going on? How's that Chris Vector treating you?
Really good, actually. I haven't got around to shooting it much lately, but mainly because I bought a house there last year and just working on fixing it up and stuff
That'll
like that.
take all of your free time and money, that's for sure.
That's how you chop down trees with that Chris Vector.
Yeah. Well, today I was down in the basement jackhammering the concrete floor and stuff like that because the previous owner didn't know how to install piping properly.
You had me there for a second. You said I was down in the basement, and you said, and I was jacking. I was like, oh shit, here we go. But you clarified it.
Yeah, no.
We're on a 3-second delay here on Gun Channel, so we can make sure the kids aren't listening to this stuff.
I try to keep it clean. But yeah, no.
Only after you eat the peanuts out of my shit.
Well, I ain't drinking tonight, so I will be I will be a little cleaner and a little bit more respectable.
You got a drinking problem. Can't afford to drink, son. There's nowhere to be.
Well, I'm brewing 5 gallons of apple cider right now, so.
Oh, there we go.
Right on.
So that should be done by Christmas or New Year's.
Sounds like a happy time no matter what.
Yeah. But yeah, no, next summer, if I have any time off, I'm going to start making a rifle range in the back 40 here. And
Alright, awesome. You still roughnecking?
Pipelining, yeah. I actually got laid off from work there about 2.5 weeks ago.
Greedy pipeliners.
That's right.
Trying to steal money from the poor train owners that are just trying to make a buck.
When do you think you go back, Black?
I have no idea. This government that we're under right now in Alberta is screwing us left, right, and center.
Is Trudeau going to have any effect on you?
Oh, he's already got effect on us. He's putting an embargo on all the shipping, all the crude oil ships on the west coast. So that'll be fun.
Our guns
fucking you right there.
Are gun sales spiking between people to go out to buy more guns and fear that he's gonna drop the hammer on you guys on something or?
Well, there is talk right now about introducing the long gun registry, which is going to be a complete waste of money. Redoing a bunch of stuff on Bill C-42, which just creates more paperwork and costs more money, but...
This guy's the youngest president ever in Canada, isn't that correct? It's like
Prime Minister, yes.
Prime Minister, yeah. Same shit.
I think he's the youngest.
And he comes from a family of politicians, right? Trudeau?
Yeah, his old man was Prime Minister back in the 70s. Yeah, he finally
He's not a Quebecian or anything crazy like that, is he, though?
Yeah, I think he's from Quebec. Well, his dad was from Quebec, so I'm assuming
if he is, then that explains some of the batshit crazy stuff he's going to try and pull on you.
Oh, yeah, like, there's already talk about Western provinces separating from the eastern part of Canada.
Well, it sounds like old Texas talk. People are talking Texas. They're trying to, Rick Perry's talking about Texas seceding if they, keep fucking around with Texas and not start a whole bunch of shit in 2012 election. Which is never going to happen. Texas is not going to leave the Union, but whatever.
So did you see that story where the pipeline was such a horrible idea because it was only going to make 8 jobs or whatever Yankee was saying? That it was all just corporate money influence scam or whatever, and that we didn't need the pipeline or whatever. And then like a day or two later, I started seeing the stories about how that guy who contributes to Obama whatever, has like the train deal that he would have lost all kinds of money, and he makes more money because now the pipeline won't happen, so he'll make even more money on his trains. And
Yeah,
I see the pipeline,
but
because I know we live under a pipeline that goes underneath Tucson. That's why our gas is so cheap all the time, like they tell us. So they showed a map of pipelines in the U.S. and it said something like, "Where's the which one of these is the dangerous one?" And it's like, it looks like if you took one of those pictures of all your capillaries and stuff, underneath your skin. Like, it's just there's some places underneath the mountains where there aren't pipelines, but like all back east is all pipeline. Every freaking place everywhere is pipelines everywhere. Yep. It's like one of those things where they go, here the gun owners have our little red dot, and then the whole thing is painted red. It almost was like that.
I mean, you can natural gas, crude oil. I understand can be piped.
I want to know why we don't start piping water more.
Oh, well, it's only going to come. It's going to come from Canada. Screw you guys. Nestle's already raping us left, right, and center on that.
No, they're also really making an impact in the Great Lakes as well. There's all kinds of shit. If you ever look into it, I get bored quite a bit, but I watch some of those documentaries, not like Alex Jones style, but that T. Boone Pickens, who's an oil tycoon, so I think real estate as well. He's not heavily invested in oil. His latest project he's been working on for the last 10, 15 years is buying up water rights to reservoirs, and he has a good amount of controlling interest in Dallas area, in the Dallas area, Metroplex area, of a lot of water rights that he owns, and he's been supposedly trying to get his hands on that Edwards Aquifer, which is the water supply for most of North San Antonio and surrounding area. And that's his thing. And a lot of people say if he's interested in water, there's a lot to be said about that. It's something that you're going to end up paying a shitload more money for. It's going to be almost treated like a commodity, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like the reason why there's so much drought going on is the cattle industry, because it takes a lot of water to raise a cow.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they've done a lot of stuff with hydroponics to help irrigation of crops and whatnot to minimize the amount of water. But yeah, you can't subsidize water or you can't supplement water for an animal that needs it. A large animal to graze like that and survive or thrive, because you want a nice healthy animal to slaughter.
Yeah, because what is it? The average human requires a minimum of 2 gallons of water a day to be healthy.
That's what's recommended, but hardly people. I drink a shitload of water.
Yeah, I drink more beer and liquor than I do water in a daily amount.
Well, I agree, but I try to replenish my body with water to compensate.
But it takes about 20 to 50 gallons of water for one cow a day.
Yes.
And that adds up.
More like 100 if you factor in, like, if you go down to pound of beef instead of just for a cow, because they got to talk about transportation and processing and packaging.
Then you got them crazy cow farts that are destroying the atmosphere. Cow flatulence.
Yeah, it's funny.
If there was a way to bottle a cow fart.
I had a dog that farted. I did bottle fart once to give it to Mom for Mother's Day. For my best fart. Gave it to her and wrapped it up. It's my best fart. She didn't believe me till she opened it.
Oh shit, that's funny.
Yeah, I tried it too. Something original for my mom. Show some character.
Bottling a fart.
It works.
confirmed.
Somebody wake up from that nap there yet?
Edge is a leader in natural gas production.
All day, dude. Especially after some Chick-fil-A. Woo, doggy.
It's fucked up, dude.
See what happens when you let the Canuck in the chat?
Well, it's not my fault everything went to hell in a handbasket.
It's the natural order of things, though. Is that a new ride you got there?
Yeah, that's my new pickup.
You used to have a black Chevy, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're pimping, huh?
Well, my old one was starting to cost me money, so I said screw it and traded it in for a newer, better model.
What is that, a Hyundai?
No, that is the 2014 Chevrolet High Country. 6.2 liter, 425 horse.
You haul a lot of shit around?
Hmm?
You haul a lot of stuff?
Not really. I use it, well, besides all my work gear. That's pretty much what I use it for.
It two fists fuel. Excuse me, double fists. It double fists fuel.
Actually, I get about 900 clicks a tank on that thing.
Okay.
That's like 5 miles or what?
But that's because you have a huge gas tank too, yes? Fuel
I
tank.
got a 100-liter tank, 25-gallon tank, I guess it would be.
That's average. The Suburbans used to come with 40-gallon tanks back in the day. I don't know if they still have that option. That's a mother to fucking fill up.
Oh, considering them things were dinosaurs and they friggin' they almost needed 5 gears just to get past 50.
When I was leaving yesterday, I think I filled up at 191 a gallon. I was in Austin. It was as cheap as 183 a gallon, depending on where you're at. Gas is really cheap right now. So plane tickets should be cheap. That's probably not going to happen for the upcoming holidays.
Here in this town, I'm paying $1.02 a liter, and down in Edmonton, I'm paying 92 cents a liter.
What's gas going for on Maui Island?
Depends on where you go. If you go to Costco, it's the cheapest. It's in like the 260s or something like that. But everywhere else, it's like it's like 360 or 340, 360.
Do you get free lube with that?
You pay $3.40 for a gallon of gas?
Yeah, at least at the minimum.
Do you get free lube, a hand job or something?
Well, included in that price is dragging it out to an island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, I imagine.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
You definitely incur the cost.
The Jones Act.
Yeah, Volcano was talking about the other day about the Jones Act and how it really, why it's still active is ridiculous. Unions.
Well, part of it is because of the way that dock workers and ship workers were treated. That's why there's the Jones Act. Now they've taken it and kind of warped it to their needs since then, but it definitely came into place because people were dying down on the docks. People weren't getting paid. Ship workers you fall off the boat, nobody has to pay you. You know, I mean, I had dealings with the Jones Act when I worked up in Seattle.
Well, people go to the grocery store and can't afford to buy nothing, man. Sucks.
Well, in what way? Can't buy nothing.
Being able to afford to buy food.
But what do you mean? They can't afford to go buy lobster? They can't afford filet mignon?
They can't afford to go buy cereal.
Are we talking about the $15 an hour thing?
I don't know what he's talking about. I'm just trying to
We're talking
see.
about the Jones Act. We're talking about the $7,500, $9,500 per container shipping cost. Because you have to have
But
American.
you do agree that it costs money to ship things here, yes?
It costs too much money. It's not has nothing to do with the free market at all. It's because you have to have an American built ship and an American crewed ship to ship from interstate. From Puerto Rico has the same problem. You know, every island nation, every island state has the same problem. Hawaii is just getting slammed.
Dude, every island everywhere has high prices on any good or service that is shipped to that island.
If it was, if it was on a Chinese-built ship with with an international crew, it would cost $500 per container instead of $9,500.
So you want to outsource transportation? I see how it is.
Well, I don't want to pay $15 for a box of cereal, and it's just stupid.
Well, now, here's a question. Do you buy shit when it's on sale, or do you go and pay full price for stuff? Do you actually try and shop wisely, or do you just go in and go, well, here's $20, man, I got two things for it?
Money down the toilet and throw it out the window all the time.
Well, that's how you seed money, right? That's how you seed money trees that way.
I like to throw dimes and quarters into the ground.
And hope they grow into dollar bills, y'all.
Man, my money tree only grows Confederate money. It sucks.
And you're saying $12 for a box of cereal. He's not exactly joking. Like, regular price on a box of cereal out here is going to be anywhere from $5 to $6 easy. But I was just in there the other day, and they were 2 for $5. So I mean, it depends on what you get. It all depends on what you get. Sometimes it's Raisin Bran. Sometimes
I want to add this conversation. When I used to work in a mall,
in cereal, you shouldn't even be eating that stuff.
I used to glue quarters to the cement in front of my store at the mall and watch people pick them up and try to get them, and it was very entertaining.
Well, yes, that is exactly what we were talking about, Edge. Way to add to the conversation.
Heck with cereal bacon. Just eat bacon for every meal.
Now, see, I was talking to G-Webs about that in the external chat earlier. I'm like, dude, I'm making, what was it, BLTs for peace. I think we could go a long way with that. And that was part of my protest of Islam, or of ISIS earlier today, was I was making BLTs.
Oh, well, we should all get drunk to protest ISIS.
Well, I don't know if that would have as much effect as the bacon would.
I'm working on that anyway.
Then they don't drink alcohol either, though.
Well, bacon causes cancer now, though. So.
Yes,
no. Some Muslims do, but they're not supposed to.
But liquor doesn't defile the ground that they occupy, whereas technically a porcine does.
Oh, really? I forgot about that.
Yes. Yes.
We've had this running joke going on down home about how we're fattening up these cattle so we can give everybody cancer.
Hey, Volcano, your audio's real low, bro. I mean, I can hear you every now and then, but it's hard to pick you up.
Who, me?
No,
yeah, Volcano.
Somebody turn me up. Turn up the radio. Turn up my volume.
Well, I think when you speak into the mic, it sounds much louder.
It's like that.
1, 2, 3,
Yep,
2,
see?
1.
Now I can totally hear what you're saying. I don't
just-
agree with what you're saying, but I can hear you.
Well, the guy from Scotland, Fox Company Prepping, lives next to a Scotch museum, and he's sending me some free Scotch samples from the museum. So.
Well, that's not a bad thing.
Scotch tape?
Scotch, as in the kind you can drink.
The
I was
booze.
saying I like Glenlivet, and he's saying that's terrible. Let me send you some good stuff. So. I can't wait till.
Well, you should just let him. You should just let him.
Gave him my address and said, "Send it away, bro."
Is there a native alcoholic beverage on the islands?
Kona Brewing Company. I mean,
I mean the natives. Did they have something back in the day?
They had kava.
Well, kava they still have, but that's.
What is that made out of?
That's made out of kava.
Yeah, it's made out of the actual plant kava, and
Is it a
it's
fruit,
like
a potato, or?
it's almost more of a root.
Yeah, you have to grind it up. It tastes like drinking mud, but
Yeah, it's ass,
That
but
it's not what
there
Coke
is a
was made out of.
there is a definite poi is different. That is kalo or taro, depending on.
Is it like that though?
It's a
Baked potato.
It's a similar thing in that you start with the root portion of it and you work it. Yes.
Yeah, but kava has kind of a what would the effect be like?
I would say a calming effect.
It's alcohol.
Drug.
It's not booze. It's more
like
of a
numbing effect.
Yeah, it's not that it's booze. It's almost more like it's. If you think about like the Amazon medicine men and shit like that. You know how they'll take this root, that root, put it together in some type of potion, and it ain't liquor, but it's gonna kind of alter your state of being,
Basically,
so to speak.
your tongue gets numb when you drink it, and it's like.
It's not regulated, but it's not alcohol. It's got to be regulated. Then.
It's not alcohol. It is not liquor.
Huh. Can you ship it?
Yeah.
I've never tried to.
Send me a couple gallons.
When you get it, but though when you ship it, when you get it, it has to be fresh and kept cold.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's on the spot type of thing, sort of.
Yeah, and if you go to Hawaii, you could stop by find a kava bar. There's one in most every city, I think. At this point.
Well, I have a problem with the freaking paying the money to get to Hawaii, and then all I would do is hang out with people, so I could do that right now for nothing.
I've always kind of wondered how beer was discovered. Like, was somebody really thirsty one time and they were like, "Oh, look, I've got all this water sitting in the bottom of this rotten grain bin. I'm going to drink it." And,
Blame the Egyptians.
Monks.
If you want to blame anybody for beer, blame the ancient Egyptians, my friend.
But I mean, why would somebody drink nasty rotten grain water? I mean, that doesn't and then suddenly discover that it's got alcohol in it. I mean,
I suspect that apple cider was something that they were making, and then if they didn't, if it stored it long enough, it turned into alcohol, and then they figured out since apples do that, they tried it with other things.
Well, I was also going to say, Polecat, don't you know that everything in ancient Egypt was actually produced by the aliens first? So
of course.
I mean, but
how did the aliens discover
beer and battery?
I mean, they're just hanging out on their UFOs, drinking their little foofy alien.
Well, you gotta think about
they
this.
come to Earth and they land on somebody's grain bin and crush it, and all this water comes out, and they're like, "Oh, I'm going to go stick my face."
Well,
in it.
you got to think about this.
I mean.
Can you imagine the first guy that went up to a cow and said, "I'm gonna drink whatever comes out of them titties"?
I was just about to say the same damn thing.
No.
You need to file a freedom of information.
They didn't drink milk until long after they figured out that what the calves were doing. You understand what I'm saying? They watched the
Every
process.
one of us used to drink milk off of our moms, so it's not that much. And we saw our dogs and our cats and every other mammal doing that, so it's not that hard to figure out that other.
Right.
That's what I'm.
Believe that back in the day, before milk was pasteurized, it was semi-dangerous if it wasn't literally fresh off the teat.
It won't hurt you. That's what I miss the most about the dairy farm.
Homogenized.
Non-pasteurized milk is so much better than the shit that you buy in the store, man. It's
it's more
there's
creamy.
no comparison, Like,
I'm not going to disagree with that, but again, the advances in refrigeration and everything is what has allowed that to not get you sick as easy as it used to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I had a great aunt that was blind, and they always said that she went blind from drinking bad milk, but I never believed it. I don't know. Of course, we milk the cattle with mechanical milkers, and it went into this 1,000-gallon tank that was refrigerated all the time, even when the electricity was out, and they picked up the milk every 2 days. So the milk that we were drinking was never more than 2 days old. So I guess
I was gonna say, because you got to remember they drop off that milk at your doorstep, and then you didn't always just go get it right away.
No, that was after pasteurization, though, Edge.
Yeah.
Explain how Naked Juice got sued. Well, remember that company, Naked Juice? They got sued, and because people died from drinking their fruit juice, and then they flash pasteurized it after that. They used to have Naked Juice because they claim we never pasteurize it, we never do anything to it.
Well, waterborne viruses and diseases are still a real thing, and that is one of the advantages of pasteurization.
Leptosporidium or cryptosporidium or whatever the hell it is.
Hawaii, your speak is so weak. It is hard to hear what you are saying. But today's chat at Fox Company preppers, those are guys from Scotland, I think.
Glasgow, yeah.
Yeah, and you are a regular member of those chats, and I have listened to many of those. And today's chat, the main character that Fox Company prepper guy said.
Ron Swanson, yeah.
Yes, and he said that his thoughts about Americans have changed after he made those chats, and there was Americans like you and the Space Bunny and maybe some others, and that similar thing with me. I started from Edge chats about 3 years ago, and when I have talked and mostly I have listened what you are saying in the past 3 years, I have changed my view about Americans a little bit, and I now understand that you are regular people and you are good guys and you are not.
Dude, we eat babies.
Americans scared the shit out of me. Let me tell you.
Why? I'm thinking that maybe that. Fox Company, if they would be part of the gun channels community, these members of gun channels, maybe they will get more Europeans to look these videos and change more views of what the Europeans are thinking about Americans.
Well, there's a lot of crazy good people on gun channels, so it's hard to judge people just by YouTube, you know. But I mean, it's good to get to know people, you know, because it's a good technology, you know. If you don't know anybody from a country and then you actually talk to people, at least, even if it's not really a great representation of them, it's still, I mean, well, it's a good way to meet people and exchange views anyway, even if you don't agree with them.
I can hardly hear you, dude. I'm sorry for interrupting, but it's like you're at the bottom of a well or something.
Who's in charge of this chat, Pink?
You have to go to Hangouts individually and turn up Hawaii's volume on your own screen.
Go to Hangout. I can't just go to the control room and do it, right?
No, you gotta go. You gotta go to the Hangout toolbox and turn up his volume on your computer.
Okay, he can do it. All right.
Yeah, I had the same issue with an old microphone last year or the year before. Everyone had to turn up their volume on me, so.
Yeah, well, crank it up a little more, but on my end, but I can't crank it up too much. You know, usually the moderator of the call can do that, but.
Because you have an external mic, right? You're not using a headset for your mic?
No, I have a mic. I'm not using a headset. I have a mic pre, and it only puts out in mono, so I get like half of the signal. But it's a really great signal. It's just, you know, somebody needs to hit the, you know, boost button. That's all on my chats. I do on mine, but this isn't my chat, so I have no way of doing that. But yeah, if you want to actually hear what I'm saying, go to the Hangout toolbox. And go to my icon and then just slide the thing, click on the speaker thing, and then a bunch of things appear on the right, and you can turn mine up individually if you want to hear what I'm saying, or you can turn mine down if you don't want to hear what I'm saying.
It's what I usually do when Bob's on. I just turn his volume all the way down so I can hear everyone else.
Bob ain't that bad, man.
Especially when Bob and Yankee get at it, I just turn both of them down.
Well,
But it is an effective tool.
So, like, the U.S. is a really huge country, and we've got a whole lot of different cultures over our vast geography. And I think one of the problems is when you know, like, television and the media, you know, projects Americans or U.S. citizens or whatever you want to call us into the rest of the world. They kind of you know, focus on the mainstream American culture, when in reality, you know, you've got, you know, Texans kind of have their own thing going on, and the Appalachian people have their kind of own thing going on, you know, and it's kind of like it's not like smaller homogenous countries with a homogenous culture, you know what I'm saying?
It's the foreign media. It's the European media, you know, mindset of America is, you know, this big bad bully that always tells them what to do, and I'm not sure why. Yeah, you know, but Europeans hate Israel. They hate America. You know, it's I mean, the European media does. So the way America gets projected in the European media is just terrible. So, you know, I don't know how else to put it. It's just like, you know, our media has its biases, and so does the European media. So I'm not surprised that, you know, if you actually meet somebody that it doesn't match the media perceptions that are projected by, you know, the BBC or, you know, Europe One or whatever people watch over there, and it's just you know, I have my opinions about Europe, you know, and too, and it's just like everybody says they hate America until they need America to come and save their ass, you know. Like Rob was saying, Rob Swanson was saying, well, we don't really need the American military, and I said, yeah, right, right. Wait till Putin rolls a few dozen armored divisions up through the Baltic states and through Poland up to Germany, and then Putin isn't going to want to tango with Germany, but, you know, as far as the rest of it, if he could get away with running a few armor divisions through, he would. And that's then you would call for America real quick. And
no, it's not about that. Like he said that he's from Scotland, so he said that Scots people are very brave and they don't need any protection, etc. And they are, and Scotland is very far from the middle of Europe and Eastern Europe and from Russia, so they don't have any problems with Russians, because there are so many countries between them and Russia. But and thinking about that the Europeans like you only because you have the power, you have the military force. I hope that's not true, because I think after these 3 years, I like you even if you didn't have that military force, and I think that you are using your military force nowadays. It's bad thing, but I still think I like you. I like you. Even today,
they say the same thing in Vietnam.
We sent some pictures with very familiar kind of forest. So
yeah, the shit that our government does definitely doesn't reflect the will of the actual people a lot of the time, I think. So
you know what's really weird, like, is in Vietnam, when, you know, all the Vietnamese people say, well, we like Americans, but and the Americans, well, why are you killing us? You know, why are you fighting the military? Well, I mean, they had reasons for doing that, but it wasn't that they didn't like America or Americans. They they just wanted their own country. It was always about Vietnamese independence, which was a lot bigger than you know.
Did they like their own country with the communist Chinese swarming in and taking it?
They fought the Chinese. You know, America had no understanding.
They
of
also fought the
Vietnam when
French
they went
too,
in.
though.
They fought the French.
They the
wanted
French.
their own
They all
country.
of them were fighting the French, right?
The Vietnamese War was about
Yes, all
Vietnamese
of them were
It
fighting.
wasn't like a South and North Vietnam back then. It was
No,
just
it was the French. It was the French in French Indochina or whatever, and
They fought the Japanese too. The guy who's founded Special Forces was with basically Giap and Ho and Ho Chi Minh, and he filed a report recommending that the U.S. make a deal with Ho Chi Minh because he could see he was so popular with the people, but nobody ever read that report, I guess. I mean, they were fighting. He got assigned to work with Ho Chi Minh because they were the ones fighting the Japanese during World War II. So, I'm trying to remember the name of the colonel that founded Special Forces. Does anybody remember it off the top of my head? Off the top of their head, who's the first Special Forces?
Are you talking about the Green Berets, or are you calling
Yeah.
something else Special Forces?
No, I mean even before the Green Berets. So OSS. He was with OSS in Europe, and then he got assigned to the Pacific Theater, and then he worked with Ho Chi Minh and fighting Japanese.
Yes, but this talk is going some kind of off track. I was just trying to say that
Banks was the name.
that Fox Company guys, those Scottmans, why don't try to get those guys to the gun channels, because they have
Because I
viewers.
don't go to anyone to ask them to go to gun channels. Gun channels exist, and if they want to use it, they can. It's what they're welcome.
But Hawaii, they are friends of Hawaii, so Hawaii.
He's more than welcome to invite them. I don't think he's mentioned it before, or maybe it was you mentioning it. I know people have mentioned it, but I'm not about to start asking people to come over here. I mean, I'm happy when they are, but I'm not.
No, but I think that this forum would help to understand people from the different countries and different continents, because and the reason is that, like this Fox Company guy said, that he was very anti-American before he started to do those talks and target with Americans. So that YouTube talking, live events, and then he understood that you are just people like we are.
Well, yeah. Hey, I think I posted one of his videos or two of his videos when we were about the whole thing with the UK gun law, that thing that I wrote to the UK firearms commissioners back when they were going over their laws about firearms, and I wrote this letter and sent and emailed it to them, to the firearms commissioner, but.
I'm sure you sound like dead air to everybody that's listening. I have to turn off everything in the house to be able to hear you.
Yeah, I pumped your volume all the way up, and I can hear you okay now. But it's like I had to turn everybody else down and turn my volume up.
Okay, I'm sorry about that, but it is what it is.
No, it's cool. I was just letting you know in case there was some way to fix it. I didn't know what.
Did you paint something?
I was, but the point I'm trying to make is that I'll ask them, okay, if they want to come on, they can come on, but they do their chats kind of independently on their own. I don't know. I'll invite them, but they're not really gun guys, because it's hard to be a gun guy in the UK. They're preppers, I mean, I have a prepping one of the prepping channels that I started here. I haven't done much with, and I could ask him to post stuff if he wants to, or if he wants me to post his videos, I will. So sure he won't mind and get more views. But yeah, if you want to get him on here, there's a big time difference though. They're on Earth.
Yes, and that's the best part of because that time difference, because they are making those chats when you are not. So if Europeans good spirit Europeans are making chats, then there are more 24-hour chats at the gun channels.
Yeah, it'd be a lot earlier in the day, basically. So there wouldn't be a conflict of any kind, really.
Are you talking about Jedburgh?
No, I'm talking about Fox Company prepping.
Well, you were talking about some guy. You say he was I'm not aware of any individual that started the Green Berets. So
Colonel Banks. Colonel Banks is who I was talking about.
Okay.
No, how are air guns regulated in the UK? Can you easily get those big bore 45 caliber air guns like they hunt like deer and stuff with in some parts of Europe? Can you get those in the UK, or are they heavily regulated just like firearms are?
And that's the point why make chats with Europeans, because then you can ask those questions and get the right answers from the Europeans. We can talk. I can tell something about this, but it will be better than there will be a real guide from the UK.
My understanding is you can buy shotguns, you can buy 22, but you need a permit from your local police guy, is what I understand. Which are
but air rifles of all types are regulated the same way as firearms, or
probably.
That's how they're trying to do it here.
Like here, air rifles, at least in West Virginia, aren't regulated at all. Like I could go buy, a 45 caliber air rifle that you could kill bear with, and that would be fine. But I have to go through all the dumb shit to buy a 22 caliber rimfire rifle. What the hell's that all about? You know what I'm saying? That's what I was kind of curious about.
You'd have to talk to them. You need permits for everything over there, from what I understand. But you can get a shotgun or a 22, but I think that's pretty much it. And you have to have a show that you have land to go hunting on, to do it. And still, in some towns, they might not give you a permit. So, I'm not. You could have them explain to you, but
who's left? So we're going to go off air. So I'm going to interrupt you just to let people know that are watching. Oh no, wait. Is who's running this, or Pink?
I think Pink started this one.
All right, sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Pink.
Well, I'll try and get them on to basically respond to your point, just to see if they're interested next time I'm on one of their chats. Because today was the first time I was actually on one of their chats, because this is the first time they sent me a link. So I usually just text with them back and forth. And I think just Hawaii is something that gets people that they're like, oh, Hawaii, how cool. And then so, they instantly like me, without even knowing me. But because they like the idea of Hawaii, even though they don't know anything about it. It's like this mystical, magical idea that floats into their brains or something. And so, they instantly have this idea, of what it must be like living here, even though it's nothing like what it's like living here. But but yeah, it's great to get to know people, and and I don't think Gun Channels is like the UN ambassador to Europe or anything like that. But hey,
we can be the gun ambassadors to Europe, though.
I tried, they're mostly preppers, the leatherworking and prepping stuff, and
So I was going to ask Z, but I'll ask you too. Is there a lot of gardens in Hawaii then, or is the land too expensive for people to have gardens?
No, there's specifically ag land,
No, I'm talking about like individual, like just like a victory garden, like people that grow food to supplement. I was just wondering when you guys were talking about the high cost of food, I was going to ask you before, since you brought it up in Hawaii again, do people have gardens to supplement that, or like fresh fruit? Would be expensive, or fresh.
Yeah. Oh yeah, fruit trees. I mean, obviously coffee is big. We just had the coffee parade, lantern parade.
Well, I assume everything grows easily there, so you could have like containers with all kinds of like tomatoes and all kinds of stuff
Well,
that.
we have our pest problems too. The coffee borer beetle. Ohia wilt. Don't ask me how to pronounce the exact name of that. Different funguses. I mean, fire ants. We have our invasive species that make farming difficult. And to make a living off of it, the water cost here. Unless if it's easier if you live on the wet side of the island because then the water's free. But the labor costs for farming, it's mostly people with greenhouses, and people that do GMO farming professionally that can do it on a industrial kind of a scale where they could make a living off of it and do it professionally. But I think basically how it works is that there's a lot of land that's set aside for ag that you can build a small house on and use the rest of it for agriculture, and there's specific rules. So, and ag land is usually cheaper than just plain fee simple land. I mean, it's all fee simple, but it's a zoning. Ag 5 means like a 5-acre plot. Where you're allowed to build an ag structure without even a permit. So but yeah, people grow stuff to live on. If they allowed, they try to do that with marijuana a lot, but so that's why there's a lot of people with roofs with signs on it that say, no helicopter flyovers and no spraying, and the DEA has their green harvest where they send DLNR people and choppers to go down and chop up people's grows, and and there's the whole GMO controversy, Monsanto and Hawaii papayas, and it's when people do land, you can make a lot of money. Yeah, just plant a bunch of GMO crops, and but then you'll piss off all your organic farming neighbors around you. It's one guy rented leased a piece of land in Kapoho, and he planted like 10 acres of just GMO avocados, and one of his neighbors just chopped them all down. The police are trying to figure out who did it because it was a major financial loss to the guy. But
several years ago, my uncle had a potato patch that he covered up with a tarp, and the DEA plane flew over. They fly over this area a lot and take pictures and try to find people that are growing pot. And the DEA came down in here and they were like, "We need to look under your tarp and make sure that you're not growing shit." And we were like, "Fuck you, go away."
Get a warrant. Yeah, come back with a warrant. But if they just see you growing it, then they don't need a warrant. Then it's they have ways of figuring it out from satellite pictures and stuff by the temperature and the plant. They do a flyover and infrared. They can figure out if you're growing pot just by flying over, taking satellite pictures. So, and by the heat of the plant or something, they have their ridiculous ways that they do it, and then they just drop in. They'll rappel down from the helicopters, cut up the plants.
They can see the THC or something because they do fly. They've been doing that for a long time. It's like a heat camera or something. They can just see the THC or some shit from the air.
Yeah, well, it pisses off the locals because that was an easy way for them to make a living. So.
Yeah, pot used to be one of the major cash crops in this county, but then the people that were growing pot switched to meth, and then they all got busted, and that all went away, which was kind of fortunate. But I think it's kind of ridiculous. I'm going to sound like some kind of hippie or something, but I think it's kind of ridiculous that we spend so many hundreds of thousands of dollars or whatever it is chasing people around for growing pot when we've got
Well, I'm against pot and drugs, but I'm more against me telling somebody else what to do. I don't want to be the person saying you can't do this or you can't
It's
do
like
that.
when you make pot illegal, it just makes a black market for it. I mean, I don't smoke this stuff personally. I think I'm dumb enough when I'm sober. You know what I'm saying? But it's just a big
Me too.
mess. Government overreach. That's what I'm ranting about. Yes, that's it. And I need another beer, so I'll be back.
Yeah, but people grow tomatoes and stuff, and there's a lot of farmer markets, and there's a lot of exotic tropical fruits. But it's if you want to prep or supplement your food, hey, get some starfruit trees. Or there's a bunch of there's some farming association guys here, and we could get some really awesome stuff from farmers markets. And it's even on the way to where I go shooting. So,
when did growing a garden become survivalism? I mean, like, we've always just grown gardens and stuff because it's cheap food. You know what I mean? When did that become like a survivalism thing? It's weird.
Because it's not because it's because of our just-in-time shipping system for food. Like you go to Costco, it's just-in-time shipping. They have everything set up. That's like an amazing operation, the way everything gets delivered. In time, well, it's still fresh and still edible, and all around the world, and in giant quantities. I mean, and I don't know what the prepping thing is, but it's like you're always 2 weeks away from in a disaster of some type. I don't know what the next disaster will be. Economic, natural, but I know that people will always need to eat, and I think at some point a self-renewing food source became good for prepping.
When I was young, probably, oh hell, I can't do math. I guess I was 7 years old at the time. Back in 1985, we had a big flood here, and this area that I live in was the area that was hit the worst in West Virginia. And my family lives down this valley. There's only one road that goes down in there, and it kind of tapers to a point, and the river goes through. And there's no other way to get in or out of there other than that road. Well, at the time, we made a road over the mountain after all this happened, but there were two bridges that you had to cross to get down there, and it rained on election day, like crazy amount of rain, and the rivers overflowed, and the flood control dams overflowed, and it like washed out all of those bridges and shit. And we were stuck down in there for about 6 months, but we had kerosene lanterns because the electrical grid here has always sucked, you know what I'm saying? And we grew our own food, and we had cattle, at least the ones that didn't wash away, and we just hung out down in there, and everything was great. And I missed like 6 months of school, which was double great.
But it might not be like that where you get to hang out and bug in. What if you have to bug out? I mean, I can tell you my family story, and I've told it before. They were in Warsaw when the Nazis bombed it. My uncle, who was fighting in Vietnam, he was a little kid, like 7 years old, and his grandfather's taking him down the street, running away from the bomb shelter just before it got nailed and destroyed by a Stuka dive bomber. And he was the little kid looking up at the German dive bombers bombing Warsaw, and they had to run for their lives because they were Jewish. And let me tell you, bugging out through Russia, food was important to get your hands on. And it was like the ultimate prepper story of getting the hell out of Warsaw after and getting to Russia, so you wouldn't get thrown into the goddamn oven. So, because the Russians weren't killing Jews and the Germans were, basically. So, it was, keeping food on the table wasn't easy, and especially if you're not even in your own country. I mean, if you're on the road, I mean, wow, what if everybody's bugging out by your house, But it was just one night, everybody got shipped to Siberia, at the Archangel Forest, and my grandmother traded everything she owned for enough stuff to make biscuits and potatoes, enough potatoes to keep everybody, kept everybody in the train car, because they shipped everybody by train around back then in Russia, alive in their train car, including themselves. And you know, and one time my grandmother was arrested in she was in this work camp in the Archangel Forest because she was in charge of her job was to take care of this little town's two pigs, and basically one ran away, and her sentence was they sentenced her to, like, you know, 1 day in jail, but the jail was an outdoor but it was just a bunch of sticks and a little thing where you get locked up outdoors. But it was a death sentence because it was freezing outdoors. You couldn't possibly live through the night outdoors. But then before anything happened to her, they found the male pig, because then the female pig ran away, and basically because she missed the male pig, and they found the two pigs having sex in a coal mine. So
It's a hell of a place to have sex. You'd think you'd get like coal dust up somewhere where you wouldn't want it or something.
Well, these are two pigs, you know. A female, the sow ran after the male, basically, and because she could smell where he went, you know. But the people were upset because that pig was their food, you know. And my grandparents got shipped to Kyrgyzstan, and my grandfather worked in a concrete factory, and you know, where most everybody died, so he volunteered for the Second Polish Corps, which was formed in Kyrgyzstan, Osh, Kyrgyzstan, and because everybody in the concrete work factory died because conditions were so poor. But at one point, after my grandfather left to fight in the army, my mom and my uncle and my grandmother, she fell sick and she couldn't work, and if you don't work, you don't get paid and you don't eat. So she couldn't feed her kids, so she went to the orphanage and wanted to turn in her kids because she couldn't feed them anymore. And the orphanage says, well, we can't take your kids because they're not orphans. This is an orphanage. So my grandmother just put a knife to her own throat and said, oh, I can fix that for you right now. And they could tell she was just about to kill herself, and so they said, wait, we'll take him and feed your kids. And then they found her a job at an easy job that she could do as a maid in a hotel for officers or something in Osh, Kyrgyzstan, and she managed to survive until my grandfather found them after the war, you know, which was another miracle.
It's hardcore, man.
That's interesting.
I don't think anybody here where I live. I mean, I'm sure some would, but I don't think very many people would bug out. I mean, I think if somebody like fucking invaded here or something, we'd fucking fight to the death or something. I don't know.
If you could.
Well, yeah, but you can't fight to the death when it's like raining artillery on you.
Shoot at planes or something, if nothing else.
Well, but you got to book if you're being cratered. If the places you're standing on are getting hit with artillery shells, I mean, there's nothing to fight back right then. You got to book and go fight wherever they're coming from or something.
Well, the Polish army could not fight the German combined arms, and that's the way it was. And so basically, my grandfather fought as a sapper in the Second Polish Corps under Russian command, all the way from Kyrgyzstan to Lublin in Poland, and then he basically took whatever pay he had and bought a bunch of Swedish lighters, which he could trade for a small fortune on the way back for stuff that he needed, or housing or food or whatever he needed. He just had a whole bag full of Swiss lighters, and until he, they said, "Oh, you don't even go back to bother looking at them," because because they must be dead by now. And so my grandfather said, well, I mean, they're going to find them or their graves. And he went back, and tried to find them. And that's how we found my grandmother, and my mom and my uncle. But and then, then they went back to Poland. And this is a bug out story. I mean, they went back to Poland, but if you were Jewish and coming back to Poland, you would be, if basically all the property and businesses has been taken over by other people who did not want Jews coming back and claiming their property. So every morning or every night there would be stacks of dead Jews in the middle of Poland, and I mean after the war. So and so you basically got to when they finally came back, they heard about all this, and And if you just weren't summarily, bussed to the river and shot and thrown into the river, they ask you a question: are you repatriating, refugees from Russia? And if you check the yes box, you were going to be dead within a couple weeks, one way or the other. And so they said, no, we're repatriating back to Germany. So they got placed in a displaced persons camp, which most of Europe was, which is back then like at least half of Europe was displaced people after the war, and they were all in displaced persons camps, which is why they sympathize with people coming from Syria, because they're fleeing a war, and because of the history of Europe. My grandparents, my mom, they were all in displaced person camp in Germany. They said they were Germans. They weren't Germans. They were never Germans. And but my grandmother had left her first daughter with some friends before the war, and they were trying to get out of there before the war started, but she couldn't. And so she went back to try and find her first daughter, back in Belgium, and they snuck across the border in an onion truck to Belgium, and then they could get jobs there, and they waited in Belgium for 5 years to get a permit to immigrate to the United States. And so that's my story. It's a bug out.
Well, as far as the Victory Garden or whatever, when we started all that, I was going to just say that you may have to leave it, but the skills you acquire tending a garden as a prep for whatever contingency are, valuable skills to have. And then if you do got to move, you can always start again.
Yeah, I think the main thing you get from prepping is that it's all about learning skill sets, really. That's the main thing you can get.
Practicing in an environment and in a setting where it's not life or death, so that when it is life or death, if it ever is, you've not the first time you're experiencing something.
I think there's a certain independence factor to self-reliance. That's my big rant there. Like, if you're self-reliant, you can be the like independent, like Jeffersonian sort of, like person that U.S. citizens were intended to be, instead of like reliant on somebody that has power over you because they provide something that you need. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my deal, I guess. I don't know.
But our economy is so interconnected nowadays.
Yeah, it makes you versatile and adaptable to any situation. The more skills you have.
Absolutely.
Mm.
But our economy is so related and dependent on so many things, right now, just-in-time delivery, computers, banking, you take out a couple of those pillars and the whole thing comes tumbling down. So
yeah, that's my rant. All right, that stuff should be optional. People should be able to live without that stuff if they have to, because otherwise, like the people that provide the banking services and the food, like the people are become their bitches. You know what I'm saying? And that's not cool.
Yeah,
and that can be a short-term situation if there's a power outcome. So how you can get the power to keep the fridge cold, and if there are some kind of strike, so.
I told the resident manager of my condo that if the power goes out and I don't have air conditioning, and it's like a shit hit the fan situation, I'm just going to throw somebody out of the downstairs unit and take it over. And because he knows how hot my unit is, so without the air conditioning.
I'd be interested to learn more about the whole urban gardening thing, where people build those racks in their windows and stuff, to try to grow like a lot of food in very little space, like and hydroponics and stuff like that indoors and things. That's pretty interesting stuff. That could do a lot towards making people more independent, I think. I don't know. Because like not everybody can have like a little patch to scratch out and grow like beans on. You know what I'm saying? Like, or something. I guess I don't know. Yeah, never mind. I'm being crazy.
Well, if some people live in the city and some people don't, So if you live in the city, it's tougher. If you live in a condo, it's tougher.
If you live in the city, you're pretty well screwed.
There are this urban prepper, and he's making videos how to survive at the urban situation at the city.
Has he done it successfully?
He's making videos, so
have you
he's okay.
seen the video of that? I don't know. They try and sell a course, but it just is interesting rap in their sales pitch from this guy who was in Bosnia, and he had to survive there during the war. And I just found it fascinating listening to and how he survived, and when everyone was killing each other for food, and basically you had to form your own urban defense force. If you were just one guy with a gun or something, you weren't going to last. You needed a group of people, and it was pretty interesting to listen to him, how he did it.
Yes, there are lists and stories about those modern problems with the countries with the war, and how what they needed when the fresh water went out, and when the milk went out, and when the diapers went out, and there, if you really want to know how to survive in the city,
listen to someone who
happens, did it. There are things that you can Google up, because there are it's new thing. It's called internet. And
well, I think the best advice I give somebody is listen to somebody who actually did it, and
yes. At Europe, at Serbia, Kosovo, Bosnia, those Eastern Bloc places, there was a war. Those countries, those cities, they were normal European cities. So if you need food, you go to shop and buy. If you need diapers, you go to shop and buy, and etc. But when the war started, then all this stopped. So if you want to know how to survive 100 days, 1 year, 2 years at the situation at the city, then you don't have anything to grow, or you don't have own cows or sheep, or there are stories at the net. If you really want to know how to survive, you Google those and read.
And you also realize it's definitely not something you ever want to have to do. I mean, these are like terrible situations, that happen. I mean, it's not grid down. It's grid down and rule of law down, and throw away the Bible, throw away goodwill toward mankind and everything. These are just terrible situations, and it's like, nothing good is going to happen. I mean, but you can learn from these guys that have to live through it. And it's just, there's always. I'm sure you could pull the good out of any bad situation, but these are not. I mean, there's situations there's really almost no way to prepare for, like war. Coming through where you live.
No, that's why I was saying your skill set's really important. To be adaptable, to try to be able to figure things out as they happen. that's all you can really do, because there's no way, like you said, to really prepare for everything.
Yeah, I think being able to. I think one skill that seemed to be really helpful, according to what I've heard, is being able to work with groups and good interpersonal skills, because groups of people have a lot more chances than one person or two people on their own. Large groups will survive and small ones won't.
True.
But I'm not the person to talk to. I could just tell you what my family went through, but there's some of those people from the Serbian War who had to survive. They have some stuff on the internet, and you could check it out. I found it very interesting and enlightening, but like I said, God, those were terrible situations. War sucks. You don't ever want to be in one. So, I mean, guns are fun to go to the range with, but I pray nobody has to go.
I think it's kind of like the gun behind every blade of grass thing. Like, as long as all of the people are very well armed, it's a situation that can't happen. I think it's when people get disarmed, like in Central Europe and stuff like that. That's when shit goes bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like
people were armed. People were
Just
armed
because
in
it can't
Serbia.
happen doesn't mean they're not going to be challenging you.
Yeah, it was basically. I mean, the army got killed. I mean, all the police stations were raided. Yeah, it was. Just because, I mean, the Polish army had guns, they couldn't stop the Germans, and then the Russians couldn't stop the Germans, until they hit Moscow and Leningrad or Stalingrad. I mean, shit, that was so bad you couldn't. You had to light a fire just so you could take a piss, because your piss would freeze. It was so damn cold. But I don't know, maybe you guys up in the back East Coast are used to that, but I don't know. I live in Hawaii. I wouldn't know about that.
If you're making to be your what it's human temperature range. It's almost 40 Celsius, so it won't freeze when you are peeing.
That would make an interesting YouTube video, but it would be painful to make it, I would think. So.
No, no, it's not making it painful, because at the northern countries we have to do what we have to do in when we are drinking a lot of beer, so we have to do that thing.
Make a little yellow hole in the snow.
But I don't think that's very interesting thing to talk.
Well, but I mean, like the gun, like some of the oil that the Germans used in their guns was the wrong kind. It would seize up in their guns.
I think that's urban myth. That have said many times, but I don't believe that's not true. So those German guns would be freeze and didn't work at the place. Maybe.
I've had some problems with misfires when it's really, really, really cold and I have too much oil around the firing pin. I've started using that graphite lube like you spray into motorcycle cables in the firing pin in the wintertime instead of oil, and that seems to. It's only one gun that did that, but that seems to fix it. I don't know.
Yes, but if there was 100,000 German soldiers, and the first one got a problem, so what the other 999 could made? So
well, I think it depends if anybody was paying attention to their soldiers, and I don't think the Germans at that point they didn't really care at that point. They couldn't do anything.
No. If you are in that situation and your rifle doesn't work, and that rifle is only thing which keeps you alive, of course you will solve the problem. So I think that this oil which frees and stopped the German guns to working, I think it's myth. It's urban myth, not urban, but anyway.
I think I saw something about it on the History Channel.
Because how stupid you have to be to notice that your gun is not working and you are not doing anything about that.
Well, I don't think there is much you can do.
You are.
You're deployed to Stalingrad and your gun stops.
Yeah, take the oil. Just wipe all the oil off of it. I mean, it'll wear out faster, but it'll work then, right? No.
I don't understand that any.
I think maybe it might have been
so stupid that he have the gun which is not working. So he's so saying that okay, this gun doesn't work. Please shoot me.
Yeah, and I know I've read that up in Alaska, the Eskimos really like the old Remington Nylon 66 because like they're all made out of like nylon instead of and apparently they just work really well when it's like -50 or something like that. They don't like seize up like other guns do or something. I don't know if that's really true or not, but I was
somebody was saying, I think I read somewhere that the Steyr AUG was built to work in Arctic conditions, and that's why they built it. So they wanted to have a rifle that would work in Arctic conditions. I don't know what about it, but I did read that somewhere. I don't have the Steyr AUG, so I don't know, but I did read that about it somewhere. So.
Yes, but anyway, if you are in that situation that you have to relay.
I moved to Hawaii because
if you need that gun, you make everything that gun works.
Oh yeah, I make sure all my guns work, but it's like
the Germans are that stupid.
But it's like, what's the famous saying that your best battle plans don't survive first contact, and neither did Napoleon's when he invaded Russia. I mean, he had the same fucking.
But those are French guys, and those are stupid.
Oh.
Oh man.
Now I
am. How many wars Germans? No, I mean, how many wars French guys have won, and how many wars French guys have started?
Well, the French were there
like
at
Korea,
Yorktown.
Vietnam.
Yes, well, the French asked for American help to bomb, with B-29 bombers during the Battle of Dien Bien Phu. America said no thanks, we're not going to get involved. And then so when America was in Vietnam and said, we can use some help here, the French said, fuck you. But I mean, the French were there at Yorktown, at the birth of the nation. And they pinned Cornwallis down so he couldn't just get on a boat and sail up the river. So we kind of owe him for that one.
Yeah, that was also kind of a long time ago. I don't know. I mean, we were at war with the British then too, and we're not really anymore.
Just to interrupt, the rifles that us Canadians use for the subarctic shooting is the Lee Enfield. That's what our Inuits use for the Canadian Rangers. Or that was their old rifle. Now they're changing to the C8.
CZ or something, didn't they get? Or yeah. I'm hoping we can get a bunch of cool old Lee Enfields now or something. Oh, yes.
Well, I was looking yesterday at the gun shop. I went to look at the CZ 527 carbine and 7.62 bolt Mini Mauser bolt action, and it looked nice. But I don't know if I want to spend. I don't know if $733 or whatever it is, 730 I think. And I was thinking about saving up for a Lapua, and that would mean getting into reloading, getting a super expensive scope, and trying to find someplace to shoot out to 1,000 yards here would be almost impossible. But it would. I don't know if I want to get into reloading custom rounds and stuff and like that. It's going to be really expensive. And because the CZ is chambered in 7.62, I mean the ballistics aren't going to be as good, but I mean I've got 3,000 rounds of 7.62 stashed away from my AK, and it looks like a pretty cool carbine though. It's 18-inch barrel, and I don't know. So.
How at the Fox Preppers channel, you asked, are you allowed to reload? You asked it. You asked it at least 2 times, and the guys didn't understand what is reloading, I think.
Yeah. Either they didn't. I figured they didn't know what reloading was because it didn't occur to them. We can't buy ammo. Well, I said they kept saying, "Well, we're not buying. Can't buy ammo. Can't get a gun." I said, "Well, can you reload?" And they didn't know what it was or something. So I guess it didn't occur to them.
That's sad. That's very sad.
It's not like I want to reload, but if I get a Lapua, I'm going to reload. But yeah, I don't know. I might just buy that.
You have to reload, or you are paying about $10 per round.
Yeah, and that's not going to happen if I go to the range and shoot $200 worth of ammo in just a few minutes. So. Yeah, but it costs a lot of money to get set up and a lot of time and big learning curve. I mean, I have second thoughts about a Lapua, but and I know there's going to be a new one released at the SHOT Show, but by IWI. But when it's said and done, I mean, I'll either buy nothing or get the CZ. But I've been thinking about it for a couple of days first. I mean, I already have an AK which shoots 7.62, but I know I'll be able to shoot to distance better with the CZ.
I'm sorry, I stepped away for a second, missed part of the conversation. So you don't reload?
Not now.
Oh man, you should get into it. It's a lot of fun, even if you're just making up like special lids for certain guns and stuff, rather than just cranking out lots of stuff. It's pretty awesome. You can get started pretty cheap with just like a single stage or something like that, and pretty soon you'll be like, ooh, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm in a condo, and I don't know about storing all that stuff here. People find out I'm reloading, they'll say, he's storing gunpowder, and or something.
Hey, it's a free country, man.
Yeah, but they do have condo association rules and stuff like that you have to follow. They can't ban guns, but they can make it difficult for you if they want.
Well, I mean, smokeless powder is not technically an explosive, though, right? So
if the board says it is, then fighting them in court would be.
Yeah, that's true, I guess.
I don't want to waste money on fighting a board in court. When I get my own place in the jungle, my bug out location, I'll set up with reloading, but
there you go.
For now I'm just stockpiling tons and tons of ammo. So like I said, I have almost 3,000 rounds of AK ammo, and I don't go shooting too much, but that's the AK. But even though it's fun as hell.
Is there some reason that you are staying there, job or something else?
In the condo?
Yes. Or
we pay too
or
much
at
for
Hawaii.
We'd have
Hmm?
to. We paid a little too much for it. The real estate values went down.
Oh, okay. No.
I got
if
my
we
sister
sold it-
down in Charlottesville too.
If I sold right now, I'd have to pay money out. To
Yes,
sell.
yes. That's understood.
But you know, I think.
Sorry for you.
Yeah, well, real estate market will come back a little, and.
I mean, you could get a place and then rent your condo if you don't mind cleaning up after assholes that tear your place up before you sell it.
Yeah, well, I know.
How about renting? Is there some stupid guys from the mainland and rent that apartment to those? Maybe some share so that you can get 1 month per year, just only $1,000.
For what? Oh, what you want to rent my place out in Hawaii?
Yes. Why not?
The roof's very hot. I sleep by my air conditioner in this place. It's pretty. It's nice, but it's across from the ocean. But I'll tell you right up front, the roof is really hot, and if you don't have the air conditioner or it dies, it gets so damn hot in here. It's just the shingles and on a wood roof with no insulation.
Yes, but the guys coming from mainland or even from Europe, they are just coming one time. So if you are marketing in that your apartment and it's only $1,000 per month, you get or $200 per.
I get more than that on the. For this place, it's right in the center of town, so I could get more than that just renting out to anybody. But I mean, just renting it. But I don't know. The place needs a little work. The downstairs bathroom needs a new tub because the old one is rusted out, and we got to spend money just to fix it up to sell it or rent it out. So
I've been working on an old house too, man. An old farmhouse down here on the farm, and like
plumber, then I can get you a deal. Let me put it to you like that.
we rented this house out to that I'm fixing up to move into. We rented it out to a woman like 10 years ago, and oh my God, it's like around here, you know, like the property values are so low that like the kind of people that will rent an old house aren't the kind of people that you want to be renting to, you know. And she tore the shit out of that place, and then we just left it empty for like 10 years because it was like, fuck that, we're not gonna, you know, spend more money than we've collected on the rent fixing the house after people tear it up, you know. So it's like she had like 5 dogs in the house and they pissed all over the floor and rotted the floor out. It's disgusting.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It's renting the place out just isn't, dealing with renters isn't on my list of favorite things to do.
Shit, dude, if you can get like $1,200 a month for that place, I'd do that. I mean, we can't rent shit around here to people for more than like $250 or $300. You know what I'm saying? But like for $12, hell yeah, man, I'd work on a place for $1,200 a month. I mean, shit, if you had like 2 properties or something, you'd be living large. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I'm looking at buying another, you know, property and building something on it, you know, but on ag land up by the jungle next to a forest reserve, so I could go out hunting wild boar and just shooting all my guns and not have to worry about ranging.
That would kick ass. Isn't that primitive guy on YouTube that builds the mud huts and stuff like that? Isn't he in Hawaii? Do you know the guy I'm talking about?
Living in no mud hut.
No, I'm just saying the stuff that he does is awesome. Like he makes all of his own like roof tiles and all this shit. It's really cool. Do you know the YouTube channel I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I think he's in Hawaii, right? Or is he not? No. Okay.
But well, if you want to build if you want to build me a house, I'll buy the land. Let me put it. Straight skills on it. Because
you might. I'll build you a shack. I don't like.
I saw what you were working on, and it didn't look too appetizing, man. It really didn't.
You don't like my palace, my West Virginia palace?
Yeah, well, you do have to deal with like if you put concrete feet down, you do have to deal with earthquake, volcano earthquake riveting to reinforce the rivets that are supporting the structure because it goes like you can get up to like 60 miles an hour of a whiplash going back and forth on the in between the feet and the structure. So you have to put in weight reinforcements and shit and on the feet on the joists connecting the supporting the feet so and if you don't build those concrete feet it's really hard to do the plumbing underneath it plus although you'll get tons of bugs and termites and giant centipedes and God knows what else from the jungle. So
To be fair to that house that I'm working on, I mean, it is like 150 years old, So, like, I think it's going to be a nice house when I get it fixed up. I just have to, like, dig deep to fix the shit that's, like, broken deep, you know what I'm saying? I think it's going to be a good place.
It looks like a tear down to me, but, I don't
know.
Yeah?
I think it's still going to be cheaper than building a house. I don't know. Maybe I'm insane. I don't know.
Well, but if you got the skill to do it, then do it. But I don't.
Yeah, if I was paying a contractor to fix it, I'd tear the thing down and get like a double wide or something instead. But I think I can fix it myself. I'm going to pay a contractor to replace those sills out in that one room because I'm not sure how to jack the house up and do that without fucking it up. In fact, I may just pour concrete in there and be done with it, so the moisture doesn't come back again, But like, I think I can fix the rest of it myself. I don't know. And old houses are cool too. I mean, it's got the old stone foundation that's like fitted stone and stuff like that, and the walls are all like 1.5 inch oak and stuff like that. Like you can't build houses like that anymore without spending like $20 million. Like.
Yeah, building in Hawaii has its own list of challenges. Just buying someplace in Hawaii has its own list of challenges because people build stuff on ag land without permits because they don't need them. But you can't get a bank loan without permits, and I mean you couldn't even get a bank loan with permits because of the lava in some places, because of the lava threat. I mean, like it almost went through Pahoa last year. They went right up to the post office and stopped. Went through the cemetery and overran the trash dump and the transfer station, and then it just went right up to the post office and then stopped. But it looked like so nobody would write insurance on homes in all of East Hawaii, especially near the lava, and so every home in East Hawaii that and I talk about $1 million homes. I mean, they couldn't sell their homes because nobody would underwrite a loan. The insurance companies just said, nope, we're pulling out. So the state passed some law and about a side drive. I don't know. They passed some law to try to deal with it, but and make insurance companies do that.
I don't have any insurance on that house of mine. It's not worth getting insurance on. If it burns down, I'll get a trailer or something.
But situation with Hawaii is that the property is not owned by him, and he's fucked it up really. So he is living somewhere, and he own to the bank, and then there is that the owners of that building which are doing something like that. So Hawaii situation is very fucked up.
There's this one. I could show you how bad this particular condo association is fucked up. The treasurer died, and she had a bunch of loans on her properties and seconds, and the loan is so toxic. She's dead. The bank lost all the paperwork, and so the condo association just took it over because she's dead and not paying her dues. and so they're just renting it out and taking money. But the bank can't even repossess it. It's still in the treasurer's name. The bank can't even find the paperwork to repossess the property. It's like the most toxic, it's called zombie property. It's called a zombie property, when the bank can't even find the paperwork to repossess the place, and it's literally called a zombie property, this place got screwed over 1,000 ways from Sunday, but the property values will go up, and we owe about what we paid for it. Right? We owe about what the sale value is right now. It used to be underwater, but it's not anymore. It's basically we'd have to pay money to fix it up and pay a broker, and if we had to sell it today, but I don't know, maybe the real estate market seems to be picking up because I don't know, something about millennials are buying, a lot of millennials are buying property right now and moving out of their folks' house or something like that. But property, real estate market can rebound for a number of reasons, and I think it will in Hawaii before too long. And I'll get out of here. Don't worry about me. Don't feel too sorry for me because. But I will add something on my YouTube channel where you can donate money if you want.
Okay, but anyway, I hope that it takes year or mostly 2 years, and then you can ditch the place and to move somewhere else without.
Me too.
Hey man, if you get that 338 and want to shoot some groundhogs, you can come up here. You can shoot them all day, as far as I'm concerned. Little bastards.
Well, I don't want to waste 338 on a groundhog.
What? I bet they'd explode.
You can kill those with 22s, man. Hollow points.
I like to try to shoot them with a 223 at long distance. It's kind of a fun time. They're all sleeping these days, but they'll be out in the spring again.
Yeah, well, I think the CZ would be great for hog hunting. Because it's going to be way more accurate than my AK at distance. But AK is a good round for hog hunting, I think. That's what the guy who owns a gun shop uses.
Yeah, I guess on paper they're ballistically equivalent to the 30-30, right?
I don't know, man.
I'd shoot hogs with a 30-30.
I just shoot steel mostly with them, and it definitely makes a loud ping when I hit it. So, and I'm pretty good with iron sights, so if I get within 100 yards of it.
We don't have any wild hogs here. They have some in the southern part of the state, but we don't have any up here. I guess that's fortunate. They tear up a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah, the guy who owns the gun shop just bought a new house, and his neighbors own coffee farm next to him, and they said, "Oh yeah, shoot all the hogs you want." And they get in our coffee plants and tear up gardens and pretty much anything. So farmers.
It would be kind of nice to have an edible varmint here that's in season like all year round, though. I guess you can't eat boar hogs, but get hungry and just go shoot a hog,
You can eat, basically they either slow cook them in a crock pot or put them in an umu pit, which is basically a big crock pot. So
do they get like mussel worms or chiggers or anything like that when it's real hot? Or well, I guess you're in Hawaii, so it's always real hot. So I guess people don't worry about that too much.
Well, I guess you just cook them really well, I suppose. You slow cook them long enough, it won't be a problem. You cook them for a few hours, it'll kill anything.
Yeah, I guess it's all meat in the end.
Yeah, well, you don't want to get, parasitical infections in your bowels. That's not good.
Yeah, that would suck.
How about road kills? Out here, if there's a car accident with moose or something like that.
Now, I did check a very nice buck one year with when we check our deer, you know, after we shoot them, there's a little place on the form where you have to write down the caliber that you killed it with, and I checked one with a 1985 Oldsmobile one time during deer season.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, that's funny.
I don't think that I understood what you were saying, but here it's
You don't
there
have
are
moose.
there are cars going on the roads, and there are moose going across the roads. So the cars and the moose will meet.
I bet a moose will fuck a car up, won't it? That's a big animal, man. Like,
well,
Yeah.
but you can break a moose's leg.
And most of the cases, the people in the cars stay alive. But there are maybe, let's say, 10 moose accidents per year. And first time when I eat moose, that was that animal was killed. No, it was not killed by the car, but it was wounded by the car, and the local shooting club killed that moose, and then they shared the meat, and that was the first time when I eat car killed moose.
Usually, they'll donate that to charitable institutions.
at the risk of sounding like too much of a hillbilly, I do eat roadkill deer sometimes if I hit them myself. But otherwise, you're never sure quite how long they've been there, and I'm not sure about all that. But it's technically against the law to keep roadkill here. But when people hit deer, most people take them home and clean them up and eat them anyway.
No. The situation was that when the car hits the animal, then they are hurt, and they call police and ambulances, etc. to the place.
Oh, okay. I got you have to call somebody to kill it instead of just shooting it yourself or something.
Yes, because the guys in the car need help, and the animal also need help, because the animal is hurt and he has maybe some problems. So the local police is there, and if they don't have a rifle, they call the local hunting association or whatever, and there is some guy who has
who's snoring,
and the problem can be that the animal has wounded and made a big is moving to somewhere, and
Sean is I've been hearing it for like the last 45 minutes.
Sorry. Please continue.
No, I mean
animals to suffer.
that the people from the car, they need help, and also the animal need help,
And the people in the
and
car
the help
can't
of
always.
the animal is
If people in the car don't have a hunting license, then they can't shoot the animal. So you have to call someone who can do it legally. So.
Yeah, I guess that's technically the case here too, but nobody seems to care. Like We'll have bears trying to break into somebody's house or something and call the game warden about it, and they're like, shoot 'em. We're like, okay. And that's the end of the bear. But,
Well, if the bear learns that your place is food equals food, then it's gonna be back, and if you're there, it'll hurt somebody. So unless you have a bear-proof door, I've seen people on those wild Alaska shows, like making bear-proof doors, but.
Nah, we don't have to do that shit around here. They get into the garbage sometimes, but I only know 2 people that have ever had bears break into their house, and both of them were on vacation down in Florida all winter when it happened. So, I'm not really too worried about them. The bears around here are still afraid of people because we hunt the hell out of them, instead of being all like tame and
feeding them.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a regular occurrence up here with bears breaking into houses.
We only have the black bears here too. We don't have great big ones. They're just, like, I think the biggest bear that's ever been killed here was like 650 pounds or something. So, and
Alaska has
they're usually
bears,
like
Canada has bears, but Hawaii don't have no bears. So
that's a shame, man. There are very few things more fun than hunting bear with hounds. Like, hell yeah.
Well, people hunt hogs, wild boar with hounds around, dogs around here a lot, and and then you can bow hunt or spear hunt, and basically if you have a dog, the game wardens will leave you alone. The DLNR won't bother you because you can pretty much do anything as long as you have a dog. It's the guy at the gun shop says, whenever you go up to the range, just bring a dog. I said, well, I don't own a dog. Well, just go foster one and get one from the pound. Yeah, and it's like I'd never be able to return it back to the pound after I fostered it. I like dogs more than people, so it would be like the dog would own me after like an hour or something. So
I want to get one of those mountain curs and teach it to like be a hell of a squirrel dog because squirrels are very tasty. And squirrel dogs are awesome. When I graduated from high school, I went to work for the Naval Research Lab in DC for a year or two, and this is one of those cases of like stupid country boy in the big city and all this stuff. And at the time, I thought that everybody all over the United States thought of squirrel and squirrel gravy as a delicacy. And I was in the cafeteria eating lunch one day, and I was talking to this nice older lady that I'd always talk to at lunchtime, and we got onto the topic of our favorite foods and stuff, and I started talking about squirrel gravy, and I said something along the lines of like, but these city squirrels are so tame that I could pop them into a bag and hit them with a stick, and I wouldn't have to even waste any ammunition. And she was making this face like, and then I realized that I was like being like creepy in her, like worldview, and I pretended like I was kidding. It was a strange experience.
We have a weasel problem here, not a squirrel problem. We have a weasel problem because somebody brilliant brought in. There was a rat problem, so they said, well, we'll bring in some weasels to solve the rat problem. Except the problem was the weasels are active during the day and the rats are active during the night, so it didn't work out. I guess the weasels did well preying on bird eggs, so decimated the bird population, but it didn't solve the rat problem at all. But there's tons of weasels running around, and they're pretty bad annoyance.
My aunt used to raise these rat terriers, and man, I've never seen anything better at killing rats. They could like dig shit out of the ground and stuff, and like, I mean,
terriers, but
amazing to watch those things kill rats, man. A couple of those in each barn solves the whole problem.
Yeah, but these aren't. Yeah, but they didn't bring in dogs. They brought in weasels, and now we have a weasel problem.
I wonder if you could get a weasel dog and introduce a weasel dog to eat the weasels, and then, well, never mind. That would turn into the old lady with the shoes. No, wait. That ate the spider. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Never mind.
Well, I was just saying, can you actually cook weasels to make it into food and have it come out tasting okay?
I can't imagine weasels would be very tasty, man. Do people eat weasels? That sounds weird to eat weasels. I don't know.
Well, if you're hungry, you'll eat almost anything that has
that's true, I guess.
guess it's just a matter of being a good cook, but and how much
Lots
meat
and
you
lots and lots of garlic will mask anything, right?
I don't know. I'll have to do a Google search for weasel recipes.
Soak it in salt water for long enough, and everything tastes like chicken, right?
Well, I think I saw some Man vs. Wild last night, and they were eating tarantulas, and I was like, I don't know. I think I would draw the line, but
Yeah, I think I'd eat something other than tarantulas.
well, if you're, if it's a survival situation, you might have to. You
Shit,
went
dude,
into a
like
tarantula hole, and then he just
almost all insects are edible. So why would you eat tarantulas instead of just like digging grubs out of a log or some shit? Like I don't know.
There were a bunch of them where they were at, and they were, you just go into the tarantula holes, see a bunch of tarantula holes, and well, there's your dinner. So
I think they did it just to make it exciting.
I thought it wasn't very appealing. I don't want to eat
Nah.
I know I could if I had to, but
Those shows are a little. I don't know how. What's the way to say it without offending fans of the shows? I don't think. Yeah, I don't think that those shows necessarily reflect reality. Sometimes, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
yeah, they're a little staged, but they're fun to watch.
I like the Les Stroud shows though. He seems like he's a little like all about like doing stuff and not about hyping stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know. I just watch them when I'm bored. Sometimes I'll have a marathon of them on or something. Like there's no football games or basketball games that I want to watch, and no movies, and I don't want to watch Mad Max for the 10th time. So
Depends on which Mad Max you're talking about.
I got the latest Blu-ray, the last one.
I'm not sure what I thought about the last one.
Got me motivated to get out and buy a Glock 17.
Yeah, I think I still liked the old ones better. Well, except for the one with what's her face in it. The third one was really strange, but the first two, I think I still like them the best, with Mel Gibson and stuff.
Well, the story was better.
The chase scene at the beginning of the very first Mad Max movie was just awesome. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I thought the good thing about the second, the Road Warrior one was just a great story. It was well written, and the characters were just the way they interacted just drew you in, to the whole, thing about, who Max was, and the interaction with the kid and the people in the oil town or whatever it was, and and the sky captain that was, and the dog in that one. I just love when the dog had the shotgun toggle in its mouth.
Oh, yeah.
And he looks to the side and there's a rabbit running, and the sky captain goes, "No, don't go after the rabbit." He's looking at him like, yeah, that was just great. The dog had, and the interaction between the dog and the sky captain, it was, it was an extension of the Road Warrior. The dog was part of the Road Warrior's personality, and it was really well written. So, the characters were really great.
And the cars were awesome too.
Yeah, but it was the story that I thought really made it.
I always thought it was really strange that he had like the four side pipes on each side of his car, right? But there were only like exhaust marks coming out of one pipe on each side. You know what I'm saying? Like black marks on the paint. Fake. Grumble. Oh well.
Well, I definitely like some of the cars from Mad Max 3, this last one. I mean, they had awesome cars in this last one.
I have a feeling that wasn't really a actual switchable supercharger either, was it? In the first one, you know how he'd turn his supercharger on and off. I mean, like an electric clutch wouldn't be able to handle the torque that those compressors require, right? Or, I mean, I don't know.
Well, the transmission would freak out, but I don't know. You would need some special gear to deal with it. When they threw in those nitrous boosts, you think the transmission would not be able to handle it. No. I mean, I guess you get it in the highest gear before you turn on the nitro boost, but I mean, you'd have to be able to shift pretty fast to go through the torque of a nitro boost. I was really watching. Have you seen Jay Leno's Garage?
Oh yeah, I watch it whenever he makes something, unless it's a new car. I don't like his new cars so much, but whenever he's got an old car that he's doing a show on, I always watch.
You didn't like the new Aston Martin from Spectre
I
that he got?
don't think I watched that one. No.
But the one I liked the most was Challenger, the new Challenger.
Oh yeah. Have you ever seen Roadkill?
707. That's a movie you're talking about?
No, it's the YouTube show on Motor Trend.
No.
Oh yeah, I watch that almost all the time.
You haven't seen Roadkill? Let me get you a link, buddy. You're gonna be up all night watching this shit. It's the best show ever. You know what I'm saying? Here you go. Here's a link to the playlist for you. Yeah.
About roadkill, do you mean about roadkill or something else?
You're talking about cars.
Yeah, it's a show where they take these shitty old cars and like hop them up and hot rod them and then try to drive them cross country and shit and break down all over the place.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Dead Horse. Whose link is correct there? No. I bought a 10-ounce bar of silver today because I thought the world was going to hell. So I thought I better have at least one bar of silver.
How much that run you?
Oh, 100 and something for a 10-ounce bar, and the decoder thing for us. Got the Sunshine bar from JM Bullion. Sunshine Factory has this like imprint that if you look at the bar through this card, then it has a mark, like blue mark that you can see. Roadkill, powered by Dodge. But I really like that 2015 Dodge Challenger, though. I mean, it had the thing with where the second headlight, was like an air intake, automatically.
I think I broke gun channels. I can't post any messages.
Well, okay, I bookmarked the Roadkill powered by Dodge page.
Oh, it's a great show, man.
I'll look at it tomorrow.
You'll be watching the hell out of it. Yes, sir. It logged me out. The website doesn't store cookies for very long, does it? Or is there something wrong with my web browser?
I don't know.
It seems like I have to re-log into it like every couple of days or something. There we go.
Yeah, no, I started watching Roadkill last week, and oh my god, it's friggin' hilarious.
Hey, Mika, Mika, you there?
Yes.
Do you ever go on Fox Company Prepping on your channel to talk? Hangouts? Are you ever in the Hangouts?
Just watched the videos and went to
In the
the chat, but never.
All right.
Never never chatted with the people with like we are doing now. Just YouTube chat.
Yeah, typing. Oh, that's cool. Well, do you want me to try and get him to send you a link next time, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I don't know why I haven't talked with those guys, because I think that maybe the major reason is that I don't understand what they are saying, because
the Scottish accent, the accent.
Yes, yes.
Thick. Yeah, and I don't understand their, colloquialisms and stuff like that half the time either.
And the inside jokes.
Their slang, yeah, Scottish slang evades me completely. But hey, the guy said he was going to send me a bunch of Scotch samples from the Scotch Museum that he lives next to. So that'd be awesome. I can't wait to get that stuff, especially if it's better than Glenlivet. I mean, that's the best stuff I could find around here for Scotch. So, and they're saying they got way better stuff than Glenlivet. So
yeah.
Can't try to imagine how good that would be. So I'll even take in little bottles. So,
hope that it's okay. I have
what
been.
country are you from, Mika? Did you say you're from Finland or?
Yes, and I have been Scotland once. I've been in the Great Britain 2 times, but they are.
I was there when I was like 12 or something, or 14 or something like that, but I went to see Loch Ness, but
Okay, I have been there also because those tourist places.
Yeah. It's not like Loch Ness was such a tourist place when I was there. I mean, yeah, people went there because everybody's heard of it, but it's not like it was all that touristy. I mean, it's like they had that one, place where you could go and this one looked like a cafeteria where they had cafeteria food for tourists and I don't know, a few tourist items that you could buy, but it wasn't really all that touristy. Stayed at a bed and breakfast there. It's a beautiful loch there, but
it's yes.
I remember the girls were pretty.
Maybe
I was
so.
14 back then. Like I said, I was only 14 years old. So.
When you're 14, everything is pretty.
Yeah, so it was a long time ago.
Yes, but those guys who are living out there, they know what they are. They are Scots, or they are English.
What I like about those guys,
or Wales.
Yeah.
So I'm a member of the motorcycle club, and the main board of our club is from England, and I mean England is the south part of Great Britain, and in the meetings which we have, those motorcycles have the plates, and the plates are saying that they are from Scotland, or those are from Wales, or those are from England.
I just, I like those guys because they just seem to have a lot of fun. They're just all about
yes,
that.
yes,
it's just fun.
Yes, but those guys, yes, and they can make a fun. Even some of those are from Scotland, and maybe some of those are from other part of United Kingdom, but anyway, it's kind of united, and it's not united country. They know that they are different part of that country. They are Wales, Scottish, or just from England.
Yeah, well, that's why I like watching that show on Fox FX called The Bastard Executioner, and it's it's about they have Scots, they have Englishmen, they have Wales, but it's all back in the time of Edward II. So it's just interesting. I like historical period kind of pieces a lot, and of course there's a lot of fun blades and stuff in there, but and weapons that you don't see too much nowadays.
Mhm.
But I like the history and the period pieces and the stuff. But I like the Fox Company prepping guys because they're just fun. Even though I don't understand what they're saying too because of the slang sometimes. But America
Yes.
and England are separated by a common language, they say.
Mhm. And there are
I think
so many inside jokes.
I think it's neat how we can read each other's English language, but like when you hear somebody that's got like really thick accent, you're like, what the fuck did they say? And it's the same way with the Appalachian dialect. Like I have to clean up the way that I talk when I'm on the internet, or people are like, what are you talking about?
They have a lot of slang though that only they will understand. Slang. I don't. If they use slang, I won't know what they're talking about.
I have to admit that though, that when I'm giving people directions that are from out of town, I kind of crank up the accent a little more, and just so they can't understand a word that I'm saying, and I get a kick out of that because I'm a dick. You know what I mean?
It's maybe hard to believe, but most people in my country understand Texan language most because we have watched TV series Dallas. So Texan peoples are talking about that language what we are understanding best.
When I was living in Malibu, the Baywatch was big all around the world, but I swear to God, everybody in Malibu hated Baywatch because it was nothing like Malibu was nothing like what Baywatch was portraying that it was. I mean, even though they were shooting in Malibu, I mean, Malibu was not like that. But Baywatch was huge, so I guess that's like people's impressions are created by the media, whether they're true or not. And I guess that people learn, a lot of people learn English by listening to rap or watching TV shows. So
yes, and it's I'm living in the country where we are not dubbing, we are not speaking over or
you don't have dubbing for your TV channels and movies, is what you're saying. So you listen to the originals. Yeah, most European countries have dubbing.
Yes, they have.
But
I
worked in the dubbing industry, and I can tell you what's really funny, and it's always struck me as funny, is that they assign actors in Europe to the dubbing actors to specific American actors. So if somebody in Europe sees like Arnold Schwarzenegger and they don't hear the voice that they're used to hearing, they'll look at it, and somebody else dubbed it, they'll look at it and say, that's not Arnold Schwarzenegger. But the voice they were used to hearing wasn't Arnold Schwarzenegger in the first place. And I'd go, stupid Europeans, but it was their way of locking it. I mean, they had really good actors doing the work, but it was their way of like protectionism, because people would get used to hearing these Just one
And
actor, so it all has to be dubbed.
and you
I
are
imagine that
now saying that those are stupid Europeans. You have to understand that there are different kind of Europeans.
I have a feeling that whoever dubbed Schwarzenegger was probably a better actor than Schwarzenegger.
Oh yeah, yeah. There, I met some of the. I dubbed the guy that the French guy that dubbed Tom Hanks' voice. He was this incredible Shakespearean trained actor. So talented, it was just a waste of talent for him to be dubbing. But in France, he couldn't go shopping without being mobbed. You know, he would literally be in America. You know, you, I knew enough to treat him like he was a star, but nobody knows him in America. He's like nobody in the real film industry, and like he would love to just come to America to be able to do dubbing because that way he could actually have a shot at getting into the real film industry instead of just being big in France, you know. So but he was so talented, it was amazing. But
Yeah, yes, and as you said that he was a big thing in the France, and that's the main thing because at here the all movies has the original sound. So we are, in my country only the children's movies are dubbed, but there is always the possible to watch the movie with original sound. So everybody in my country knows what is the sound of Sylvester Stallone or
any star,
Schwarzenegger or
any star. Yeah.
Now there is now there is something happening in my brain, so I can get. But anyway, in my country we are not dubbing, so we are the English language what we have learned are from the movies. I think so.
Yeah, a lot of people learn English by doing that, watching movies and TV.
Now, when Schwarzenegger first started acting in English movies, his English was very poor, and they actually dubbed him in English movies, right?
Yes, and it's nice to ask that somebody can talk so bad English and make a good deal. So everybody understands what he is saying, but everybody also knows that's not perfect English. But that's a good thing for us who are not speaking perfect English.
Yeah, you could be a star if you're Mr. Olympia. That helped him because I think wasn't his first film like playing Hercules. I think it was a really bad one, but
it was like a comedy, right?
He was Hercules. Yeah, I don't know. It was a romantic comedy. It wasn't anything big,
I remember some Schwarzenegger movie when he was really young, and everybody was wearing like leg warmers and headbands and shit. It was like way 80s or something. And I first started watching it, and he started talking, except he was dubbed in this English movie because, and I was like, what the hell is going on? You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that was his first movie or not, but it was.
Sounds like bad dubbing, but dubbing is an art. I used to do it and make $15,000 a week doing it, because I was a contractor. I mean, when I first started, I made nothing doing it, but because I wasn't the contractor. But when I got good enough to get the contracts, then I could make real money. But you basically got, basically the thing that happened was they used to have to dub the same movie multiple times because different departments would need it for different reasons. Would need languages for different reasons, whether it was for, DVDs or for cruise ships or airlines. And so this basically it took them like 70 years, the film industry, to figure out that they were paying to dub the same movie like 10 times or something. So ridiculous. So in each language, and one department would not help the other one. So if somebody from one department said, "Hey, can you give us your dubs for this such movie?" They gotta be, "No, I don't report to your department. Fuck you," and hang up. And it's all within the same company.
Mhm.
And but anyway, it was a great way to make a lot of money. But and it was a real industry that did very well. Before I got into it, they made sick. I mean, you think $15,000 a week is good? Those guys used to make $100,000 a week doing that because the prices in Europe to dub this stuff is outrageous. And so eventually, the accounting department redlined dubbing in the United States of America. Nobody does that anymore, but they redlined it. Basically, one executive from Sony went around, and the problem was in Europe they wouldn't dub in time for all the other departments when they needed it, and so some Sony executive went around and explained it to them, and flew over to Europe and to all the dubbing companies in Europe and basically dubbing in America. Between her and
I have to stop there because there are different cultures in different European countries. That what you are saying, I can't understand that in my country that will be happening, but I know that there are countries.
Well, what I'm saying is that European countries
have some problems.
European countries, the dubbing companies used to dub the films based at the time they would pick to do them. It's like it would be based on when the theatrical release in that particular country was. But the theatrical releases in the European countries aren't necessarily the same as in domestic in America or anywhere else. So they may do the airline sales or something, or cruise ships or hotels before they even do a theatrical release in Europe. So then they might need the languages. Other departments might need the languages before the theatrical release. So in that particular territory. So it was all about release timings, and because and the Europeans were deciding on their own. Well, this film doesn't come out in our territory for another 3 months, so we're just not going to dub it for 2 more months, and it'll be sitting on the shelf. When other departments of the film company actually need the dub sooner. So it's but things have changed, and now they just are not paying to dub the same film. But from the individual department's point of view, the guy running a department who needed for airlines or whatever, or for hotels or cruise ships, they needed it at a certain time, and they had millions and millions of dollars on a sale to but everything has changed in how it works now in the film industries. They're just paying for the catalog of the film companies instead of they aren't buying individual films anymore like they used to. So everything has changed in the industry.
Yes, I understand that point of the role of this movie thing, but here the movies come to theater and they are not dubbed. If there is a new movie coming out, then it's coming out there, and then there are subtitles, and somebody is using few hours to do those subtitles.
Yep, the same companies that did the dubbing do the subtitles. The same companies do it. Basically, what happens as soon as they finish shooting the film and the post-production, it all gets sent through a secure digital pipeline to Technicolor now. Because what the accountants did is they put every post-production company except like Technicolor out of business in Hollywood. I mean, I had a tiny little company. I know somebody that I started working for who had like a $10 million company and a building, and his called Crest Films. His company went out of business too. At the same time mine did. Because the accounting company said we're going to send everything to Technicolor. They're going to give us a 15% rebate, and they go to the accounting. Don't look how much money I just saved our company off of all our post production costs. I just saved us 15% because that's how much of a rebate they're giving us every year. At the end of the year, they calculate the total billing, and they Technicolor sends the check. And so it doesn't even matter if they do a good job, And Technicolor, has they did deals with all the dubbing companies. The Sony person went there and set it all up, So, I mean, I know all this because I was there when they did it. So I talked to the people, but it was basically all the American jobs just got sent to Europe, and the European actors, they wanted to be in Hollywood doing the dubbing. They wanted to be in Hollywood because they would have a chance to actually be in real first run Hollywood movies, and
Yes, but those guys who want to dub people, those guys are from some European countries, which maybe I don't like that much, because if Brad Pitt is there, or Angelica or somebody else, of course every sane person want to hear what they are saying. They don't. The whole dubbing thing is for the side, but I understand in Europe.
Well, it's a way of
that industry, but that's so weird to us who are living in the country where that is not the thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, you in Finland, I suppose you listen to Finland, news shows and local broadcasts, right? And so, yeah, when something comes on from America, but the reason people do dubbing is to preserve their language, so that just because of the power of pop culture, if they don't dub it, then people will just start speaking English all the time. So instead of French, in France, or German, English. So that's the way they preserve their culture, is by dubbing things, and they have very good dubbers, But
yes, yes.
They heard about my company, Digital Post, in Europe, because I did these great mixes all the time, and my mixes would be like as good as their the top dubbing companies, but eventually it was just accountants redlined everything except one dub.
I have a lot of DVDs with children's movies with original soundtrack and dubbed soundtrack, and those dubbed soundtracks are nice for the children, but
I know if it sounds like they're in a room dubbing, people are talking, it doesn't sound like production audio, a lot of the time.
But if you're like movie Shrek, at the Shrek, the donkey is this.
I never saw that one.
This American guy who has made a lot of movies, but cannot remember his name.
As soon as you hit the door, as soon as you hit the studio gate, nobody remembers your name. Rule one about Hollywood.
Anyway, those movies. If you don't hear the original actors, you are losing that much. Even the modern dubbers are doing.
Well, I've worked on some stuff where the adaptations were funnier than the original movies.
Eddie Murphy is master the donkey. Okay.
I think I did one movie in Castilian Spanish, where or even in Italian, that the dialogue, they were laughing so much when we were listening to the playback before I even mixed it, that where the actual adaptation was more funny than the original screenplay was. So adaptations can be good too sometimes, but it's rare. And always the part that I liked it was remixing the audio and trying to make it sound like a film, and recording it to make it sound like a film. So sometimes, I remember I did this one thing where there's this scene where a girl had to scream in a small bathroom or something. So I actually did that. I put the girl in the bathroom, and the flower lady from next door. There's a flower shop next door to my studio. She came running over because she thought some girl was being raped or something in my studio. Open the door,
It was very outdated. That was very real.
Yeah, and so but it was like she was yelling from behind the door. That was the sound I needed, something. And so it's funny. The flower shop lady just burst into the studio. Who's being raped or something like that. I said, "Don't worry, it's the French. I like the French dubbing director. If you hear a lady screaming in Italian, then go ahead and call the police, because the Italian dubbing director was a total bitch." But so it was. I just have a lot of funny stories from dubbing, but it was fun and I made a lot of money, and but those good days are gone. So the industry changes, things move on, and I have a lot of good stories to tell, but hey, just enjoy the movies that you can when you watch them. I don't know if I could help you with Finnish dubbing, but I know that every country has its own, kind of broadcast neutral accent, and if I hear the wrong accent or the Hillary, that's, you got to get people that are fresh off the boat when you do your dubbing, or like you can tell if somebody has an Americanized accent, and been dubbed in America. So.
I have to say some positive things about the dubbing. Let's look about 20 or 30 years ago.
We're gonna put everybody to sleep.
The dubbing was very very bad.
Oh yeah, 20 or 30. I did mine with analog. I worked with analog, and I mean, like, what about the dubbing for a Fistful of Dollars, or the Sergio Leone stuff? That they dubbed all that stuff, and it was awesome, and it was analog. And I worked on analog. I still have a 2-inch tape machine, and I was just so damn fast. It was unbelievable how good I was. I mean, people that used to working with digital would say that I was faster. I just would I have to load. I didn't want to spend money on because basically the company DigiDesign, was now owned by Avid. They came out with a new $20,000 dubbing system every year, and I was not going to spend $20,000 a year to have the greatest, latest one. So I just kept my old 2-inch tape machine, but I was really good with it. And yeah, I could load stuff in if I had to move it or something later. But I just made the actors suffer and do it until they got it fucking right. And 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 it and when I actually switched, when I moved to Hawaii and I started using another studio with Pro Tools, it was so easy. I just told the guy, pretend it's tape, don't move everything, and make them do it right. And I had my actors trained so well that they would correct their own mistakes. They could just hear it and hear what they did wrong as they do it, and the second take it would always be perfect. And it's dubbing isn't easy, but usually I could get great dubbers, but not so good on the acting sometimes. But
yes, from where I'm living, the dubbing is always from English to local languages, but over there's dubbing from foreign language, like from what the Mexicans are Spain or that to English. Is that big thing?
Not financially, but it's done. I mean, it doesn't pay. The European languages paid so much more than anything else. I mean, nobody pays anything for less.
So there are no big movies from Spain or from Mexico.
No, I mean, a lot of European conglomerates make movies, but they're all distributed through Hollywood. Hollywood is basically a distribution hub. Most of the film companies fired, all their production departments, decades ago, and they're just distribution hubs. There's no costume department, no set department. There's all that stuff got winnowed out years ago. There's, no crafts departments, anymore. There's some independent contractors, but, so it's basically just a distribution hub. And so, there's a lot of European companies that make films, but they're all American films, that are, but they're funded by European companies, but
there are a lot of
handle the distribution. Hollywood's got a lock on distribution in a lot of ways. So.
Yes.
Oh, I'm gonna hit the sack. It's 3 a.m. here. I'll talk to you.
We're boring you to death too, aren't we?
No, I was working on some stuff. It's all good, but it's way too late for me to be awake. I don't know why I'm still up.
Go to sleep.
See y'all later.
God bless. See you later.
Good night, man.
Don't know if anybody has any interest, but Sean, who is still here, I don't know if he's awake. Asked about 5 hours ago about our shooting ranges, where we are where we are shooting. So I made the screen share. Don't know if this works because this is my first. No, this is my second screen share. And
Can you read that part?
if you can see, this is the place where I'm going, where I'm shooting. It's army base. It's army base, and there are at the bottom of the screen share there are those rifle ranges. There are 300 meters and 150 meters ranges.
Kivariata?
Hmm?
Is that pronounced correctly? Kivariata?
So sorry, your mic is so.
Kivariata? Kivariata.
Yeah.
Kivariata!
This Kivari Rata.
Kivari Rata. Okay.
Yes, it's rifle range.
Is that what it means, or is that just the name of it?
No. It means it's rifle range.
Kivirata. Okay.
Yes. So this is army place, and I'm a member of the club who has the rights to use that army place.
Very nice.
That club was made about the army guys a lot of years ago. So it's about heritage. Anyway, there's that rifle shooting range 1 and rifle shooting range 2. Those are 150 meters and 300 meters. And up to the north, there is Pistolirata. That means it's
pistol range, right?
Yes, it's pistol range, and there are lights. So there are maybe.
So if I ever go to Finland, I'll just show up there and say you sent me.
No.
Mika sent me.
No, for that place you cannot go. You have to be a member of that club, and if you are not Finnish citizens, then
I'll just put on
it's harder.
hat. I'll just put on a Finnish hat.
No.
Kiveriata.
No, it's
I'll have a Finnish beer on me.
No, it's military place. So if you are not citizen of Finland, you can go there, but it takes a lot.
I can't just dress as a local and they won't.
No, because you have to
show ID.
Yes. Okay.
How much does fake ID cost? All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go on.
Okay. That Pistolirata. That I think that it's something what you have. It's there is 20 shooting places, and the shooting range is about 30 meters or less. And then there's that up from there's liikemalli-rata, and that means that it's moving targets range, and then there is the system which is moving big moose, big cardboard moose from the left to right and right to left, so you can do that. What you have to do if you want to get the hunting permission, because you have to have the skills to shoot the moose to the right place. But anyway, these 4 places, this liikemalli-rata, this Pistolirata, this Kivirata 100 meters, this Kivirata 300 meters.
They don't accept hunting education cards from foreign countries?
Sorry. But anyway, these 4 places, you drive there and you shoot and you leave. There are no range masters saying what you have to do. So if you want
every man for himself. It's every man for himself and nobody's in charge. Yeah, that's like it's
yes, and that's the best part, because if you want to do some silly things and put the cameras and I don't know if you have looked at my YouTube videos, but all my gun range YouTube videos have been recorded at those 4 places. So
Okay, I'm gonna have to go look at your videos tomorrow too.
yes, those
What's the
videos
name
are
of your
very
channel
boring.
again?
Very boring. But anyway, you can do almost anything what you have. You can do anything what you want to do about those ranges, but it's military range, so there are some limits. If I don't know how to say that, but if they are not watching, and they are not watching, so.
And they don't watch your YouTube channel later.
That's little bit problem because I would want to make a few more movies, but that's if they found my movies, it will be bad thing.
Well, I don't shoot videos with my AK with more than a 10-round mag in it, even though I have 40-round clips. But I don't shoot picture video with more than 10 rounds, even though it's not illegal to do that at all. But they have this dumb rule, which is kind of confusing, and if they interpret it incorrectly, as far as what the magazine, there's no rifle magazine limits, but there's handgun magazine limits. And so, because even though they've banned AK pistols as assault pistols, because the AK mag will fit in the pistol or a rifle, then technically it could be considered an illegal. But nobody has ever tried to even enforce that because they know they'll lose in court. So nobody's ever been charged with that law violation.
Yes, that's those stupid laws.
Yeah, I don't take videos just flaunting that my 40-round mags.
Yes, I have made some videos, and I don't think that those are that bad.
Yeah, but I don't want to give them any reason to fuck with me. So
yes.
I watch what I do on my videos. I don't do anything too crazy or too blatantly. There's stuff I would like to shoot that I haven't, but whatever. I have fun when I make my videos, and that's about all. I have fun when I go to the range, and I just have to be careful that not to break any of the silly hunting regulations when I'm there, and so DLNR can't swoop in and seize my rifles, for no good reason. But they don't come there that much, so I haven't had any problems. But I know other people have. So, what's your
yes?
channel again?
So, what do you mean by the silly hunting laws while you're at the range? Like, what hunting laws apply while you're at a gun range?
Well, it's not a range. That's the thing. It's a hunting area that people use as a range.
Oh, okay.
Like you can't have a non-hunting caliber weapon with you. So if you have if I bring my Glock, that's illegal. But that doesn't mean I'm never going to bring my Glock and take a chance. I need to practice sometimes with it. There's no real range here. So, DLNR has never. They've done their studies. They did their sound tests. They supervised all the sound tests for a range. They just never approved it. So, yeah, you can't have full metal jackets on you. They have to all be soft points. You have to have hunting. So they have all these rules. But you try and follow them, and you have to wear blaze orange all the time. So if they roll up on you and you're not wearing blaze orange,
Like how much blaze orange? Just like a little throw over vest, or do you got to have the whole get up?
No, just an orange vest. Either a mesh vest is fine. Just have to have a blaze orange vest. That's all. Over your clothes, and over your backpack if you're wearing one, and if you're carrying game over your back, it has to be over the game too. So.
And if you have watched the Fox prepping channel today, you would already have to learn this. I mean that this is old news.
What's the name of your channel, Mika? On YouTube, so I could watch your videos.
Catspay is my YouTube name. I think Catspay is the name.
Oh, can you give me a link?
I'm trying to.
Just throw me a link internal when you have a chance. That's all.
I try to start doing some screen share. Okay, this one.
Oh, Catchbay, right? Okay.
Yes, but how I put this
Dead
in?
Horse threw me a link of your channel, so that's cool.
Can you see? Can you see?
All I see is your motorcycle right now.
Okay. Okay. This is Allo plus Google.com drone plugins, and I think this whole computer is crashing because when I'm moving the pointer and sticking the screens, it doesn't work. Not blocking allow now. Allow now. Okay, I'm allowing. I'm giving all my rights to YouTube, so YouTube can use my. Why on earth this doesn't?
Don't you hate that?
But start screen share. Wow, now it's starting. So I try to put this in full screen, don't know how. So just playing.
Well, I think I just subscribed to your channel. Yeah, I just subscribed to your channel, so I'll check it out in the morning.
And
because it's well, I hear some shooting in the background somewhere, but I just see your motorcycle. Oh, now I see your channel.
okay, it's lagging.
Oh, yeah.
About this video, it was 5 liter can of water what was froze, and I shot multiple rounds of 22 to that bottle without nothing, and then I shoot few rounds with a real gun.
22 is a real gun.
Yes, 22 is a real gun. It's just not a high-powered rifle.
Yes, yes, you are right.
I mean, I don't have a 22 because I just like the high-powered stuff, but that's just me.
Mm. Yes, yes, I heard that before today.
Yeah, wow.
I have lots of 22s, and that's just because I can shoot so much more than I could if I didn't have any. So I buy 22s that are like as close as I can get to like my main weapon platforms, and then that way it's a lot of training and practice. You know, it's like because you can pretty much get almost any handgun or buy a conversion kit in 22 or a rifle that's identical to a center fire. And it's still trigger time and it's still practice, and I put hundreds and hundreds of rounds downrange, weekly with 22 that I can't do with center fire. I couldn't afford it.
Yeah, well, I think with me it's just I don't, because it's like an hour drive to the range. At least we get some gun time on this chat now, at least, because we've been talking about dubbing instead of guns, so we probably put everybody to sleep. But yeah, I don't get to the range as much, so I don't have that problem. I have so much. I just buy ammo steadily, and it just keeps stockpiling. So I just go shooting every so often to get out there and reduce my ammo stockpile when it's overflowing with ammo or something. You know, if I actually make a video of all my ammo that I have stashed away and somebody in the condo association sees it, they'll freak out. Like, oh my god. I don't know how many rounds I have total of everything, but I was thinking of making a video, but I can't put it on the table because the table would break, and I don't want to put it on the lanai because that's technically a common area, and that table would break, so I don't know. Maybe I'll just stack it up on the stairs or something. And like I think Foos did that once. But yeah, I don't know. I have like it's just under 3,000 rounds of 7.62 ammo, and I don't know about 1,500 rounds of 5.56 and 2.23, and for my Tavor, and I don't know. I don't have that much shotgun ammo. Probably need to think I'll go to Sports Authority and buy it in bulk or something. I don't know. With Hillary, the closer it gets to the Democratic, I don't know, before the 19th, when she goes to the Brady campaign to get her award, I think that's like going to be doomsday for, I don't know.
Well, there are an estimated at least 80 million gun owners in America. That's just, conservative estimate. A lot of people think it's over 100 million. A lot of the things I've seen seem to think it's at least like 1 out of 3 people.
Yeah,
so
they all are going to show up at the Kona Sports Authority, like in mass before the 19th. So it's because the island's kind of remote and there's always a delayed reaction. I mean, if I do a video saying, "Oh, all the ammo's gone," then everybody will just on the island will just, show up like the next day at the gun shops and Sports Authority, where I need ammo. It's I don't know, start a panic, but I know that the gun shop owner was like, the day after I did my green tip video, he was like, everybody who came in saying Hawaiian Volcano Squad said they're banning green tips. Sell me green tips. And he told everybody that I bought the last boxes of it, which I didn't. I bought like 3 boxes or something and left plenty for other people, but he just took it off the shelf. Told him I bought it all because he wanted to keep some, but they didn't ban it, so we won that fight. And I did everything to get everybody to send in letters to the ATF, I think I did nothing but green tip videos for 14 videos in a row, and chats and videos,
I know there's a lot of guys on Instagram who are just like taking regular bullets, like even 9mm and shit, and like using like a green marker and painting the tip screen.
There was all kinds of weird ass shit, going on during that thing. I mean, I did a video, it was like this worst chat ever that I could possibly do video for 2 hours, and it got like over 1,000 views. I was like, Jesus Christ, this is crazy, because everybody was searching green tips, and I don't know, I think there's going to be another panic, at some point with this Hillary Clinton stuff.
Well, yeah, it's going to be next November, and this time next year, everyone's going to panic, right before the election. They're not going to wait until after the election. It's going to be before the election, and $500 ARs are going to be selling for $1,000 to $1,200, and Glocks are, instead of selling 400 used, are going to be selling for 800 used, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So
I can't really take advantage of that on the Big Island because there's such a small flipping market, you know. And
Well, I'm gonna this time November next year when the panic starts, I'm gonna sell a couple guns and yeah, I'm gonna get my 50 cal. So.
you're gonna wait to buy a 50 cal until the panic? Oh.
Well, because see, that's going to be one of the guns people aren't going to be panicking over, and the price isn't going to go up because they're already 10 grand, you know, for the Barrett. So they're not going to really be able to raise the price up on that.
Classic Firearms has a few different model Barretts for less. I mean, it's not the top one, but I think they've got a few different 50 calibers that they have that they're selling at Classic Firearms. Check those out. Are you going to reload 50 cal?
For that, I probably will. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about ammo.
$3, you know, $3 to $5 a round. That's, you know, that's hard to.
Less expensive than Lapua. But yeah, I don't know.
At here, the Lapua costs about $10 per round.
Wow.
Yes.
Yep, that's a reloading kind of motivation for sure. But yeah, the ballistics of Lapua are totally awesome. But it's as far as going through the air and
when you are when you are investing into guns, you have to think about a long time. So you have this nice gun, and what you are going to do with that gun? You need ammo. So how much ammo you need, and how long time you are using that gun?
Well, the market for 338 is going to do nothing but increase because a lot of militaries around the world are switching over to 338 or at least starting to use it. So, you know, the ammo market for the 338, I don't see that going away anytime soon. It's not going to become like the 17 HMR or something like that where it just kind of goes into obscurity. It's because the military is using that round now and they're going to continue. It's more ammo, more manufacturers, you know, are going to start making it. It's going to become more popular.
I imagine if I was reloading,
it's like 9mm handgun rounds. Maybe 40 is over there, big thing, but universal 9mm for the handguns is the thing.
Yeah, and the FBI is switching back to 9, so.
Wimpies. Soft and wimpy.
They're switching to the jacket at Hollow Point, so from 40 Smith & Wesson. So they're switching, so everybody else will switch too, and that's 13,000 agents. So they're buying.
Well, and then how many other government agencies are going to follow suit? You know, ATF and Border Patrol and this and that and just
everybody.
Because everyone always follows the FBI lead. They were the first to go to 40, and what happened? Everyone went to 40. So now that they're going back to 9, everyone's going to go back to 9. So. Yep.
But I imagine if I was reloading 338, I don't know. The military gets their ammo. I don't think they buy much from local shops, but.
Well, Lake City makes, you know. They make a ton of military ammo, but I don't see it's just because the military is using it. Just like if you look at every other military round they've ever used, that's the common. That's what you can always find. You know, during the ammo shortage of like after Sandy Hook, I could still find 9mm and .223 because they make so much of it. It was calibers like 40 cal that I couldn't find. 45 I couldn't find.
There wasn't any 9mm on the Big Island during after Sandy Hook.
Really?
It went first because that's what everybody has is a 9mm, and so everybody went out and bought 9mm. and it disappeared first.
Here, like when like Walmart would get a shipment in after Sandy Hook, like when their shelves were already cleared, they would get in like 2 or 3 cases of 9mm of like UMC and Winchester white box and stuff like that. But then they would only get in like one case of something else or half a case of something else, like, you know. So that's why we could still get 9 here, is just because they were getting so much of it in, you know. They order so much of it, I guess.
Yeah, well, I basically just have been stockpiling, so it won't affect me too much if there's another panic. So, because there's nothing that I absolutely need and have to buy. You know, I already have thousands and thousands of rounds, 9 and 7.62, and I need use in the. I'd be better off if I started buying some 5.56 and 2.23 cases, but I haven't done that yet, so.
After Christmas, I'm going to plan on going like probably, you know, 3 or 4 months, because like pretty much right now, every month for I don't know how long, I've either built a gun or bought a gun, if not 2. And you know, now I think starting at the first of the year, I think I'm going to lay off new firearm purchases, and I think I'm just going to stock more up on my ammo. I got a really good supply of 22 and 223. But I don't have near as much like handgun ammo as what I would like to have. You know, I maybe have, you know, 500 rounds of 9mm and, you know, 1,000 rounds of 45 at any one time.
That's not good.
No. So, you know, at any one time, I never really have over 1,000 rounds of any handgun ammo of any one caliber. So.
I just bought a case of 9.
How many calibers you have? Handgun calibers.
I have 357, 45, 380, and 9mm. So that's 4.
So how are you have 4?
How many rounds do I have for each caliber?
No. Sorry, I didn't look who is the another person.
Me? How many do I have?
Yes.
Or what calibers do I have?
For handgun.
No, I mean that you say that you have only 500 rounds, about 9mm, but you have another.
Like how many 9mm handguns do I own?
No, you first of all, you don't have to give any information which can be harmful for you, but for the interest that I have only one handgun round. It's 9mm because 357 is for my rifle. I don't think that's my handgun round. So if the shit hits the fan and you have all the handguns, so about I have a lot of 9mm rounds because the 9mm is my only handgun.
So what's your question, though?
So if the shit hits the fan and you have to go outside and use your handgun, so is the 500?
I think he's basically saying that it's it's pointless. Well, it's not like a good thing for me to own like 10 different 9mm, but only have 500 rounds. Am I right? Is that what you're kind of saying?
No, it's good to have different guns with the same round and a lot of magazines to go to those guns. But if you have 9mm and 40 and 45 and smaller 380, so if you have multiple guns and only 100 rounds per So then there's problem.
No, I see that point. But for me, it's like I'm kind of a collector, so and I'm a kind of an avid shooter, so I don't really expect a shit hits the fan scenario, and if I do, I'll just fall back on my 223 and my 22, because I'm probably the last thing I'm probably going to grab in a shit hits the fan situation is going to be my handgun. Honestly, I'm going to be using a rifle, and that's what I've stocked up for. With all my 223, is for that scenario.
Okay.
I'm kind of one of the ones with the philosophy: a handgun only keeps you company until you grab your rifle. So.
Okay. So you are good with that. That you have.
Oh yeah, long guns.
Handgun without the bullets.
Yeah. And it wouldn't bother. If the shit hits the fan and I had 0.9mm or 45 or 40, if I didn't have any handgun ammo, it wouldn't bother me one bit, not one bit, because my rifles are my go-to guns. That's, and plus I have AR pistols, so they're not concealable or anything. But in a shit hits the fan situation, I don't expect that you'd really need to be worrying about concealing your gun too much anyway.
Well, you could if you wanted to go through the neighborhood and not be noticed.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But I don't live in like a dense population like a big city either. I live out in the middle of fucking nowhere. I live out in the desert.
You have to go to town to get some supplies. Man, you don't want to go in there one guy with just one long gun, that everybody's gonna want.
How about shotguns?
Shotguns? I have two. I have a 12 and a 20 gauge.
Yes, but ammo for those.
I probably have.
Point.
I have several hundred rounds of 20 gauge, but I only have maybe 125 of 12.
Yeah, I need more 12 gauge ammo too. I feel like I don't have enough.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Because that's boring buying shotgun ammo, but yeah.
Well, every month, pretty much right now, I've been buying like the 100 round packs at Walmart that are like $23, and
sell that stuff here at Walmart. So.
Well, I've been buying one of those every month, but the problem is I've been shooting like 50, 75 rounds out of it. So it's like out of that month, out of those 100 rounds I buy a month, I only end up saving about 25 of them. So my not really the 20 gauge isn't that way, because I don't really shoot that anymore since I got the 12.
Okay, you are talking about hundreds, etc.
Shotgun rounds.
Yes. We are talking about different things because.
See, I got a pretty.
I'm talking about thousands. So for the 9mm and for the AKs and ARs and for the shotguns, I'm talking about thousands, and for the AR, it's more than 10,000 because.
Well, what I need to do is I just need to buy a couple packs of those the shotgun primers. Then I can just reload my shotguns with black powder if I had to.
Okay.
Because I got a lot of black powder.
Yes, I can't do that, but.
You could always get, muzzle loaders and not have to worry about ammo. Just,
Yep. Cast your own lead and.
Yeah, lead balls or something.
Yes, but that won't happen. So when the
a lot of people believe
when the shit hits fan and in here the shit is coming from east.
Oh, Russia. Well, if Russia invades Finland again,
Yes, it's coming from there and
Would Europe let that? Would the rest of Europe or America actually let that happen though?
well, how are you going to stop a bunch of Russian armored divisions? You know,
Mm.
Russia just. I mean, the European Union is going to want to use nukes unless they have to. So, because you know, I mean, did you ever read that book by Tom Clancy, Red Storm Rising?
No.
Yeah, it's about a Russian, the Russian tank. It's about the Russian tank invasion that never happened, of across the plains of Europe. Of like they just keep moving in armored division and armored division after armored division, and they send like 100, 250 armored divisions across the plains of Europe, and it's just so many armored divisions. They were impossible to stop, you know. And it was. I think it started out where they sunk a U.S. aircraft carrier and started a war, and then they invaded, across the plains of Europe, and it's just the classic scenario that the U.S. had prepared for, and then there was some security breach at the end, and they and basically the Russians lost the codes to launch their own missiles or something, and the U.S. didn't know it, but the Russians instantly wanted to end the war as soon as they figured out that there was for like a day or two that they couldn't launch their missiles if they had to. They instantly wanted peace. And basically, so they made a peace deal with the guys, and they said, after the war was over, that they had just started, they said, well, the U.S. negotiator, who was like a tank commander or something, and the general in charge of NATO or something, said, well, we know you guys lost your missile codes and stuff, but then they said, well, how come you negotiated a peace treaty with us if you could nuke us and you knew we couldn't possibly respond? It's because, well, we didn't want a war. You started this, not us. So, war's over. And it was a really good book, but it's a typical Tom Clancy book. So, Red Storm Rising.
I've honestly never read a Tom Clancy book. I think I've seen a couple movies that are based on his books. And I know there's a lot of video games based on his stuff, but I've never played any of those either.
Yeah, we could probably get it for, $1 off of, Amazon, a used copy or something, paperback version of it. Red Storm Rising is a pretty good book. Yeah, Russian tank. Basically their strategy was just to, send overwhelming force of tanks, and armor across the, plains, and then, the U.S. strategy was, tanks would hunker down behind, what's the word for when tanks are like just barely peeking over a rise, and just their barrel is exposed. I know there's a specific word when armor does that. So they're basically, the tank is behind this hill of dirt, and just the barrel sticks above it, and the Russian tanks are coming towards them, and they try and take out as many as they can before they get blown up themselves. So and since the Russians are charging across open plains, they just rely on sheer numbers to win the battle. But that's why they would, as soon as one armored division got depleted, they would send in a new one, and they would just keep, rotating the divisions in and out. And it was basically like this unstoppable gauntlet of tanks surging forward, But so yeah, the Russians could do it, and nobody could really stop them. Sort of how they stopped the, it would take a lot of anti-tank missiles, basically, or helicopters. That's why the whole thing with the anti-tank, the helicopters, the longbow, they researched a lot of anti-tank helicopter tactics and shooting over, where the missiles go over obstacles and over the front of the tank and hit it on the top. I think Electronic Arts made a computer game called Longbow about that. But I don't think Iran is going to invade Europe or anything. They don't have, their army sucks. First of all, they can't even. They're getting whipped in Syria. Their generals keep getting killed. I think they've lost like 5 generals in Syria so far. Iran.
Are there generals actually on the front lines, or are they getting like sniped, or what?
No, they're on the front lines.
I'm seeing all these posts on Instagram. They're like, 1945, we nuked Japan, and we've been at peace with them ever since. Time to, like nuke Syria and stuff like that.
What?
There's a bunch of them. I just today I probably seen 20 different people post. There's like several variety of pics, but they all basically say the same thing. 1945 we nuked Japan, and we've been at peace ever since. And
I don't really want to have to resort to nuclear weapons in the history of mankind ever again, but the reason they did that was because the invasion of Japan would have cost so many American lives. It was just ridiculous, and it would have been millions of American lives, and versus one just dropping a bomb.
And that's totally different culture at Japan. It's nothing like at Africa or Middle East.
Yeah, it was the whole point that Truman if he could just end the war in one stroke, that would save millions of lives on both sides. And the ex-invasion plan would have cost millions of American lives and multiple millions of Japanese lives when they invaded the home island of Japan. They were gonna drop a nuke and then march the army right through the area they just nuked, because they didn't even know anything about the radioactive poisoning, and it would have been a mess.
But and Japan was a country where was leader. So it was country. There was leader who said something, but if you are looking those African countries, there are no leaders. You
leaders.
You can't.
Generally, if you invade Africa, and you find the leaders after you invade when they fuck with you.
If you take that leader to the some ship, to some boat, and make some papers and take the photographs, there's no point, because that leader in that photographs is leader at the moment, or even that much.
No, I watched a documentary a couple months ago about nuclear weapons, specifically, us dropping the bomb on Japan. And they said in this documentary that when Truman became president, he had pretty much no knowledge of like our atomic program.
Trump.
And that that pretty much the ball was already rolling about dropping the nuclear bomb on Japan when he became president. And just like a couple months after he became president is when we dropped the bomb, and it was pretty much without him saying it's okay. Like he didn't even say okay, go do it. Nothing. Like the ball was already in place, already rolling, and they just went and.
He was the president. If he wanted to stop it, he could have stopped it. It was his call. It landed on his. I don't. The buck stops on his desk. So I believe it was his call. If somebody wants to say it wasn't, I don't buy it.
Well, they were saying that one of his speeches that he gave about the military-industrial complex when he left office had to do with the military going over his head and going and basically bombing Japan without his permission or knowledge or anything.
He was talking about Colonel Slemay, I bet.
Well, he was so pissed about that, that was going to be on his head basically as like the president who did this. When it really wasn't him.
Truman was the guy who fired MacArthur, right? So, or am I thinking of somebody else?
I'm not sure if Truman fired him or not.
Maybe.
But do you really think that the president is the only guy doing that things? I would think that the president has cabinet and some fellows, and he's talking with those guys. He's not the single man doing those things.
We're talking about in World War II.
He is only the face of those.
In World War II, I think the president was as close to,
a real leader.
Well, he was at the peak of his power. I mean, nobody would oppose the president, if he said drop it or don't drop it, or on anything, I mean, or maybe MacArthur, but
in this documentary, I'll try and find you and I'll send you the link, Hawaii. They gave like it just wasn't some guy saying it. Like they had people like that were like his press secretary and who was this and who was that, and then people who were Franklin Roosevelt's like in his cabinet, basically saying that like usually like they talk about like the white envelope that gets handed from one president to another that basically says okay, this is kind of like what's going on, or this is what stuff like that. Like there was no mention at all from Roosevelt to Truman.
Probably didn't plan on dying, so Roosevelt didn't. He died right of a heart attack or something. I'm trying to remember what.
I think that was a couple months after Truman became president, right?
No, Roosevelt died, and then Truman became president, right? Or did he?
But anyway, the president have the other guys, and he's talking with those guys before he makes the thing.
Well, you're talking about Edward. You're talking about General Marshall. He was the chief of staff of the military, Joint Chiefs of Staff. Did they have the Joint Chiefs of Staff back then, or it was just he was the basically commander of? He was the top general, Marshall. So.
Don't know about that guy, and how your sound is so loud.
Well, turn me up on your. We told you how to turn me up, right? You go to the Hangout toolbox. Click on that where it's mouse over to the left of your page and go to the Hangout toolbox. Press that button, and then you can find my logo and turn me up.
Turn me on.
Yeah, well, press on Hangout toolbox.
Yes. And I'm trying to turn you
and then
on.
press on the sound speaker button, and then you'll see me.
How I could see you? You are at Hawaii and I'm at Europe. There is a lot of thousands of.
Hold on,
No, you'll see my icon on. If you press on Hangout Toolbox and then you press the speaker button, there should be an icon for where I'm at.
Okay, I'm screen sharing. Can you see my screen, Mika?
Maybe.
Click on his.
Click on my screen.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry. Which Dead Horse. Okay.
Now this little red box, you click on Google Hangout box, and then you go to the speaker up here in the top right corner, and then you see his emblem right here, and then you can move it, the little slider, just move it more to the right to make it louder.
I have to test that one.
Three, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Testing.
Testing. 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Please stop that.
Stop.
Sorry. Little bit slow.
I'll be back.
So,
I'll be back.
okay. This left side. There are those icons. Which icon?
The speaker one, the one that looks like a speaker. It's the second one over from the left. It looks like a speaker with sound coming out. It's called the volume control. And then in my box, he's the very top one, the guy holding the gun, the Glock there. And then everyone's little dot should be in the middle. Just slide his dot over so it's about 3/4 of the way up.
I will make the screen share.
You want me to screen share again?
We gotta get out.
I'm doing a screen share right now. Okay, this is chat.
Right.
There's screen share. There's showcase.
No. Go. Click on the little red toolbox on the far left. On the far left of your screen.
Keep going
Click on
down.
the little.
Keep going down.
Far left.
Up a little bit. Little red box. Yeah, right there. That little red box with the looks like a lunch box.
There is maybe some lag. Okay, this is showcase, and now I'm freezing. Okay, up or down from the.
Shoot. I don't see where you're.
Oh no. Okay, go down. You go down 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's
Down.
under the pencil.
Okay.
Keep going down.
Here's,
Down.
Yep, down.
That one.
Red one. No, down. Go to the red one. See the red one?
Down one more.
One more down.
Yep,
Down.
click on that.
All right, Hangout Toolbox. Oh.
Okay, hit continue.
Hit continue
there
in the
are
middle.
something. I stopped the screen share if I know how to do that.
Okay.
No, you're still screen sharing. I can see you.
Yes, I know, but it is asking something.
Yeah, you hit continue. Hit continue in the middle. The blue box in the middle of the screen. Click on that now.
Hello. This hello.
Yep. Hello.
Okay. And then it went to somewhere.
Okay, and now on the right hand side, did you click the blue button in the middle?
Don't know.
Okay, hit the screen share button again and screen share with us.
Okay. Screen share. and Hangouts start.
I'll do it.
Okay, there you go. Perfect.
I'm a little bit slow because I'm.
Okay, you see the volume speaker thing under the N and G of Hangout on the upper right. No, go to your right now, the right side of your screen.
There might be some lag.
Okay.
So
Move your arrow all the way to the right side of your screen.
Right side of my screen. Okay.
Yep. Now go up.
There's a Hangout toolbox.
Yep. Now click on that right below that. Click on the speaker to the left.
Left.
Right
the
there.
speaker is there.
Yeah.
Yep.
And now I.
Yep. Click on that, Mika.
There.
There you go.
There,
Okay.
So it looks like I'm number 2.
Okay.
So, looks like I'm the second from the top.
So go up 2 dots.
Okay. Now Hawaii is full.
Okay. Am I louder now?
Ooh. I need hair protection. Okay. Thank you. I learned something which I never thought that I needed to learn.
I'm trying to come up with a smart comeback for that one.
Well, it's not like Google makes anything easy to do anyway. You know?
Yeah, this is the internet, so.
I prefer to call it Skynet.
Skynet. Skynet is more intelligent. It would be easier to use.
What if the Apple computer company would own the YouTube?
If Apple owned YouTube?
Yes. Would it be that hard to do that kind of simple thing?
Well, first of all, if Apple owned YouTube, we'd be paying by probably by the minute right now just to be on the chat.
Maybe.
You'd have to link your bank account.
Yo.
Well, actually, I already did link my bank account for this to get paid for my videos. I think I'm at almost $140, which is amazing. But can't believe how many hours, hundreds of thousands of hours, people have wasted watching my videos.
Have you got any money from YouTube?
Yeah, about $140. I mean, they pay you every $100 or so. So
yes, I know that.
When I get to 200, I'll get the next check. So everybody, watch all my videos and click on all the ads. Thank you.
I think I've lost money on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a certain amount of money to, make shooting videos. The ammo, the guns, the gas driving out there. Your time.
I lose money because I watch a lot of gun reviews and stuff like that. Then I'm like, oh man, I need that. And I go out and buy it.
I know the feeling.
Stupid question, but what kind of method the YouTube sent the money? It was a check or some money?
Direct bank. For me, I just link my bank account and they do a direct
Oh,
deposit.
Okay.
And you have to fill out a, tax form, too. So they report it to the IRS.
I don't know because we are living in different countries, so.
See, you just need to open up one of those.
I don't know what kind of tax papers you have to do there.
Well, see, you just need to open up a non-profit shooting channel, and then become tax exempt.
How can you be but monetize all your videos? But monetize all your videos?
Well, even if you're nonprofit, like your CEOs and stuff still get paid at nonprofit
It costs a lot of money
organizations.
to set up a nonprofit.
How about Church of?
Oh, there you go. It's a religion. Gunology.
Gun Scientology.
Yes, and
So Samuel Colt would be God, and like Kalishnikov and Browning would be like prophets.
No, I think Kalishnikov liked Browning's designs, but I don't know.
I'm looking my YouTube channel information, and this is different than it was before, and I'm looking at the statistics. So how much I'm getting.
Well, you have to make sure your videos are switched to monetize.
Yes.
Where they put it.
Last time it was like about $2.
$2.
About that, maybe less
All
than.
right. Well, I'm gonna start watching your videos and clicking on ads. So.
Yep, I will too. I sub to you. So.
Tomorrow morning.
Yes. Everybody we know that I'm not making money about YouTube videos. So if I take that many things that you can say that better that link that click off, so that I'm not making any money. Still, I'm not making any money, but anyway, that those movies, those clips are free, and I'm not taking any money.
Why not?
Because I'm not getting any money of those. But if somebody is if somebody is so stupid and he's looking my videos, he has to look those videos to that he will watch the real video. So the point of this hope to make a lot of money.
Oh, that's not going to happen.
Yes, yes, that's not going to happen. So it's maybe better that I take that monetary thing off from all my videos.
Well, I mean, that way Google gets to keep all the money they make. So I don't know. I'll just share. I have a really small channel, so it doesn't make much money. But you know, whatever it is, I'll just show you what I get. It's my analytics. I mean, it's pretty small. It's like
those graph analytics, they are very interesting. It's nice to see who are watching your videos from what
countries. Yeah.
Yes, that's very nice, and that I like. But I know that I'm not like the Yankee Marshall who made a lot of money.
Oh yeah, he just yells at people and for an hour and makes money. So.
Yeah, but that was maybe 2 years ago. I don't think that Yankee is making any money.
Oh, he is.
Still.
Yankee makes enough money, probably, from what I've seen on his videos, like how many subscribers. He can probably buy a new gun every couple months with the money he makes.
Yeah, yes. Before this whole YouTube change. But is he still doing that kind of money? I don't think so.
Well, he makes less than before because YouTube started paying less, so everybody makes less. But you know, he makes enough, you know, and he has a big enough subscriber base that it doesn't matter if what his videos are. It's just his base is so big, it doesn't matter what he is on his videos. But he knows his audience, you know, he knows what they want to hear, so he does what they want to hear.
But the odd thing is that there are no commercials before the video or during or after.
Well, if you do a chat, then that's if you don't have if you don't select the during and after and pre-roll, then you won't make anything off of your chat hangouts. So,
but I mean, if you watch a regular Yankee Marshall video, there are no ads.
I don't watch Yankee Marshall videos, but that's just me.
He has ads on his videos. He selects the ads that are like about 10 seconds into the video, then it pops up. Like it's that little yellow. You can tell when they have an ad because it has that like little yellow line on the on the time scale.
Maybe that's something what you see that I
Maybe
don't
because
see.
you're in a different country.
Yes, that's probably.
You know, but like you know, it's safe to say, I would say on average Yankee gets at least 20,000 views per video. But he has some videos with, you know, 50,000 views, 100,000, 300,000 views. So
most I've got is 12,600 and something on one of my videos. It's just amazing how many minutes people have watched. Some of these stats are funny. Like, you know, my bug out bag, you know, 31,896 minutes. Just on showing what's in my bug out bag. So, you know, bug out bag videos are really, you know, big. It's something that people search to look for.
oh yeah, definitely. I watched your bug out video just because I liked different people's ideas on what you should have in it, and you know, I think almost every bug out video, bug out bag video I've watched, I've came away with at least like one item. I'm like, oh, you know what? I should probably have that. You know.
Yeah, and I have a lot of weird stuff in mind. So I don't know, it's weird, but it's just a lot of gadgets.
You know, I just came across a really interesting post, and I have never heard of this until now, and I don't know if it's true. But it says, Japan keeps Islam at bay by putting restrictions on Islam and all Muslims. Japan is the only nation that does not give citizenship to Muslims. Permanent residency is not given to Muslims. Propagation of Islam in Japan is banned. In the University of Japan, Arabic or any Islamic language is not taught. Japan is the only country in the world with negligible number of embassies in Islamic countries. One cannot import a Quran published in the Arabic language. Muslims must follow.
Being an emperor has its advantages.
It says Muslims must follow Japanese law and language. The Japanese government is of the opinion that Muslims are fundamentalists and are willing to change their Muslim laws. Muslims cannot even rent a house in Japan. There is no Sharia law in Japan. And then it says, when was the last Islamic terror event in Japan? And I've never heard of that before, about Japan being like against Muslims and Islam and stuff. I've never heard anything about that until now. Like, is that true? Do you guys know? Like, are they really like that, or?
Well, I know that China is like that. They're starting to get like that. I mean, they've, you know, anything that's a threat, you know, to their. I mean, I think they review religious fundamentalism as terrorism, pretty much. So. course, I think they probably view anything that disagreeing with the government as terrorism. But I don't know. Well, it's a different culture, you know. You'd probably have to ask a Japanese person. But my advice is don't talk about Truman or the bomb or anything when you do that.
Okay, I started to screen share.
You know, what's really interesting is my watch time. My total watch time on my channel is like people have watched 323,392 minutes, which is 224 days and 13 hours of my videos.
Okay,
That's just stupid. Stop watching my videos. You're gonna go crazy.
That's almost 1 year.
224 days and 13 hours. That's how much.
Okay, so I'm a little bit back. This is 14 hours.
Total watch time? Okay. Well, I'm
From something to somewhere.
Well, that'll go up to 1,000 because I'll end up watching all your videos tomorrow.
I'll watch some of them. I'm not promising to watch all of them, but I'll watch some tomorrow. All the shooting videos. I'll watch all the shooting videos. How's that?
Well, a lot of times when I'm driving, I don't necessarily watch them, but I listen to them, and I'll start, like, I put them on a playlist, and I just let them all play through while I'm driving. So.
I never even figured out how to do that, but please don't show me. No.
But there are the money thing. So how much I have earned those videos. The number one is this Chiappa lever action rifle video, and then there is a 300 something lookers and 35.
So you're like getting like 1 penny every 10 views. Is that about? Yeah, you're getting out on average about 1 penny, or I guess one of your pennies every 10 views.
But if something about proud is that this 70%. So the people who watched that video, they have watched 70%. So they didn't change.
So it looks like people searched for your particular rifle that they were interested in and found it, and then they wanted to watch it.
Yes,
they were interested in your rifle.
Yes. And that third one, that Virago, that was a big hit a few years ago, because if you have motorcycle, you want to look those dynometering videos.
Well, I don't even think they have to watch your whole video. I think they only have to watch something like 30 seconds of it for it to count. I heard that somewhere. I can't remember if that's where I heard it or if that's true or not. But I heard that, like, for them to count a view, like, and a like on your video, they only have to actually watch 30 seconds of it. It doesn't matter how long it is, whether it's a couple minutes or an hour. They have to watch like 30 seconds of it.
So what is that first country, Yiddish Valet? I'm just looking at your territories. I mean, Yiddish Valet? I know what Italia is. I know what Canada is. I know what Australia is. What is Yiddish Valet? Yeah, no, up the top one, 35%. Yiddish Valet. The country, 35. Yiddish.
Don't know. Countries, there are states, Canada, Australia.
What's above Canada?
States. United States of America is the number one.
Yidisvalat, that's the United States of America?
That's number one, and Canada is second.
How come it's you have United States of America and it's called Yidisvalat?
Ah, uh, this is a Finnish localization version of the YouTube. Yhdysvallat means America.
Wow. Okay. Yidisvalat means America.
Yhdysvallat means the state of the America, because this is Finnish version of YouTube.
I didn't know you could translate the word America. I thought like America meant America in like any language.
No. It's what it's some kind of United.
You need to write a protest letter about that.
Yes. And Canada starts with a K? That's cool.
Yes, because these are how we do the country.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense to an American. So
Yeah, it doesn't.
No, I understand that, but
Okay, now do you actually call your country Finland?
Huh?
Is your country to you called Finland?
No.
Okay, what is it called? Like, what do you say? Like, if you're gonna tell someone where you're from, like, what country? Like, how do you say it?
I'm from Finland.
Okay, so you say you're from Finland, like, and here it's called Finland too.
If you are asking where I'm coming from, I'm from Finland, but the country is Suomi.
Is what?
Suomi?
Suomi.
Sounds like you want us to file a lawsuit against you.
Yeah, Suomi.
But there's no point to the use.
Wow, that's weird.
The name of
We can't write a letter to the Finnish embassy consulate in Washington D.C. and say stop calling us Yidisvalat or whatever. Start calling us America. What are they gonna say if we like get a letter? So we get like 1,000 people to sign it. Those damn Finns are insulting America by mispronouncing it. They're calling us names.
No, we are not.
It probably really means like dirty Americaners.
But anyway, these rates, they are I'm making maybe $1 per year.
Hey, that's a cup of coffee here.
No, it's not anymore.
Yeah, almost.
I don't even drink coffee.
What? How can you not drink coffee, especially in a cold environment like that?
That's odd, but
we just had our coffee parade here the other night. Oh shit! I should have gone out and taken some video of it, but
oh. Let's put this video.
If I get a picture of the parade.
That's me. I don't know if you can see this one. I'm loading my. There is some ad. And the chicken wing. Chicken wing.
So that's a 22, or
No, it's the fuck. 357 Magnum.
oh, that's 357. Okay.